Breaking news.
Hello, everybody. This is a not an expected live. It is a live that is something I don't want to do, but we have a situation occurring currently right now as we speak at possible um, Apalachee High School, Georgia shooting. And I'm just going to jump right in. I'm not going to talk a whole lot because I don't know anything. I'm was just doing my homework and this popped up. So let's go ahead and just go live and learn together. Where's the volume? That is them. I'll try and find a better feed. I'll mute that. We are searching for a better life for this situation. Okay, we're going to switch to this live. There we go. I hope everybody is well. We are praying for those involved and the families at this time. Right now, it just looks as if they are gathering all the students, evacuating them. We are a few minutes behind, but in Winder, Barrow County, students are being evacuated for a possible shooting. It is reported that there has been one uh, lifted person. That's all we know at this time. I'm going to try to get on and see. Excuse if I'm not looking at you. I'm trying to find information for you. This is a parent's living nightmare, and our prayers are with the families at this time. Um, yes, this is in Windsor, Barrow County. Um, Sorry, guys, for my appearance, but that doesn't matter right now. Just north of where I used to live. Yeah. There's no commentary right now because this is live from a camera. I have the volume turned up on both. It appears that they do have a good response there. That is very important. We do appear to have them setting up in the circle, the receiving for victims with the EMS units on scene. And why? Oh, I guess I do have volume. Let me go figure out why it's not coming across. Just give me one moment. Sometimes a setting gets changed. Well, I should have volume. Why don't I? Okay, let me go to my speaker here and make sure everything is where it needs to be. Let me go here. Why do we not have volume? Why do we not have sound? Do y'all have sound? Because I don't. Yes, yes. Do y'all have sound? For some reason, I have no sound feed. This is weird. Okay, let me work on it. I'll get it fixed. Rodecaster Pro. I haven't touched anything since yesterday. I'm everything is feeding correctly. Let me change to chat. No. Okay, I'm going to reboot my microphone. I heard you. I saw you. So, I have no idea why. Okay, what I'm going to do, if you will hold with me, you guys, don't go anywhere. The live is going to keep go. The StreamYard will keep going.
And we saw that
there we
about
go.
10 minutes or so
I have
ago.
sound.
They were walking in a defensive
That was on
posture,
them. Okay,
clearly,
right back.
walking into a dangerous situation. You take a look at the cars there that are lined up on the street, and you know that those are parents who have kids at the school who want to make sure that their kids are okay. But parents are being kept at a distance right now, and I'm sure that they're working on trying to get information and allow those students who have been safely evacuated to the football field area be able to communicate with their moms and dads who are very, very nervous right now.
And we're just getting word that that helicopter that took off from the scene maybe about 10, 15 minutes ago with a person loaded onto the stretcher, that it has just landed at Grady Memorial Hospital. So we are just learning that into the newsroom, brand new information. We do have our own Chelsea Bimefor, who is there or headed to that scene to see what she can find out there from Grady Memorial Hospital. But again, in just the past 15 minutes or so, we saw one person being taken and airlifted there in a medic helicopter and headed to Grady Memorial Hospital, and we have just learned that that person has, they have now landed here at Grady Memorial.
This is a shot from a little while ago of that helicopter taking off from the Apalachee High School campus on its way, as we now know, to Grady. Grady, of course, is a level 1 trauma center here in the metro. One of a very few number of them here. So when there is someone who needs level 1 trauma, which is the most serious type of trauma care that is required, they are typically taken to Grady Memorial Hospital. And so the person who was airlifted evidently was badly injured, enough so that they needed to go to a level 1 trauma center.
And that we can't confirm. At least one person that was airlifted from Apalachee High School there. We don't know what those injuries look like. We don't know what they could be. We're waiting to get that word from officials, but that one person has been airlifted from the high school to Grady Memorial Hospital. And Rick, we're still watching this here, and you're seeing several cars that appear to be lined up there to get into the entrance of the school. There's a lot of traffic in that area. Many parents likely trying to get to their children, many parents likely in contact with their children. And right now from First Alert Chopper, you're just seeing that area that shows traffic seemingly backed up in all areas over there, given this other road right here that may not seem like it has as much. So right now we are waiting to hear from law enforcement about what's going on. But again, if you're just joining us, we can tell you that at least one person has been airlifted from Apalachee High School. And we're also seeing other agencies that appear to be pulling up to the scene right now, Rick.
That's right. We have, as we've told you, we have a number of crews heading to the scene right now. One of them is Atlanta News First Adam Murphy, who is joining us now on the phone as he is on his way to the scene. Adam, where are you? And I know you've got a lot of law enforcement sources in this
what I want to
community
explain
here.
is
What
the
have you been
vehicle that
able to
just
learn?
pulled
What can you
up
tell us?
is incident command from the sheriff's
Rick, we
office
are
from
on
that county.
316 headed towards Winder, kind of in the direction of Athens. We just merged onto 316 going that direction away from Interstate 85. So let me give you a little perspective here as far as where we are. You can see us riding up 316 right now. We are 19 minutes away from the school. We hope to gather more information when we get there. I've been monitoring some of that aerial footage that you all have been talking about. You can see the area around the school is crawling with law enforcement officers at this time. And I've been also looking at some of the social media posting online to just get a sense or try to gather any information that I could. And really looking online, I've noticed a number of people talking about what's happened today at Apalachee High School, talking about this shooting. And then, of course, many saying that they would like all the prayers possible right now from students,
Yes.
teachers, and parents. But it's a sad.
Adam Murphy traveling right now. The cell phone went out with Adam. We'll get him back. He is on his way. And yes, I think that people all over the metro are praying right now for this community, for this high school, and for the first responders who have shown up to try to bring this situation to an end without any further violence or any further injury to anyone involved. But you can see there the police, law enforcement there on the scene in what seems to be still perhaps an active situation. And you can sort
Yes,
of
that is
gauge
definitely
by
an
the
active
behavior of law
situation.
enforcement, the urgency. Obviously, he was running towards the building, and the amount of bravery, we just have to say, on the part of law enforcement, those who would run towards the scene of an emergency like this, rather than walking away to a safe spot. We can't say enough about that, and give our thanks to those who would put their own lives in jeopardy in order to help others.
Yeah,
There were
Rick,
multiple.
it's unfortunate.
Okay,
We've seen
what I'm
things like
reading
this.
is there
We've
were multiple
seen
reports of
students
gunfire.
be evacuated because of a
Um,
threat inside of the
and
school. We've seen
I
the
know we're
parents, like you
just a
see
few
here on your
minutes
screen, the cell
behind.
phone video
We
showing
will
you
catch
parents
up.
trying to get in contact with their
So
children
any and all
just
comments
to make
with
sure they're
information.
okay. We've seen the aerial
There is
shots
no
of
recap,
schools where
actually.
we're flying over them, just
This
trying
is
to gather
live.
more
This is
details.
going
So
as
it's
we
quite
speak.
unfortunate that this
All
is
we know
something
at this
that
time, there were
our
multiple
country is
gunshots
used to.
fired.
It is something that
Um,
is just quite disturbing. But no matter
Apparently,
how many times we see
it's
things like
being
this,
reported.
it almost gives
Now,
you
I'm not
chills because you
saying
just
for sure.
want to hope for the best.
It
and
is
hope that
being
everybody is
reported.
okay.
You know, we talk
Information
so much
warrior,
about
4 deaths,
safety
7
at schools
injured
Yes.
and
thus
safety
far.
measures that are put in place. We had an interview just within the last 24 hours with the
Yes,
superintendent of Cobb
Jonathan,
County
they
Schools,
are
Chris
there.
Ragsdale,
This is
who
an
talked to
active
us
scene.
about some of the safety improvements and measures that have been put in place at schools and school buildings, district buildings in Cobb County. In fact, some of those safety
This is
measures,
when I wish I
he
had
didn't
my
even want to talk to
ATM.
us about publicly because he didn't want anyone who might have bad intentions to know exactly what kind of safety measures have been taken. Murphy,
but
who
we do know that
was
in a
about
lot of
15
different
minutes
schools
or
in our
so
area,
from
different kinds of
from the high
glass,
school.
bulletproof
When we
glass
spoke
has
with
been
him, that
installed
seems to be
at
maybe about 10 or
entryway,
15 minutes or so
at
ago.
various
So perhaps
entryways.
he
We
is
know that
getting
there
closer now.
are new
and we'll
systems
soon
when
be
it
able
comes
to
to
report some
doors.
more information. But again, this is the entrance to the school that we saw law enforcement go into. Now it looks as though some of these first responders are coming out.
So hopefully the
and
threat is
leaving
now
the school at this
neutralized.
point.
And Rick, for people who are watching, and there may be parents who are saying, I can't get to my child right now, it is important to know that we are learning that buses are going to run for those students who need transportation to get home. So if your child happens to be there, and hopefully you've been able to be in contact with them, but the buses are going to run so that those kids will be able to get
They
home.
are on
We're
lockdown
taking
at
a
the
look
high
at live
school
pictures right now
as
from
well.
the chopper as we are coming up
That
on
is
the
a
noon
safety
hour
precaution.
here on this
The police
Wednesday
will be
morning,
there as
where
well.
there has been some type of violent incident that has taken place at one of our metro high schools, Apalachee High School in Winder in Barrow County. There is a large police presence. We have watched as someone has been airlifted from the scene. We've later learned that person was taken to Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta. We have seen hundreds of students and faculty members evacuated from
This
the
big
building
vehicle
and
here
taken
is
to a
your
nearby
incident
football
command.
field where they are standing by. We know that parents are anxiously awaiting word on their children, wanting to reconnect with their children, and we are waiting for information that we can share with you on exactly how that is going to take place. But
Okay,
right
let
now
me
we're seeing
explain a
first
little bit what may be
responders
happening.
there with gurneys
It may be
and
different for their area, but
getting
let me just talk
preparing
about as a
themselves
first
perhaps
responder what I'm seeing.
for any more
They
people
are
who have been
lining up,
injured in
they're
all of
gurneying
this.
up, they're
But
getting
we have
ready,
not really
they
seen
are
anybody
preparing to go
brought
in.
out of the school.
They will not go
And,
in until the
and so
scene is
that
safe
is
to do
something
so.
that we're
So
waiting
they
to
are
learn
on
more
a
about as
staged
far as how many
response here
people
in
have
the
been
circle of
impacted
the
by
school.
this, how
The
many
big
people have
white
been
vehicle is your
wounded.
incident
We
command.
don't know,
Whoever is in
but there
this is
are
running this
a lot of
entire
reports, a
scene,
lot of rumors
most
that are
likely
circulating right
sheriff.
now on social media.
We have
We're staying
Texas
away
Rangers,
from
for
reporting
example, which is higher than a
anything to
sheriff's
you until
department.
we are able to
They
confirm it
will,
with our
whoever that is
trusted
for that
sources. And
county,
so right
will
now,
be arriving
what we
on
can
scene
tell you is just simply that
and
there has been an incident at the
will
school
be
that has required a large police presence.
assisting, if
And the
not
governor
taking
has
over
responded saying
that
and
situation.
encouraging all
But
Georgians
right
to
now,
please join
until
his
the threat
family
is
in praying for the
neutralized,
safety of
EMS,
those
first
in the
responders
classrooms,
of the medical
both in
kind
Barrow
will
County and
be
across the
in a
state of
staged
Georgia.
response. It
This is
appears to
obviously
be in
something
this
that is
circle.
being monitored,
They are
not just
gathering
in
their
Barrow County,
equipment,
but
they're
in
gathering
schools
the
all
gurneys,
over the state.
and they're getting
This
ready.
is we're just about a month or so into the start of a brand new school year, a year that so many people have high hopes for and wanting a fresh and clean start to a new, happy and productive school year. Sadly enough, at this particular school, things have not gotten off to a good start as we are watching and waiting for word on exactly what has taken place today at Apalachee High School, which is about an hour or so northwest of Atlanta. It's not far northeast of Atlanta, not far from Athens. And we have heard
Thank you, Lamar.
from members
That's
of the
what I
community
figured.
that sirens have been streaming through for the last hour or so. But now it appears as though there is no new law enforcement arriving at the scene. We are simply waiting for word on exactly what has gone down, how many people have been impacted by this, and what exactly happened. The football field that you can see on the left, where the Wildcats have a home game scheduled
Thank
for
you,
this Friday
Notorious
night,
Jules.
is where students have been evacuated to, students and staff members, hundreds of them standing by, obviously distressed, very, very upset at what has gone down and awaiting word like the rest of us for exactly what has happened. We
So
have a number of
we are a
crews
few
on
minutes
their way
behind.
to
I'm
get
going to
you
zoom
information that we can
and
report to
oh, we
you,
are caught
that
up
we
live.
can
Okay.
confirm. We are working to do
Apparently,
that
this
right
is a
now. As we
shooting
take a look at this
situation.
school,
Apparently,
beautiful
there have
campus
been
in
victims
Barrow
in this
County, about
case.
1,900
I have not
students.
heard from the
We
media,
are going
I mean,
to
from the
pause for a
newscast,
moment
but
and restart our coverage at
it
the
is
top of the hour
stated
as we
here.
follow this breaking
Why
news
can't
out
I
of
didn't mean to
Winder in
pop that
Barrow
down.
County,
I
Georgia,
apologize.
right here in Metro Atlanta.
Where did it go?
Atlanta News
There is a
First
confirmation
starts
of
now
some deceased.
Breaking news.
And we are following breaking news right now in Barrow County, where a heavy police presence Apalachee High School in Winder.
Good morning. Good afternoon to you all. It is chaotic afternoon.
4 deaths, 7 injured.
Certainly for parents still not quite
Reporting.
sure what's going on there.
Not confirmed.
We have viewer video just into the Atlanta News First newsroom. We want to show you exactly what it's looking like right now at the scene. Very heavy police presence. This is a live look.
All right, EMS
from First
is
Alert
in
Chopper.
motion.
You can see there
That
are
means threat is no longer there.
First responder
It's been
personnel,
neutralized.
vehicles on scene. We can tell you we've been live at the scene for quite some time now, and there is a steady stream of presumably parents who are either there or headed to
I only
the
have
school
one
right
live.
now. There are no confirmed reports of what has
Thank you,
happened.
Eddie.
We want to be very clear about that because there are a lot of unconfirmed reports. The rumor mill is going on.
Is it still echoey? Because I only have one channel open. One channel open. Is it still echoey?
On social media right now, and no law enforcement personnel has confirmed what exactly has happened. We do know someone has been airlifted away from the school to Grady Memorial Hospital. We do know there are first responders on scene that have been checking out certain people who are there, perhaps students, perhaps teachers. Again, it is unconfirmed at this point. We're just telling you what we have seen from First Alert Chopper. And
Didn't mean to do that. I'm going to get a different feed because it's echoing. Please be patient. I'm trying to get us. Yes. Okay. Well, it had stopped. Okay. Well, let me go back. Let me get back to where we were. Okay. Let me share that screen and we're good to go. Thank you for the information of it being echoey. I apologize. And sound is on.
One person airlifted away, another person who looked like he or she had been wounded and was off to the side. And then we have the scene from the high school football field where the students have been evacuated to, students and faculty brought over there in a scene that we have seen play out in high schools and schools around the country. And now it's happening here, right here in Metro Atlanta, where there has been some type of violent incident at Apalachee High School in Barrow County, in Winder. About 1,900 students on this campus on a Wednesday morning.
That's a small campus.
And something disrupted their school day in a big way. And we are still waiting to confirm exactly what has gone down and how many people have been injured.
Rick, just into the newsroom right now. We just got a report from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office, so we can tell you exactly what's going on here right now. There has been a shooting at
No sound? Oh, duh.
Apalachee High School. Authorities are currently on the scene, as you can see there. This is located at 940 Haymon Morris Road. We're told at approximately 10:23 a.m., officers from multiple law enforcement agencies and fire and EMS personnel were dispatched to this high school in reference to a reported active shooting. At the time of the release, one suspect is in custody. Casualties have been reported. However, details and the number of them or their conditions are still not available right now. It is still an ongoing situation. And as you can see in the video, all of the students have been evacuated to the stadium there to stay safe. As far as we've been able to see, it does not appear that parents have been allowed on campus. It appears that law enforcement have been allowing other law enforcement vehicles to come onto the property, but it seems that they've been holding everybody else at bay.
Atlanta News First Adam Murphy is on his way, and for all I know, he has arrived at the scene right now.
Restating that, let me explain.
Adam, we're finally getting some information about what has gone down there.
They are retained.
And you are surrounded, I'm sure, by parents who are trying to get to the campus to gather their children.
Hi there, Rick. I just arrived a few minutes ago, and it's a very active and intense scene right now. I mean, I've never seen so many law enforcement vehicles. I mean, we have rescue units here from Hall County, officers from Gwinnett County, State Patrol, and so on. And there are so many law enforcement vehicles surrounding the front of the school. That's where we are right now. You can see Apalachee High School there in the distance and all the blue lights surrounding the building. We have noticed some parents, or what appear to be parents, administrators, kind of rushing around, trying to find, their family members. Look at this right here. We have Georgia State Patrol coming out.
Hey, OnlyFan.
And you can just see from the intensity of those two law enforcement officers leaving the scene that this is still very active. And we don't know, what's going on right now because we just got here. We don't know if they're still actively looking for perhaps a gunman or someone that may have caused, harm at this school. But I can tell you, I've seen a lot of parents that seem to be running up to try to find their children. We haven't had a chance to speak with any of them yet. We pulled up and like I said, we've kind of anchored down here and we're trying to gather more information. But again, I did spot 2 ambulances rushing away from the scene within the last 5 minutes. So again, very active. The investigation is going on. We have an aerial view or picture here for you as well from above. And this will give you a sense of how many law enforcement vehicles are here. And then of course the students that have been escorted back to the stadium area. They've been removed from the building and taken back to a safe spot there, as you guys have talked about, back on the back of the property there where the football stadium is. And again, back out here front now at the front of the school, one more look at all of the law enforcement vehicles. I want to take you to the right here real quick, and you'll see, as far as the eye can see, really all the blue lights lined up. Some people running up here to the scene. I don't know yet at this point if these are parents, but an emotional scene, a very scary situation outside Apalachee High School in Barrow County. We're going to try to gather more details for you, and as soon as we get some new information, we'll share that with you guys.
All right, Adam, I just want to repeat for our viewers the information that we've gotten within the last couple of minutes, confirmed for us from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. This is a statement that they have just released within the last couple of minutes, that at approximately 10:23, officers from multiple law enforcement agencies and fire EMS personnel were dispatched to the scene of Apalachee High School in reference to a reported active shooting. At the time of this release, which was again just put out, 1 suspect is in custody. Casualties have been reported. However, details on the number or their conditions is not available at this time. This is an ongoing situation. And Adam, and since we've gotten on the air, we did see 1 injured person airlifted onto a helicopter and taken away. We later learned to Grady Memorial Hospital. I wonder if you've been able to see anyone else. You mentioned those ambulances. Was it clear to you at all that they had anybody in them, that there were any patients in those ambulances?
Well, Rick, I can tell you their lights and sirens were activated and they rushed away from the property, from the school building. So, for all intents and purposes, that would indicate to me that they were leaving in an emergency situation. So again, like you said, the information is trickling in. So we're not able to confirm whether anyone was in those 2 ambulances, but based on what I saw,
Morales, I would
energy of
assume
those
at least
vehicles,
1.
their lights and sirens leaving the school and rushing away from the school. Like I said, 1 would presume there were some in there. So it's quite possible that there could be multiple injuries. We don't know the extent, and we don't know how many, but we
Most
hope to gather
likely
that information and share that as soon as we get another update.
Right.
Actually, Adam, we just got new into our newsroom some insight into that. A local hospital in Winder is receiving patients with gunshot wounds related to this incident. That is what CNN is reporting at this afternoon. We do know that Piedmont Regional Hospital in Athens is the closest. We have not yet confirmed where those victims have been taken. But again, CNN is reporting that a local hospital in Winder is receiving patients with gunshot wounds. And as you and Rick just mentioned, 1 person was also airlifted away from this scene. So certainly a tragic day for this community here. And there are certainly a lot of parents who are hoping that their babies are not one of those victims. So from where you are, Adam, can you tell us, does it seem like parents are able to get to a certain place? I know the school is quite large, so you're certainly not able to say where all they may be stationed right now. But what's going on near you? Are they allowing parents to station over there? Do you see any students? Just kind of fill us in from what you're seeing from the ground there.
Yeah, well, you're seeing an ambulance pull off right now that just came up here. Looks like it's trying to gain access to the front of the school. So there could be more people that are going to be transported, or students or faculty or staff. We don't know, but it's entering on the side of the building there. We just saw this ambulance pull up. Now, you're also looking at a lot of what appear to be, parents that are trying to arrive here. They're kind of being taken over to the side of the school, the left side. If you're looking at the front of the school, the left side of the school. But there are also several that were parked about a block away.
Life Flight is returning.
We have is this a medic chopper? Let me give you a live picture here, guys. We have a medic chopper that is making its way into the campus. This is a live picture right now. Now, this would indicate that they're going to airlift one or more individuals and rush them to perhaps Grady. I know that's a trauma center, and that's where they tend to take a lot of trauma patients. So this is a live look, as you see, a medic chopper coming in right now. It's going to land somewhere in the parking lot. There's not a lot of room out here, I'll tell you that, with as many law enforcement officers on scene.
Well,
it will land here. Yeah.
We did see another airback chopper that looked exactly like this one land on that patch of grass right by the flagpole in the center of the parking lot. Right.
Okay, just so you know, the LEZ zone, which is the landing zone, there's a cone there.
Like this one is landing
that cone blew away. There's a cone there. These three people plus that cone. So this is what they have deemed as the landing zone, or the LZ. It is vitally important that, first of all, if you have family or know anybody in that area, please
gunshot wounds, but instead
do not encourage them to go to that scene if they have a grandchild or a relative there.
That's available. The more serious
it is swarming with parents and other people. So the biggest important thing for families to do right now is remain calm as possible. Most likely, if you have a child in that school, you've received the text that all is well with that child.
Incident at Apalachee High School, and urge all Georgians to join my family in praying for the safety of those in our classrooms, both in Barrow County and across the state. We will continue to work with local, state, and federal
Father God, right
partners
now, we
as
thank you
gather
for all the first
information
responders and those that are
respond to
there
this situation.
taking care of these
Now, the
families and
FBI
children. We
Atlanta
thank you
is
for the
also
staff
on top of this
and
case as
all
well.
who
They have
were in
also
the
released a
school
statement saying,
that
and I
did
quote,
everything they could
FBI Atlanta
to
is aware
lead
of the
everyone
current
to safety.
situation at
Father, we
Apalachee High
pray for the
School.
victims
Our
right
agents
now
are
and
on
their
scene
families.
coordinating with
We
and
ask that you
supporting
touch
local
them
law enforcement. We
miraculously.
have seen law
Lord,
enforcement
we also
in
pray for the
droves show
family
up to
of
the
the
scene.
shooter.
They've been leaving the scene, presumably
They are
taking
not the
victims, as we now
perpetrator.
know, who have been headed to
Everybody
area
involved,
hospitals. We now
Lord,
know a
we
lot of
pray
the
for them.
students.
And
Everybody
Lord,
who
we
presumably is
thank
not
you for the
injured right
lives
now
that were
is there
spared
in the
by the
stadium to
fast
the left of your
actions of
screen. They've
those
been
who
evacuated to that
responded.
area. And
Lord, right
as
now
for
we
now, a lot
just
of parents
ask
are
for
just waiting
wisdom
to
and
see when
guidance
they will
for
be able
those
to
who
be
are
on campus and
caring for
reunite
the
with their
scene,
kids.
One thing we have
safety
been
for
staying
all of the
away
first
from
responders.
is
And Lord,
sort of
we thank you
classifying
for those
what
who are
type of
willing to
incident
put
this
their
was.
lives in
We
the
can
way of
now
danger
safely say
to
that
protect
this
our
has been a
children.
shooting.
Yes.
A
In
school
Jesus'
shooting
name,
at Apalachee
amen.
High School, right here in Metro Atlanta in Barrow County. Again, there is a suspect in custody. The statement from the Barrow County Sheriff's Department telling us that there is someone in custody. We don't know if they're looking for any more suspects at this time. There's also confirmation that casualties have been reported, but we don't know the number of people who have been injured, nor do we know the severity of those injuries, although we have to assume that at least a couple of them are seriously injured enough that they are being transported to Grady Memorial Hospital, airvac there. Others, we've been told, have been taken to local hospitals. And now we see some live pictures of law enforcement, again, walking towards the front entrance of the building. And they do
So now what's going to happen?
They
are going to sweep the school.
where there is some type of an active
Right, where
situation.
they're rushing.
You can see the FBI agents as well. There is
FBI
there's
is
not a
on
lot of
scene.
urgency in the
Good
way
thing to
that
know.
the way that they're moving and walking. So we don't want to assume anything, but it's just an observation as we take a look at these live pictures from the First Alert Chopper.
So what they're
over
going to
the
do
scene
is
that
they're
we've
going to
been now
gather
watching
everybody.
for,
They're
the
devising
better
a
part
plan
the
of
last
sweep.
hour or so.
If
You
my,
can see there the
once
first
again, I'm not in
responders
law
with
enforcement,
their
but this is my
gear.
personal
We have
knowledge and
Adam Murphy on
experience
the
that I'm
scene
speaking
and
of.
some
If
other
there is
reporters as
somebody here
well
who would like to
are
join,
arriving there. We're
who
trying
is
to
of
gather
law
as much
enforcement,
information as we can.
go for it.
To
I
bring
welcome you to
the
join
very
me.
latest on
But
a
right now it
situation that has
appears
unfolded
that
this
they are
morning
getting ready
in
to
Barrow
enter
County, a
the
shooting
school
at
and
Apalachee
do
High
what's called a
School,
sweep to
where there
ensure
are
that there's nobody
casualties
hiding,
and there is
no more
one person in
victims, and
custody.
possibly
mentioned
no
other
more
reporters.
shooters.
Chelsea Beinpour
Yes.
is on the way as we speak. She just got there to the area, but says that she's on a 1-mile walk to the school. So that may give an idea of how far off law enforcement have barricaded that access into the.
I want to see who they're saying was there.
There is one person in custody.
You mentioned other reporters. Chelsea Beinpour is on the way as
Yes.
we speak. She just got there to the area, but says that she's on a 1-mile walk to the school. So that may give an idea of how far off law
Yeah, that doesn't
enforcement have
surprise me.
barricaded that access into the school as they are still trying to. More victims who may also need an airlift as well.
And we've seen the scene at the football stadium just next door to the school, where students and faculty have been evacuated and
Dawn on me,
brought
it could
to
happen
sort of be
anywhere.
in a holding area.
But it happens more
while
here.
this situation played out. You can still see literally hundreds of students who were still there on the scene. This is a school that has about 1,900 students. So it's a fairly large school. And you can only imagine the kind of
Relative
of
schools in
stress
San Antonio have
that
2, 3 to
everyone there is
4,000.
under right now, as we await more information on
It
exactly
is a larger
how many
school.
people have been injured and to what degree. Also, who is this suspect? Is this someone who was known to the school? Is this
Right.
someone who was a student at the school or a former student at the school? We don't know any of that information right now, other than the fact that there is one person in custody, and that's according to the Barrow County Sheriff.
Now, I was looking around on social media just to get a better sense of what people who are familiar with this situation are seeing, as far as people who have students there, who have kids there. And it seems that they're just very worried. A lot of posts from parents who are very concerned, saying we haven't been able to get to our kids yet. We haven't been able to get near the school yet. Just a lot of confusion in those first early moments when
That's for
there wasn't a lot
everybody's
confirmed.
safety.
But so
There could be an
far, we
active
have been
shooter
able
on
to
the roof.
confirm. We do know that there has been a shooting at this school. There are
We don't
multiple
know.
victims, and it is still an active enough situation that it does not appear that parents are being let onto the campus right now. So we have multiple reporters either there or headed to the scene. You've heard from Adam Murphy. You have heard from Chelsea Beinpour via us. We've showed you what
Until
she
the
is
school
dealing
and the
with as she makes
property
her
has
way
been
to the
swept,
school.
there
She's
could
about
be
a
a
mile away
second
from the school
shooter
where she was able to
hiding.
park and try to get close enough to
And
give us
if
a
you
report.
start
She wants to give us
letting
an eye
people
view of
in
what's
and
going on,
out,
because as you can see, the
um,
campus is quite large.
they could be
So as
harmed.
parents are showing up to find their children
Are
during
we
this
sure of that?
horrific
I have not
incident,
heard that
they don't really
report
know
yet.
where to go. We saw a long line of cars just stopped
Thank you,
and waiting.
Katina.
At that point, law enforcement had barricaded the area off and appeared to only be letting other law enforcement vehicles in.
Possible.
And all the other cars
Unconfirmed
were forced
or
to stop and
confirmed?
stay
I
there
need to
and
know.
just hope that their kids are not one of these victims.
A lot of those parents that you mentioned, Lana, have walked past our Adam Murphy, who is on the scene, on the ground, just in front of the main
Thank you very
entrance,
much.
the main entryway to the school. Adam, I wonder if you've been able to gather any more information.
Well, there's another ambulance just now arriving, pulling over on the left side. Parents, you may see over here in the open grass area, the front grass in front of the school, there are a lot of parents that have been told to make their way back towards the football stadium. As we've reported, that seems to be where students were taken as they were removed from the school when the active shooting incident was first reported. We have hundreds of law enforcement vehicles here. I also, last live shot that we did, an update we did for you, we were live showing one of the chopper medic units that was flying in. This is the second time we've seen a medic unit from a chopper that has come to the school. It's actually grounded right over there in a grassy area in front of the school near the American and state flag, the flagpole there. We
Thank
have
you
not
so
seen
much, Cindy.
anyone
Appreciate
bring
you.
any potential patients out yet and load them into the chopper, the medic unit. But we're keeping our eyes on that as well. We did have a state patrol trooper come through here and say, if you're just arriving, meet at the football stadium. So I presume that information was directed towards any parents that may be arriving to check on their children. That's happening at this hour as well. But a very involved, chaotic scene. Several law enforcement agencies are here. We talked about State Patrol,
all
City
levels
of Monroe,
of law
Barrow
enforcement.
County, Gwinnett County, GBI, all of them here. Every one of them is here conducting their investigation into what occurred here at this school earlier this morning. Again, what I can tell you is I have seen at least 6 ambulances arrive since I've been here in the last 30 minutes. And I've seen 3 or 4 of them leave the scene in a hurry with their lights and sirens on, presumably going to a local or area hospital. It would indicate that there could be multiple injuries here.
All right, and that's Adam Murphy reporting.
Any student or parent or faculty member to have to encounter, and we don't know at this point the magnitude of this situation.
At the time of this,
here is another Jackson County Emergency Services ambulance, does not have its lights and sirens on, but headed into the front area of the school. They've just been coming and going and coming and going.
To 11 Live,
as soon as we can gather more information,
because they seem to be a little more.
it will be
on the ball.
released when available.
Oh, they're done.
Of
Oh, okay.
police officers jump into cars and take off at a pretty high rate of speed off the school grounds.
Okay, we're going to stick with this. It's live and consistent.
You've
Okay.
seen Georgia Bureau of Investigation officers there on the scene. GBI issuing a statement saying the GBI has responded to a shooting at
Yeah, no
Apalachee High
surprise,
School in
Jonathan.
Barrow County. We have agents on site assisting local, state, and federal law enforcement with the ongoing investigation. One suspect is in custody.
If you're just
We
joining
urge
us, just to
anyone
reset
near the
here.
area to stay clear while authorities investigate. And to the point that Adam was making about the magnitude and the fact that we don't know, sad reality that I have covered. I'm sure you have as well.
Yeah.
Many of these types of situations, these shootings that take place in public spaces like schools, and
We're just gonna
very
stay here.
often the initial reports that come out end up not being the full truth.
Right.
And so as these details come out, and as you may find information on social media, just know that it's going to take some time to sort out the facts. We're going to do that here. We're not going to.
Okay,
report any
Jonathan, all the
rumors
reports state
or,
that the
anything else until we've been able to confirm
shooter
it
has
with our
been
trusted
contained in
sources.
custody.
And so it's going
Whether
to take a
that's
little while, though,
alive
as
or
Adam
not
said, to learn the magnitude
remains.
of exactly.
I'm not
what
going to
has
worry
gone
about
down
this
there,
live
how
right
many
now
people
about
have been
verbiage. I'm not
impacted
worried about
and involved
monetization.
and
I'm not going to
injured
do
and
that.
wounded.
I will
we
take
can
the
report,
money
though,
that
because
was
this is the
donated
statement we're getting,
earlier
that one person is in
and
custody.
by
And we
something
can also
for our
report that
local
there are multiple
PD and
victims. Just in
appreciation
the
for
sense
what they
that
do.
we were told that multiple people had been taken to area hospitals with gunshot wounds, and you watched along with us as with First Alert Chopper as someone was airlifted to Grady Memorial Hospital. So certainly a horrible situation here, and it may seem calm outside of the school right now, but we assure you this is a very active situation right now. People are still being urged to stay away from this scene. Certainly parents are headed there as we speak, hoping that their children are not one of these victims. Of course, it may take some time to identify whoever is arriving to the hospital. Of course, the parents are finding
That's
out
what I heard
along
too.
with us.
Agreed.
We are
Thank
live on
you,
air
Ronnie.
watching this happen with you. It's a terrible situation. We're trying to be as clear and concise and truthful as we can. That's why we're trying to stay with the facts, as Rick said, because there are a lot of things.
I think they're waiting for confirmation.
Right now. Not always the best to believe that. So again, we
I'm
want to
gonna
tell you
err
we are
on the
giving
side
you a
of
live
caution.
look in Barrow County. This is Apalachee High School, where there is a heavy
It
police
is reported
presence after some
that we
sort of a
have
shooting.
2
We cannot
deceased,
tell you
4
how
injured, but I have no
bad
live
the shooting is
confirmation.
just yet, how many victims there is just yet. But we are saying on top of that, we are actively monitoring for updates as this show goes on. We can tell you that FBI Atlanta is on scene, GBI is on scene. Our governor has weighed in on this. He said resources are all headed over to this scene. We have students still evacuated there at the stadium. We have First Alert Chopper still giving us shots overhead so you can see what's going on. And we have Adam Murphy there on scene. We have Chelsea Beimfor, who's just arriving. She'll be gathering information. She'll be giving us a live report from a different vantage point. Hopefully give us some new information about what she's saying. And it seems as if all the students are there kind of at the front, or we're watching someone on a stretcher being carried out. Gosh, this is just so heartbreaking. You hope for there to be minimal impacts to life here, and to see someone carried away on a stretcher from a school is just, it's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. That person being loaded into an ambulance. We've gotten reports that gunshot wound victims have been taken to local hospitals. Piedmont Regional Hospital in Athens, we believe, is the hospital that's receiving these patients. There are other hospitals as well that may be receiving patients. We have seen a steady stream now of parents who had driven to the school, who have gotten out of their vehicles, parked their cars along the highway, and have walked towards the building to try to connect with their children.
Right.
And all of those students and faculty members have been taken to that football field area where now we are seeing one person taken away on a gurney, moved away from that location and put into the back of an ambulance. That looked like an empty gurney there, thankfully. But again, Governor Kemp asking everyone to pray for the community at Apalachee High School. And I think the entire state of Georgia is doing that right now as we await to learn exactly what has gone down.
Ronnie, can you send me a link to
the
the
school this
11
morning,
Alive News
where
in
one
Atlanta?
person
Because every
is
time
now
I
in
pull up
custody,
any of their lives, it ain't full.
going
It's
to
not
be
a live
accused of committing a horrible
Very
act
sad.
with a firearm. Yet again,
I'm looking for the
school
live
shooting,
link
that
to the 11
unfortunately we have seen
News.
play out around the country. And this morning, it happened right here in Metro Atlanta.
Okay, got it.
We
Never
have to
mind.
remember, these are children. These are, gosh, some of them just got out of middle school. These are 9th to 12th graders.
Officials, as they're all in the loop, Governor Brian Kemp saying that he has also dispatched an endless amount of resources here to this area, as they have also enlisted the help of the FBI here, as one suspect has been taken into custody. The latest information coming out, confirmed by NBC News, that 2 people are dead and 4 people have been injured. We know Grady Hospital here in Atlanta, a level 1 trauma center that takes the most serious of patients, has received at least 1 victim here in this case.
This is a school of 1,900 students, and we just keep going back to just how widespread this impact is for every single person inside that school and every person who knows them. But all of us here watching this together, these are the moments we go through as a community together and change as a community forever as a result. You said it a few minutes ago, Aisha, and I just, felt that kind of, pit in your stomach when you said there are 2 families tonight that will not see their loved ones.
I was just about to say, Cheryl, my stomach is in knots. I mean, this situation just sort of just rips your heart out to know it, when you send your kids to school, this is just not what you expect. And imagine the parents that can't get to their kids right now. The mom or dad who's traveling, they're not in town. The kids with the grandparents. You just don't know. When we see a school of 1,900 kids, how many kids are on that football field?
Right.
Can you think of all the different stories that are playing out for each of their families? What's the scenario? What about the kid who doesn't have anyone to call? You know what I mean? There are so many stories within this story.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some conversations online about spouses of teachers inside the school trying to reach loved ones who work in the school, whether they work in the cafeteria or in the classroom, whatever those positions. That's an entire school family and anyone connected to it trying to get that information. more and more information coming out. Again, that one suspect in custody, we're waiting to hear if there might be more to that, if there is an attempt to find anyone else. We did see a while ago officers with some urgency getting into cars and speeding off from the school. It looked like, you know, maybe they had gotten some information and were headed that way. That's information that we've not been able to confirm, or that police are not willing to talk about now. But we have heard from so many different entities, whether it be the FBI, the Speaker of the House, the Governor Kemp, all talking about this coordinated investigative effort at this point, from the FBI down to local police in Winder, as this investigation moves forward. Meanwhile, confirmation from Grady Hospital, a level 1 trauma center in Atlanta, that it does have one gunshot wound that they are actively treating right now. Again, NBC confirming 4 injured in this shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County in Winder, and 2 people have died.
Just kind of setting the scene for you here as we see just this real focus here on the football field area. This is a safe haven right now. This is where those students are safe. But in the last 5 minutes, we just saw someone taken out on a stretcher. Even if you perceive the threat to be over, we have 1 suspect in custody. Think about what these are children, what they just experienced, what they just saw. This is a life-altering experience to hear the sound of gunshots in your school, you know, a part of your school day. That call came in at 10:23 this morning, probably right before the first lunch period there. High school students eat a little bit earlier. And so they're just going on about their day. And all of a sudden, this level of chaos and tragedy enters your life in the most unexpected, life-altering fashion. This is a story that we will be talking about for days and weeks to come as we get more information about exactly what happened here. Who is this one suspect? Who are the victims? Who are their families? And even the people that will, you know, continue to battle their injuries for the duration of this period here. So this has just been such a tough situation for us to walk through with you here live, you know, as we navigate this. And so the good news here is that there is also a level 1 trauma center there in Gainesville, but Savannah Levens, and shout out to our team who some of them are not even on the clock, and they're just trying to help us get all this information. So we know Grady and then Northeast Georgia Medical Center, both level 1 trauma centers. Those are going to be your closest to this scene, but still, they're both about an hour away from this school.
Which explains why a medical helicopter is critical in a situation like this. And we saw that in real time. We saw someone on a stretcher being put into the helicopter. We saw that helicopter taking off from that center flagpole at the high school. And that is the fastest way to get them to the best care. But the best care is an hour from the high school, which is why the helicopter gets them there fastest, so that they can get the best care as quickly as they possibly can. Again, that being one of the 4 injured we can confirm in this shooting at Apalachee High School.
Yeah, we see the students here still on the football field area. This is going to be a mass effort is the best way that I can sort of categorize it, given the scenario of how many students we have here at this school, just the effort to get them to their families, the traffic situation that's outside of the school as all of those cars are lined up. So this is going to be unfolding for quite some time here. And that's why we are sticking here with you, because as soon as that information comes in, we'll get it to you. So Savannah Levens is looking at sort of the proximity of where these hospitals and level 1 trauma centers are. As we now know, 2 people are dead and 4 are injured.
So from the high school to Northeast Georgia Medical Center is about 31 miles, 45 miles to Grady Memorial. So kind of similar in proximity. Grady Memorial certainly known around the region for its level 1 care, but 2 level 1 hospitals within similar proximity proximity to the high school. Again, we know 4 injured, and we've just had the confirmation of 1 at Grady. So we don't know for certain where those other 3 injured have been taken, if all 3 are indeed in the hospital as we speak.
And still waiting to know the extent of those injuries.
Right.
The Sheriff's Department released that information from Barrow County saying, we don't know how many people or the extent of the injuries. The confirmation of the numbers, that's coming from NBC News of the 2 dead and the 4 injured. So the Sheriff's Department still hasn't sent out any further information about what's the extent of all of this. But again, we can report 1 suspect is in custody here.
At this point, the only confirmation we have gotten from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office was that initial release. And if you're just joining it, let me read it with you again. This is the one piece of confirmed information that is coming directly from the Sheriff's Office. Reading approximately 10:23 a.m., officers from multiple law enforcement agencies and fire personnel dispatched to the high school in reference to a reported active shooting. At the time of the release, the suspect is in custody. Casualties, plural, have been reported. However, details on the number and their conditions not available. Since then, NBC News has reported 4 injured and 2 people have died. The Sheriff's Office saying it's an ongoing situation. Updates will be released. And again, we've heard from the governor and the FBI that federal law enforcement on scene here helping with the massive response that we see here live from our helicopter and our ground crew, Molly Oak, all live on the scene. This is that on-ground perspective. You just see the massive number of cars, all the students, all the faculty and staff that are there at the school, fire trucks
guys,
and
that was my
ambulances
father.
in the
Never
distance.
ignore those
These
phone
are the
calls.
scenes that make your heart sink
Yeah.
when you see, and it's playing out in real time here in our community.
So now we're sort of switching to our ground shot from our crews that we have there.
Well, I'm
This
glad they're
is that
allowing the
line of
children
parents that are
to
outside the school.
reconnect
We're
with their
trying to
families.
wait to see if we can get our
That's always
helicopter
a
shot
good
back.
sign.
They've been out there for more than an hour, so they're going to regroup and we're going to try to come back to that. And so we're just kind of walking you through this scenario as we still see multiple emergency medical vehicles there on the scene. And that is because even as
didn't even
this
get my
is all
contacts in this morning.
unfolding, within the last 10 minutes, we saw someone being taken away on a chopper, presumably not connected to the shooting because that was all secure. This was in the football field area, which was in the safety zone per se, right? And that person was taken away. You have to think there is stress out there. There is anxiety out there. There is so much fear that is pumping through these students as they wait to be reunited with their families. This is some video that we're running back that we got from the chopper, just showing where the students were taken to safety there in the football field area.
That's a really important shot and good perspective because one, you see just how many students we're talking about. A school of 1,900, filling the bleachers there, filling the football stadium area. That shot right there is sort of what's become sort of the command center. We saw that mobile command unit that was there, and also that's where the medical helicopter we've been talking about. This was about 11:20 this morning, where this life flight helicopter was taking off. We saw one person on a stretcher being carried into that helicopter, and we watched together live as it made its way to a hospital. Again, we can confirm 1 of the 4 injured. NBC reporting that there are 4 injured. 1 of the 4, Grady Hospital, has confirmed they have a gunshot wound there and are treating that person. We don't know the ages. I think that's also very important here.
Yes.
We don't know the ages of the people involved. Again, NBC reporting 4 injured, 2 people have died, but we don't know the ages of any of the people involved. We know there are about 1,900 students, and we know it was a full day with entire staff in the school as well. So we are waiting to hear about that as well as you get that overview of what's been happening now for more than 2 hours at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia.
Our 11 Alive's Molly Oak has been working on the ground here, trying to give us more information. Liza Luke is handing me information situation from the side. And so even the White House press office has sent out this release saying President Biden has been briefed by his Homeland Security advisor, Liz Sherwood Randall, on the tragic shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. And his administration will continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials as we receive more information. Producers, can you tell us if Molly has those interviews? Are those ready? Molly Oak is on the ground talking to people out there as mostly parents are responding, trying to reconnect and reunite with their children. President Joe Biden just releasing information saying that he has been briefed on the situation along with Governor Brian Kemp. Also saying that he has indeed sent out even federal authorities here to join in on this investigation here.
And the entire community sending our strength and support as this is all playing out as we watch it together in real time. Molly Oak is live on the ground talking to people impacted there. Molly, I understand you've talked to some loved ones of the students there as they're waiting to reunite and learn more about what's happened inside the school during the shooting.
Yeah, Cheryl and Aisha, I'm going to stay off camera just so you can get this view of all of the law enforcement that's still here. You know, earlier when I spoke with you all, I told you the only thing that may rival the amount of law enforcement on scene is the amount of loved ones. That's who we've been talking to. I talked with one man who said he couldn't even believe it was real when he got the text from his son. And I just spoke with the grandmother. Here is what she told me.
I feel really sorry for the kids that they've had to experience this, and the parents who got those phone calls that it was their child. He was with the principal, and the principal told him, run to the band room, don't look back, just keep running. So that's all I know.
I'm so happy he's okay. And you said your daughter is with him now?
Yes, his mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's horrible, y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys could see it because she had sunglasses on, but from standing just about a foot away from her, I could watch her as she was choking back tears the entire time she was speaking with me. I mean, she talked about also getting the call from her grandson's mother when she was at work saying, there's a shooting at the high school, you need to go now. And she said she immediately just got up, told the front desk, I'm out of here, and then drove here as fast as she physically could. Now, happy to say that her grandson is okay. He's a senior here at the high school. He is with his mom now, she says, but you heard her just harrowing account of what he experienced inside the school. And I'm going to join her in just of our thoughts and prayers for all the kids, students, staff, faculty, and staff that are inside that school, all the loved ones that are out here. It's hard to even talk to people right now, guys. I was shaking listening to her story. I've been shaking listening to other people's stories of when they got those texts or phone calls. So our hearts go out to all of them as this investigation continues. Back to you all.
So Molly, tell us about these cars that are lining the street. Are they able to maneuver, or does it appear that everyone has sort of just gotten out of the cars because they're kind of stuck there as they try to make their way to their kids?
This place is on the strictest form of lockdown that I have seen in a long time, guys. I mean, when you park your car, you are parking your car and getting out. And that's what a lot of these parents that I talked with as they're making their way through, they're just trying to get as close as physically possible to the school. So whether that means they are parking and just going. There was one guy who found a scooter. He grabbed that and started going. We've seen people getting on golf carts, just trying to get as close as physically possible to those kids that one parent told me earlier have been moved to the football field. The only cars that we are seeing coming in and out is law enforcement or ambulances, and then of course the helicopters in the sky moving above. But that's all, the only movement that we really see here is whether people are on foot walking to and from the school, or you see sheriffs, you see law enforcement, you see ambulances. There's a golf cart that I was just mentioning. So people are definitely getting creative and trying to get as close as physically possible just to get their hands on their kids and feel that they are okay. Because I know it's a different thing for a parent to hear that a kid is okay than to physically be able to see and feel your kid and know that they are okay after something like this. So that's what these parents are trying to do. They are just trying to lay some eyes and hands on their kids to know that everyone is okay. As we see another ambulance cruise on by out here. Again, remember the GBI confirming to us that this is not just a local investigation at this point. This is local, state, and federal. And that's why you're seeing this mass amount of response here at the high school today, guys.
Yeah, Molly, I have to say, when you see an ambulance go by with lights on, it gives you pause.
Yeah, for sure.
Again, from NBC, we're reporting of 4 injured and 2 have died. But Aisha brought up a good point. Just the trauma
Sorry, guys,
of the experience is something
second time putting
that may be
context
affecting
in.
kids. So
Yeah.
certainly,
Eyes
I know you're talking to
irritated now.
people on the ground. Let us know if you hear any more information about, that ongoing response to help students and staff there on the ground, and this visual of parents just walking down the street. They're just leaving their cars, walking down the street. Molly, you're exactly right. It's one thing to hear that your loved one's okay. It's another to see them. And as people know, there are injured and 2 who have passed away. There are people who are scared and are not going to feel okay until they see someone standing in front of them.
And so again, we know Grady Memorial Level 1 Trauma Center in Atlanta, about an hour away from the school, they've reported receiving one of those victims. Let's get to 11 Alive's Erica Murphy there live from Grady Hospital, telling us what she is seeing there. Erica, what can you tell us?
Well, we know that we have had some shots fired at Apalachee High School in Winder this morning, and we know that several people were shot. And what we also know today is that Grady Memorial officials are confirming that at least one of the victims from that high school shooting has been brought here to Grady Memorial by medevac. Now, the suspect is in custody. We are learning that according to the sheriff's office in Barrow County. The details about exactly what happened here are still rolling in, but we do know that both the FBI are on the scene, GBI is on the scene, and Governor Kemp is sending all resources to help out with this situation. Now, we are continuing to check in with authorities so we can learn more about exactly how many victims there are, how many fatalities, how many injured. Of course, once we get those details, we will share them with you. Reporting from Grady Memorial Hospital, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
Erica, thank you so much. We want to share a new information that we've just gotten from the mayor of Atlanta, Andre Dickens, who writes, I'm reading here with you as I'm going to read this together. Let me just find it here on the screen. My prayers are with the high school students, staff, and families affected by the senseless act of violence in Winder, Georgia. I have been in contact with the chief and the Atlanta Police Department. They've been working with the Atlanta Public Schools Police Department to bolster patrols around our schools for the rest of the day out of abundance of caution. APD has also been on standby in case law enforcement agencies need assistance with this incident. May God comfort the victims and their loved ones in the difficult days ahead. Again, that's coming just moments ago from Mayor Andre Dickens and the city of Atlanta.
And although we know that one suspect is in custody, it's interesting to hear that the mayor's initial response was to talk to APD and sort of bolster patrols around the schools here. Because what happens is the information spreads, right? And you don't want that fear and anxiety going throughout the district, throughout Metro Atlanta to these students as they know something has happened somewhere else. So just giving that sense of peace and calm to the students as they go about the rest of their school day. It's sort of hard to know that something like this has happened to your peers, whether you know them or not. You know what I mean? It just sort of gives that feeling of, if we see a heavier police presence around, we know that, you know, people are aware and people are efforting to keep us safe. Think about it. You're a child. Even though we're talking about a high school,
I'm sorry, guys.
Kids have encountered one of the biggest tragedies they will probably ever encounter in their lifetime. We don't know what they heard, what they saw during this incident. The grandmother that Molly spoke to said her grandson, a senior there at Apalachee High School, was with the principal who said, run, don't turn back, run to the band room.
All of
Can
y'all
you imagine just what's going to be going through his mind, you know, for months and years to come, just of this moment here? Think about all of the students there that we see years later from school shootings that happened so many years ago. They may have been in elementary school. It is burned in their minds what happened that day.
I'm still in touch with a number of parents and students who are at Columbine High School. And this was a defining moment in their lives. And I think it's important for the community to come together in a lot of ways in a moment like this and to show our support for people impacted and our understanding that this will be a moment that has great repercussions for everybody inside the school and beyond. Because of just the anxiety and how it gives you pause for what students and staff face every day as they go into school, just to learn, and parents.
Oh my gosh.
I know that these are thoughts that you think about, and you know that the protocols are in place, and you know what can happen, but you still don't expect that phone call or text to come through. And it came through today for every parent of a student at Apalachee High School, 1,900 students at this school.
And I can't help but think, Cheryl, we are just a few weeks into the new school year, you know? And so this is going to be something that they have to live with and navigate throughout the rest of this school year. And we just see this huge response of these family members and loved ones to just imagine there are still some parents that haven't been able to reach their child or to see them physically to know that they are okay. And when you roll up and just, like Molly said, the only thing that's equal to the amount of law enforcement and emergency personnel is the amount of cars of parents lined up trying to get to their child. And so there are some heavy pounding hearts right now. Even we are up here bringing this story. I'm keeping you guys updated on social media. We're keeping you updated on air. We are all experiencing this together, getting this information from Winder, Georgia. As it comes in, it is 12:50 right now. That call came in from Apalachee High School at 10:23 this morning. So we are well over 2 hours into this incident. And just in the last 30 minutes, we saw another stretcher being taken away from someone dealing with a medical emergency after this school was secure, because that one suspect is in custody. So even with that knowledge, there is still fear pumping through these students and these faculty members who just witnessed this.
And the waiting now for 2 hours to leave the school grounds, to get information, to be reunited, for whether you're a student or maybe a loved one or spouse, or you have a parent who teaches at the school. Thinking about the entire staff today. And again, we want to reiterate, while NBC is reporting 4 injured and 2 dead, we don't know the ages of anybody involved. We know 1 gunshot patient was taken to Grady, a level 1 trauma center. No information yet on where the other 3 injured, according to NBC, are waiting to hear more from the sheriff's department. It stood out to Aisha and I both initially when.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why that button's not working. Okay, I was asking Brandy to please, if she feels up to coming on, she may join me. I'm just saying, I'm sorry, Brandy. I'm praying for the coach's family. I'm praying that he is still with us. Mandy, that lens might be back to front if it keeps irritating her eye. Yeah, I will take it out in a minute. Thank you so much. But right now we have 2 dead, 4 injured. One of those victims is the coach. I was saying that thank you to all our teachers who put themselves in the line of fire. I don't think it's the lens. It feels almost, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, I imagine. Okay. Brandy, just keep us posted. I'm going to feel for those who are just joining, for y'all who don't know, I am a chaplain.
Out there,
I'm going
right?
to take
So
a
we know
moment to pray again. Father God, we thank you. We thank you for the teachers that have put themselves in the line of fire to protect the students. Lord, we ask right now that if this coach is still with us, that you miraculously touch them. We ask that you bring peace to those who know the victims. Bring peace to Brandy's heart, Brandy's friend, and the family, Lord, of the coach that has been injured. And Lord, we thank you for all the first responders. We thank you for the nation that is praying. We ask that you just bring joy to those who are reuniting with their children right now. We thank you. It's not worse than it possibly could have been. Lord God, we ask that you be with the families that are affected, those who've lost loved ones, Lord. We ask that you just bring a sense of comfort to them beyond their imagination that only you can bring. We ask that you continue to be with all those involved. You keep everybody safe. And Lord, we thank you for your love and your mercy and your grace that is renewed every day. In your name, amen. Okay, let's get back to the
source of potential information for investigators who are now trying to piece together what happened and why, and if perhaps just that one person, that one suspect in custody was.
Thank you
If there
for
are
popping
others
in,
they need to
Brandy.
be talking to. So that's a key piece of information in a couple of ways. One, that suspect is in custody and they're not looking for that person. And also that person being a source of information to piece together what happened inside Apalachee High School this morning at 10:23.
Just got a good question from someone who's joining me on my Instagram live saying, are they looking for anyone else there? Besides the one person that they have in custody, they have not told us that. Cheryl, check your phone. We just got a text message from Liza Lucas. We are hearing from the superintendent, Richard Woods, on the shooting here. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and get that one up.
Yep, I've got it right here, Aisha. It says, I am devastated.
The state superintendent.
This is, yes, State Superintendent Richard Woods on the shooting at Apalachee High School. I'm going to just read this live with you together here on the air. I'm devastated by the news of the tragic shooting at Apalachee High School today. My heart and prayers are with the families and loved ones of those affected and the entire Barrow County community. This is an unimaginable loss for Barrow and for our entire educational community across the state. The Georgia Department of Education is actively monitoring the situation in Barrow County and will continue to respond as additional information is available. Our school safety team is in contact with the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency and with Barrow
I'm trying
County
to
Schools.
adjust it. I
And our
apologize.
entire agency
Is that better,
stands
guys?
ready to assist in any way possible. I ask that all Georgians keep the community of Apalachee High School and first and foremost, the families of those lost in your thoughts. I know we will come together as a state to support the Barrow County community as they face this tragic loss. Again, that is from the State Superintendent, Richard Woods, just a moment ago about the shooting at Apalachee High School.
Is this better, guys?
And
I
we are still
apologize.
awaiting
It is
for
hard
new
sometimes with
information to
these
come in.
live
Again,
feeds to
just
get
received
the
a very good
volume
question.
when you're deaf.
Are they looking for anyone else besides the
Is
one
this better?
suspect that is in custody? We have not heard any confirmation that they are. We've only been told that the one suspect is in custody. 2 people are dead, and additionally that 4 people have been injured here. So this is a very fluid situation, even more than 2 hours in, as we continue to get information on this story as it is developing. Those families
It looks like parents
showing up
and
there to the
students
school,
are
trying
in the
to make
stands
contact
together.
with their students there. 1,900
Appears.
students attend this school. Now, we do want to say that this has gone all the way to the White House. We just got word that President Biden has been briefed on this situation. Governor Kemp has responded saying he is dispatching however many resources are necessary, including the FBI. FBI Atlanta confirming their involvement here in this investigation already, along with Atlanta Mayor Andre Diggins releasing a statement saying out of an abundance of caution, they have amped up security and police presence around APD, surrounding Atlanta public schools, giving them the sense of peace that they may be looking for, knowing that this has happened to, their peers there in Winder. So we're looking at video that we got earlier from our chopper, just showing all these students gathering there on the grounds. Just, you can't even imagine how hard it is, to get all of these students back to their loved ones, just as far as they, trying to get there. The streets are blocked off. So you gotta imagine how many cars are just responding here, trying to get their kids and just lay eyes on them for the first time after getting that text or phone call,
Aisha, another question that came in about were there school resource officers inside the school? And we don't know that for certain, but we can tell you that the Barrow County School District website shows at least 2 SROs are assigned to Apalachee High School. So we do know that they have SROs that are assigned to the school. I'm sure in the days and weeks ahead, we'll learn more about what support was inside the school when all of this happened at 10:23 this morning.
Yeah, we're just about 2.5 hours removed from that first call coming in there right at 10:23, Cheryl. And so when you put it into perspective, I think the number one goal right now, these are all great questions that we are getting in from
True,
viewers.
Mama Smith. I hope he didn't
these
see it.
things are going to take so much time, and that school has to be 100% secure. The investigation will be extremely extensive as they start to uncover and peel off the layers to this scenario.
Okay, so we do see some minor
with only the fact
injuries
that the school was
that
possibly
first
even
responders
locked
were
down.
responding to just a
So
second
from
ago.
11:15 to now almost 1 p.m., we've evolved from this possible lockdown at Apalachee to we see one medical helicopter leaving the scene. And now we understand from NBC News 2 are dead, 4 injured. So just look how the information continues to build here as all of this comes in. So as we get it, we are bringing it to you within seconds. We have reporters literally on the side handing us these press releases and information as it comes in. So while we do know the school resource officer aspect, that's a pretty standard practice around Metro Atlanta, right? But we just can't confirm if they had one or not at the time.
And we understand that as these events happen in our community, there is such a need and want for information, but just also understand that first and foremost, there is an investigation and police have to tread very carefully to protect the investigation that moves forward. So trying to balance the sharing of information, which is really critical to the people involved and the people impacted, and for the greater community who is feeling this and experiencing this right along with them, but also having to protect a certain level of information as well as they think about an investigation moving forward. Again, they have shared one person is in custody, and we're not certain if there are more that they are considering, but we know that one person will be a key for information moving forward.
According to Northeast Georgia Medical Center, their public information officer, one patient has been transported to their facility in Barrow, and one patient is en route to their facility in Gainesville. That Gainesville location is the level 1 trauma center. So we can now sort of
the more
put a
serious
place on the 4 injured. We have one at Grady. We have one patient at Barrow at their facility, and then one patient is en route to the facility in Gainesville, which is a level 1 trauma center. And now again, it's 4 injured, so we can surely account for the location of the 3. But still not knowing the extent of the injuries here. That information coming in from the Northeast Georgia Medical Center public information officer. That's new information there.
But is significant that they chose to send 2 of these patients to level 1 trauma centers, which are a great distance away. So that is a key piece of information, knowing that whatever they're dealing with, they felt the need to send them to the 2 level 1 trauma centers closest. But one is that Northeast Medical Center is still 30 miles from the high school. Grady is 40 miles from the high school. But again, if you're just joining us, we did see the medical helicopters on scene. They are the ones that would transport to those level 1 facilities so they can get the patients to the help as fast as possible.
And we do want to just let you guys know that this situation has gone all the way up to the White House, all the way up to the FBI.
Of course.
And so while we don't have any word on a suspect, it is important to know that we have one suspect in custody, but no details on who this person is, age, or anything of any of the people that have been injured here in this scenario. And so there are still so many questions out there, but we can say that the threat here appears to be over based on the body language. We see another mother there getting their child from the school. People have had to park those cars and just get out and walk. They're calling their kids, where can you meet me? Where can we go? We see a student there with his shirt over his face, not knowing what that young man has experienced, but glad to see him with a loved one there. I mean, this is just absolutely gut-wrenching and just so hard to know. I'm a mom. I'm gonna call them babies. What these babies have experienced and what they witnessed, just seeing your loved one for the first time. The grandmother that Molly spoke to, she was the grandma showing up. The son was already with the mom, but the whole village is showing up to show support to these kids and thinking about the ones who don't have anyone to come and get them
it's the reporter. I can't control that.
When I saw that young man, walking across the field.
My contacts have settled down. Thank you so much.
It's the first thing I thought of.
Thank you for the information.
We are bringing you this information as journalists, but we are bringing you this information as parents and members of this community. And I know everyone watching is feeling it today, and it does make an impact. And so we just want to acknowledge that this is difficult for the state and even people beyond the state watching and really thinking about those of you who know someone there and just feeling that for you together and thinking about these kids, these high school freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors who should be thinking about, you know, getting ready for a high school football game this weekend or taking a test. And you know, instead they're
we saw this couple walking
what
in.
happened inside their school and the loss of people that they know and care about, and people in the hospital right now who are getting help. And we hope we'll have full recoveries. And then just the greater impact of experiencing this, whether you're physically harmed or not, there is a toll that it takes on everybody involved. We continue to hear more and more from our lawmakers and our legislators and our state and federal leaders. It is worth reiterating that FBI is there on the scene. They are helping coordinate. Because as you see this picture right here, you're seeing law enforcement vehicles from, you know, a 50-mile radius. It's like all hands on deck. Everybody comes in this moment, and it is a coordinated effort to get all of that in motion in a way that is effective and protects the investigation and cares for the community moving forward. And unfortunately, a lot of those law enforcement protocols and procedures are in place because of school shootings that have happened in the years past, where maybe that wasn't the case and there was confusion in these times. And so those procedures put into place, unfortunately, you hope they never have to be used, but when they are, hopefully they are effective to make a terrible situation just a little less chaotic for everybody involved.
There was just such a eagerness and a hustle of these people as they respond here to this school. They've parked the car, they've gotten out, and they are trying to get to their children. But just think about it. There are two families here in this case that are not going to get the call from the loved one that they're waiting for. 2 people are dead here. 4 others are injured. We have accounted for the locations of at least 3 of the people who have been injured so far. 1 has been taken to Grady. 1 has been taken to Northeast Medical Center in Gainesville, the level 1 trauma center. Another one has been taken to the location in Barrow. And that sort of speaks to the level of injuries, especially for the 2 who have gone there actually to get to the level 1 trauma centers in Grady there and in Gainesville, both about an hour away from the school. We can say that we saw 2 medical helicopters that arrived there on the scene in response here to this situation. Producers, I want to see if you guys have our former law enforcement officer ready on Zoom. Is that ready? Can we confirm that? That's one area that we cannot speak to. We want to sort of get in the mind of law enforcement to say, what's sort of the response here? What are they doing? We have Thaddeus Johnson right now, who is a criminology professor at Georgia State University and a former law enforcement officer out of Memphis, Tennessee. Mr. Johnson, thank you so much for being with us. What can you sort of add to what we are seeing here as it relates to how law enforcement is trained to respond to these sort of incidents? All right, looks like we're still waiting to get Mr. Johnson fully connected. It looks like he's dialing in there. Producers are going to do a mic check with him to make sure that he can indeed hear us. Mr. Johnson, can you hear me?
Absolutely, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much. I was saying, just as you're watching this picture live with us and seeing the law enforcement response from your time as a law enforcement officer in Memphis and now being a criminology professor at GSU, what can you tell us about what we're seeing here with this response?
Yes, so with the response,
gosh, Sarah.
one thing when you have these types of situations, it can be chaotic. To the untrained eye, it can look like a whole lot of confusion is going on. But when you have these situations, when the officers first arrive on the scene, they're not there to look out for victims or to render first aid. The top priority is to go in, stop the threat, and prevent the further loss of life or injury as soon as possible. And you usually won't see like SWAT or specialized units unless they made it to the scene first, until after other officers generally already injured. You don't wait for a SWAT response. Once the threat is actually neutralized, that's when you start seeing police render aid. They may secure the scene and bring in EMS as well. One thing that's particularly funny about these situations, particularly when you're inside a school building, that can up the ante a little bit. And so generally you'll see students coming out with their hands up, and that's to show that they're not a threat. And that allows officers to also do a visual scan or frisk to see if they have any weapons, any injuries, or things of that nature. Because mind you, officers are not sure who's the culprit, who are victims once they get on scene, unless someone is engaged in shooting or has been pointed out. And so once the initial threat is neutralized, stuff is still going on. They're still investigating. You'll start seeing officers and police departments. Usually you'll see multiple agencies beyond fire and MMS. And so you'll see staging areas where they have those who were witnesses, those who were victims. They have them in a certain area. They have the media in a certain area, and they also present a secure perimeter around the crime scene.
Thank you, Crystal.
For lack of better
Micah,
terms,
thank you.
to keep citizens out and also not to
Can't believe it again.
the scene for the follow-up.
Welcome, Regina. Sorry it's under these
those are some of the
circumstances.
things that you tend to see in these scenarios.
It's just been such a tough time for law enforcement in our community. We've had 2 law enforcement officers to tragically die in the line of duty here in our area just over the last 2 weeks. We had one who was shot and is recovering. And so talk about the impact here for the law enforcement officers who are responding. I'm sure many of them mothers and fathers as well. I think it's totally different when you know you're responding and children are in harm's way.
Yeah, I think one thing that we should all be mindful of, that compared to the type of shootings that we have in general society, this is a very small subset, but you're so important that it hits the heart, right? It hits a little bit different. Again, it ups the ante. And so even as officers, officers see life and death situations all day. They see people at their worst. They see injuries. They deal with a lot. They carry a whole lot. And the job itself is inherently dangerous because of all the unknowns. We also know that most of our police officers don't receive the mental health care, the physical care, and emotional care that's needed for this type of job.
Yeah.
Usually when you have these scenarios, officers tend to debrief about the situation, but not necessarily about what they're experiencing. And so it's so important that officers control those emotions when they're approaching these scenes, because your emotions can't get the best of you. You have to be tactically sound. You have to prevent yourself from having auditory exclusion, visual, tunnel vision, because lives are at stake, and not only of the kids and the students and the staff and faculty, but also your fellow officers. You want to make sure that everyone gets out safely. So law enforcement can be a heavy job, and these types of situations are things that officers will carry them probably for the rest of their lives.
Mr. Thaddeus Johnson, thank you so much for joining us and just sort of allowing us to tap into the mind of law enforcement here in this scenario. We will check back in with you soon. Now let's get to a press conference happening now from authorities.
We're standing on the campus of Apalachee High School here at Barron County Schools. First and foremost, I want to lift up our community. I want to give our sympathies to our community, our school system, our kids, our parents that had to witness this today. Obviously, what you see behind us is an evil thing today. At about 9:30 this morning, we received the first call that there was an active shooter on this campus. We're not releasing any information as far as injuries, but we have multiple injuries. This is a very, very fluid investigation. It's very early. And I have asked the assistance of the GBI and the agencies here behind me today, and there are multiple agencies that responded this morning to help us and help the sheriff's office. We do have a suspect in custody, and we are asking for your patience as the media to please let us get the facts that we need to make sure we get this right. Again, I've asked the GBI to help us, the sheriff's office, to help us along with this. I know this is not what you want to hear, but I'm not going to answer questions after this is over with. But I wanted to give you the respect and our community respect to let them know what was going on initially. We're in the process of reunifying our students with their parents. Obviously, that's chaotic, but we want to be respectful of them and their privacy as well. I want to thank the state, the federal agencies, the local agencies that showed up today. As you can see, the multiple EMS and fire from other agencies that responded today. Again, I ask that you lift up Barrow County Schools, lift up Apalachee, lift up our agencies. This is going to take multiple days for us to get answers as to what happened and why this happened. But I wanted to give you a statement. It is our hope, in conjunction with these people behind us, that we can give you another statement around 4 o'clock, because I know you have to go back on the air. That is my hope. But I wanted to be fluid with you all, understanding that it's fluid as well, this investigation. I appreciate you being patient with us. Again, it's very active and is ever developing. Every minute is developing on what we're finding. So we're going to have releases from other schools. Again, we ask that you be patient with us. Please be patient with us. And hopefully I can give you more information or more better information as you will, if you will, this afternoon. Thank you all for coming out here. We'll be back shortly, okay?
Sheriff, it's been widely reported that people are dead. Is that true?
I'm not releasing any information. We have multiple injuries.
Can you say if the person in custody is an adult or a juvenile?
I'm not releasing any information. Guys, I'm not going to answer any more questions this time, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Jessica.
All right, there you have it. A press conference there from the Barrow County Sheriff giving us very limited information, just really stretching that this is a fluid situation and that this is very active and ongoing. He only reported that there were an active shooter call that came in around 9:30 this morning. Now, the banner that you see on your screen with the 2 dead and 4 injured, that is coming from NBC News. They will not even answer questions about the number of people, but he did confirm that there is 1 suspect in custody. At the end, you heard 11 Alive's Doug Richards go ahead and try to get that question to see if the person
hopefully answer more questions for you, okay? Or be in a position to give you more answers. We'll just have to see how things
We
go.
just realized this was happening. Tell us how many people, what you know about that.
We're not in any kind of position. The sheriff made his comments. We'll leave it at that. By 4 o'clock, we hope to have a better picture, a bigger, so you can better comprehend what's going on. Okay, we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The goal now is to get all of those children reunited there with their families, and they do hope to give us another update around 4 p.m. as more information comes in and they feel more comfortable putting that information out there.
Yeah, and you can understand why they really want to make sure that they get the right information out and really make sure, as he said, that the priority remains getting these parents reunited with their children, getting some of these schools that are on lockdown, including an elementary and middle school in the area, getting them really back where they need to be.
Please do not get their faces.
Well, we also want to mention that he did stress that this is still a fluid and active situation. You can still see in that area a large number of police officers, as he mentioned, from both the GBI, FBI, and a number of local agencies there, still looking for answers as to what happened. We do not know those details as to exactly what happened, why it happened, but we do know when it happened. It happened around 9:30 this morning. We heard that's when the first calls came into police about an active shooter.
Depends on what time zone.
Again, a lot of questions in terms of perhaps a motive behind this, or who was injured, or who this suspect is.
He said 10:30.
Again, we don't know if this was a student at the school. We don't know if it was an adult. All we know that suspect is now in custody.
And so right before we went to that press conference, we got an update there from the Winder Police Department. This is pretty important here. If you think about going to this area, you have a loved one in the community. They say that they're working this scene here with the presence there, of course, very heavy. We talk about the high school and the middle school, along with Winder Elementary. So all the schools within the county are currently on lockdown with the officers on hand to keep those scenes contained. They're going to communicate as soon as parents in the other schools can be paired with their children We know the students from Apalachee High School, they have been given the clear to reunite with their families, but you got to consider the entire district is on lockdown.
Ika,
We're not
is that how
even
you say your
close to
name?
school
Read the
release,
banner.
and so they're trying to figure out the best
I'm gonna mute
situation to
them
get the
for a
other
moment.
schools off lockdown
Basically,
and reuniting
from
with
what we
parents
know thus far,
because of the traffic
that
situation.
at about
All of these
10:30,
cars there. This says,
10:38-ish,
please stay
a
clear,
call
keep
came
all
in
the
to the
roadways
local police
open by not
department.
blocking
I gotta turn me
entrances
down.
and
Local police
roadways and
department
school
that there
lanes
was
with your
an active
cars.
shooter at
Everything
this
is contained at
school,
this time. They're working
and
with the staff to communicate
one
all the
person
next steps
was
for the release
confirmed
as soon as
life-flighted.
possible. Again, they
There
want you
are
to
2
stay
other people for
out of
sure
those
that were
emergency
ambulanced that have
lanes
been
and keep the
relocated
entrances
to
and
level
exits
1 trauma
clear
center
so that law enforcement
centers. There
can
are
come and
4
go
injured.
as this
So we have 2
investigation keeps
deceased
going.
and
So
4
all the other
injured
schools are
or
safe right
wounded
now.
at
Yeah,
this
and of
time.
course, you know, being a
We
parent as
have
well,
from
that's so
Brandy
hard when you
Churchwell,
hear
the
something has
13th
happened
juror,
at your child's
that
school or
they're
even in the
through
district.
somebody
Immediately,
that
you want to
she's
go, you want to be there.
knows,
But again, their
and a friend
concern
of
is
her
that if
son,
everyone shows
and
up
one
to
of
the
the
middle school,
coaches
the elementary
apparently
school, and of
is
course
one of
the
the
high school
victims.
all at once, that is
Condition
going to
is
impede what they're
unknown.
trying to do, which
All of
is
this
to make
happened
sure
this
they can
morning.
continue their investigation. So
It
again, if
is.
you are a parent, the key word.
Oh, my bad. Thank you very much. Once again, guys, I am deaf, and everything goes through my hearing aids. And so, with a fluid situation like this, my audio may not be as perfect. I appreciate it so much. I've turned the audio down. I'll turn it down even more, but I appreciate it. It shouldn't be. Let me just pause it. Once again, I've never covered live a fluid situation like this. I welcome people telling me if the audio is too loud or too soft, so appreciate it. I don't have a mod on with me right now to assist me with that. So thank you very much. Right now, what you're seeing here is the big white vehicle where my mouse is. Well, you can't see it. That is behind the red pickup truck, the white vehicle that says sheriff, that is the command center. And the red vehicle is the fire chief or fire captain vehicle. This is still a fluid scene. They have probably by now swept the school. They are now doing the investigative side to this. We will, of course, be bringing you more information as it comes. I am adding to this ticker down at the bottom of my screen as information comes available, so people hopping on can catch up.
Outpouring of support and love coming from everywhere. But just in case, let's go ahead and set up sort of the boundaries and where we are. A lot of people think Georgia, you automatically think Atlanta. No, this is happening about 45 minutes northeast of the city. And so producers have sort of put together a map for you so that we can give you perspective on where all of this is happening, even in regards to the trauma centers where 2 of those patients were taken. You see Apalachee High School there in Barrow, and then you see Atlanta. And so we're talking about at least a 45-minute to an hour drive away from the city where we are following this situation here as it relates to Northeast Georgia Medical Center and Grady. Unfortunately, both of those locations were about an hour in the opposite direction to get those injured people to those level 1 trauma centers. One person brought to Atlanta to Grady, another person stayed there in the county and went to that one in Gainesville, and then one other person was able to go to the smaller hospital in Barrow. We have not gotten word on where the 4th injured person has gone. Again, these numbers coming from NBC News, 2 dead and 4 injured there in the shooting.
And Aisha, we have a number of reporters, of course, there near the high school and at the hospital. We want to get right out now live to 11 Alive's Molly Oak. Molly, what can you tell us? What's the update?
Well, you know, Jonathan, when I was talking with Aisha and Cheryl earlier, we talked about how this isn't only affecting the people right here inside of the school, but really the entire community. And I want to speak to that as I step aside so you get a closer look. We are now right across the street from the school. You're seeing that law enforcement presence. But we talk about the community response. I talked with a woman. Now, her child does not go to this school, but her neighbor's child does. That neighbor calls her, says, I'm an hour away. There's been a shooting at my son's school. How quickly can you get there? That neighbor gets here as quickly as they can. They have to park their car ditch the car, walk 2.5 miles just to lay some eyes on her senior. Now that senior is okay, but he did tell her some information. He said that he was in the 10th grade hallway. That's where his classroom was when the shooting happened. He said he was in the classroom right across from the other classroom, and that classroom is where the shooting was happening. Now, when that woman came to try to pick him up, she said she was only able to talk with him for a little bit and see him to physically know that he is okay. But she says he actually has to stick here on the football field. We told you earlier that they moved those students onto the football field. Now she's telling me any students who saw or heard anything are now getting interviewed by the GBI, which could take hours. So she said she was heading out when we spoke with her. Again, just lots of hugs and compassion coming from the community, knowing that the kid was okay. But she said the mom's about 5 minutes away to come and just wait on him to be done. But again, GBI, we're being told, is interviewing students on the football field who may have heard or seen anything. Also talking to a parent and a grandmother just now who are actually trying to pick up their 8-year-old who goes to a school down the street. She says they are also on lockdown, so she's not even sure if she'll be able to get to her baby. But she says, again, that sentiment of not just hearing that your child is okay, but physically being able to see them, to touch them and hold them. That is really what the feeling of emotion is out here right now, Aisha and Jonathan. But again, we cannot express just the mass amount of law enforcement. And again, it's not just here in the county. GBI telling us earlier, it is local, state, federal. We are seeing police and sheriffs from all over. I mean, just across from me, I see Henry County Sheriff. I see City of Monroe Police, I see Walton County Fire Rescue. So this is a state investigation, GSP passing through as well as GBI continues this investigation. We did get that small update a little bit ago from that press conference, hoping to hear more from the sheriff's office here as well. But for now, we're going to toss it back to you. But again, just a lot of law enforcement and a lot of parents here on scene just wanting to give their kids a hug and know that they're okay.
Yeah, you can understand that. Molly Oak live for us. Thank you so much. One of the things that stood out that Molly said is that some of these students, we got to remember, they witnessed this. They were in the classroom. That student that Molly spoke to, or at least the guardian said that they heard the gunfire from the 10th grade hallway. Yeah. They could see people panicking. So for some of these students, they saw this, they heard this firsthand.
Just such a tragedy here. In a video a few minutes ago, Jonathan, we saw one of the students walking away, just sort of holding his face, T-shirt over his face as he was walking away with the loved one that he was finally reunited with. He just looked just beside himself, just kind of considering what they witnessed, what they heard, and just, you know, for years to come, just thinking about this day. 11 Live's Doug Richards standing by there on the ground. Doug, you were at that press conference there with the sheriff. I heard your question there at the end, trying to see if this suspect was a student or an adult. They're pretty tight-lipped, but understandably so here with just how evolving this situation is. But what can you tell us right now?
Truthfully, not a lot more than what you heard at the press conference, except to say that we're standing on the grounds of a high school that is obviously in a very unusual condition. There are hundreds of people on foot between here and the 1.5 miles or so we walked to get here, going back and forth. Folks who were coming on foot to investigate the status of their students in the school. One lady who said that she came here actually saw the student but was unable to leave the student, leave with the student because the GBI was poised to investigate that student, and so as a result was unable to leave. But at least had gotten the assurance that the child was okay. And there's a lot of that, it appears, going on here where adults are showing up, getting an assurance that their child was not among those harmed or among those folks who may be still in any kind of danger. And the indication is that the danger is past. Nonetheless,
Okay, we'll
obviously there are scores, if not hundreds, of law enforcement folks here who are making sure that that's the case, assisting in the ongoing investigation, and trying to wrap this thing up. They sounded pretty confident that there was going to be able to be a release of further information at 4 o'clock, which is
Karate Cat Mom,
2.5
thank you very
hours from now.
Now. You're good,
so they seem
love.
confident that a lot of the investigative
I can't catch everything.
details that they need to have, that they can release, will be wrapped up in that relatively short period of time. in law enforcement clocks. Not, some of us may be impatient, but obviously, as you said, they want to get it right, and they want to make sure that they don't want to have to backtrack on any information that is
Yes, please keep us
released initially.
updated on anything you hear, and we are
Just
praying for
because
you
it
and your
can turn
family
into a
and
bad look
community.
both in court as well as in the public sphere. So that's where we are now at the high school, where we are still
you for
seeing
writing
parents and
that
still
bomb.
seeing lots of law enforcement, and have had an assurance that the investigation is in a place
Yes, Ed.
where it's advancing as it should do. Back to you.
All right, Doug Richards there. Thank you so much. Looking forward to that press conference there at 4 o'clock if they're able to give us information. Let's sort of reset. I got 11 Alive's Jonathan Martin in with me now. Jennifer Bellamy standing by to tap out to go into our afternoon shift. You're looking at video from earlier from the 11 Alive Sky Tracker that was over the scene very early on here as law enforcement officers got 1,900 kids enrolled at Apalachee High School to safety out of the building there to the football field. That was the safety location as they worked to secure the perimeter and to secure the building, as you saw those crews responding there. What we know is this call came in around 9:30. That was the latest time that we got from the sheriff. Initially, we were told 10:23 that first call came in. Regardless, it was early in the day as students were even before the lunch hour. Calls of shots fired from Apalachee High School. They got to the scene and discovered the shooting had indeed taken place. Results that we got about 2.5 hours later here, Jonathan, was that 2 people were dead and 4 were injured. And that came from NBC News. But as we saw in that press conference, the sheriff was very slow to put a number to anything, including ages of that person who was in custody, any of that. So they're walking a real thin line with what they are releasing here.
Absolutely, saying that he is not giving any details right now on injuries, just calling the situation still fluid and the investigation early. But again, he reiterated, for anyone wondering, 1 suspect now in custody, and they do say that they have the situation contained. So again, this is some video you're looking at from earlier when the scene there was very much more active there at Apalachee High School. Really, the priority now, as we heard from law enforcement, is to make sure that parents, as many as they can be reunited with their students. You can understand that this is such a emergent, shocking situation for a lot of parents. They just want to be there, perhaps to just see their kids in person, hug them. But obviously, there's a concern with getting parents connected in terms of traffic. They have encouraged parents from the middle school and elementary school not to block the roadways. They're going to give more information soon on when those students from the other schools nearby that are on lockdown can be released. And again, as Aisha said, we are expecting another news conference around the 4 o'clock hour. Could be sooner, could come later, but that's when we expect the next update from police. But again, right now from NBC, they're reporting 2 people dead, 4 injured in the shooting. Again, we do not know the extent of the injuries. We do not know details on the suspect. If it was perhaps a student at the school, an adult, a juvenile, we just don't know. I'm joined now by 11 Alive evening anchor Jennifer Bellamy, who will be joining us as we continue our coverage. And Jennifer, this all unfolded today around 9:30. That's when those first calls came into police. Police responded around 10 or so and realized that this indeed was an active shooter and a really serious situation.
And really such a scary situation for these families as they started to get that messaging from those students there on campus, and also for family members of anyone who has a loved one who is a part of this Apalachee High School family, whether they're a teacher or working there on the staff in some other capacity. So this is the information, the call, the text messages that nobody ever wants to hear. But again, that is unfolding right now out of Barrow County. Right now, you are looking at images from our 11 Alive Sky Tracker that we have been getting for you throughout the morning as the situation has unfolded. And we're continuing to work all of our sources to get you more information. Again, we know from NBC News reporting right now, 2 dead, 4 injured in a shooting there at Apalachee High School in Barrow County.
And a large police presence, Jennifer, there, of course, as you might expect. We have seen agencies, including the GBI, members of the FBI, multiple local agencies, and some from Atlanta there in this county as a part of this investigation. And as we heard from law enforcement during the update just about 20 minutes ago, they are still very much in the early stages of figuring out what happened. One of the things they're doing right now is interviewing some of those students. As we heard from our Molly Oak, who was there, she spoke with a guardian of one of those students who said that he heard the gunfire in the 10th grade hallway. Some students perhaps witnessed this by hearing it or seeing it firsthand. So they're interviewing a lot of those students while other students have been reunited with their parents and are allowed to leave for the day.
And you talked about how early this is in this investigation, so early, in fact, that the sheriff did not want to give many details at this hour. And when he addressed the media about this situation, he did say that he hoped to come back at about 4 o'clock, so in just a couple hours from now.
Okay, Brandy, you are correct. There are reasons why they're not giving all of the information publicly. You know, I understand the need and people want instant information, but to protect the victims, to protect the staff, to protect everybody involved, they're going to hold some of it close to them. It's an investigation. It's a horrific scene. It's a fluid scene. It's a mass shooting scene. You can't get angry at them for not giving all the information because, number one, not all of the family may have been notified. 4 dead? What?
Injured. Again, that is coming from CNN, which is, of course, a greater number than what we had heard originally from NBC reporting. Just heartbreaking when you see that, knowing how many people, how many families affected by what happened there today.
I'm going to hold off on that number
was very,
until there's a more of
tight-lipped, very slow to really give any numbers. He knew that there was various reporting out there, and perhaps this is why, because they knew that this perhaps was much worse than anyone originally thought.
Yeah, and again, this is an unfolding situation. When you talk about people who are injured in a situation like this, you just don't know what injured means. It could mean something very minor, and it could be something extremely serious. And we are talking about at least one person we know being transported all the way out from Barrow County to Grady Memorial Hospital here in the city of Atlanta. When you hear about something like that, you know that it's very serious. For them to be transported such a distance for medical treatment and attention. And so again, we are hoping that these numbers do not continue to shift anymore with this new information. CNN reporting 4 dead, about 30 injured so far.
And you just think about how many people, how many families impacted by this, so many students there, some 1,900 students who attend this high school. If you're unfamiliar with this area, this is about, I believe, about 45 miles, 45 minutes or so outside of the Atlanta area, but still affecting so many people in that community and beyond. We know Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens has been informed. He has really reinforced security at some of Atlanta public schools, just because, again, when things like this happen, it really affects our whole community and beyond. We know Governor Brian Kemp has also pledged any resources, pushed all resources necessary to the area, and this even making it all the way to the White House with the president being briefed on what's happened as well.
And you talk about this situation and the ripple effect. We know that there will be a major impact to this community, but it does have a ripple for all of the students across Georgia and across the nation. You mentioned the president being briefed on the situation. It does have that ripple effect. And I'm sure there are other school districts across Metro Atlanta that are also increasing their security as the school day is coming closer to an end for so many other students across Metro Atlanta. Right now, these are images that you're seeing we took from our 11 Live Sky Tracker and the ground from earlier in the day. And we know that those students were taken out to safety to that football field.
But they
That's
are
what you were seeing
correct.
just a short
Injured
time
could
ago
be
on your
something
screens,
as
and we
much as
understand that that was a location
glass cut
that
on
was
the
deemed safe
arm
for those students. And again,
to
we understand
an actual
that
victim
they are
being shot.
working on reuniting
I'm not
parents and
surprised
guardians
that
with their
the
students at
decedent
this
count
point.
is going
But
up.
again, that is going
They
to be a
had to
lengthy and difficult process for them to
Let me just do this. They had 2 confirmed, immediately deceased. They had 2 that were taken to level 1 trauma centers. Those, and then 2 more at other hospitals. So, yeah. The, we need to understand that these numbers are going to fluctuate. I put them up as, not 100% confirmed, but if CNN is putting it up as confirmed, I will take their word for it. But understand it is very fluid right now and it can change up or down. Just saying. But right now, this is a very sad situation. And we are praying for all involved. And Brandy, we're praying for you and your friend and her son as well.
Take to make sure that these parents and students are reunited and that these students are able to make it home safely.
Yeah, and you know, I think when a lot of people were watching this unfold, you saw just the number of ambulances there on the grounds of the school. You saw some of the helicopters taking at least a couple people away by life flight, and you had the feeling that this may be worse than, again, we first thought. Again, CNN right now reporting 4 dead, approximately 30 injured. We don't know the extent of those injuries. But again, unfortunately, this is turning out to be a lot more serious of a situation than we thought. Right now, again, some of those schools are on lockdown. You can see our Molly Oak in this picture. She is there among our reporters, along with Doug Richards and others who are gathering information and talking to parents and students and law enforcement as much as we can at this point.
And unfortunately, we talk now about students having to practice for situations like this at school.
No, the shooter was taken pretty much.
You practiced for hurricanes and you practiced for tornadoes, but practicing for a mass shooting or an intruder on campus is something that is a reality for our students, unfortunately, nowadays. And this is actually unfolding for them. And this is something that will unfortunately change their lives for as long as they live. And this is something that we are unfortunately having to deal with. So many times we do hear about different incidents and situations happening on our school campuses. And fortunately, for the most part, some of them do not amount to what we are seeing happen today. But again, this newest information, this reporting from CNN now saying 4 dead, approximately 30 injured. Those numbers have increased from NBC's reporting earlier this afternoon that 2 were dead and 4 injured.
That's right. And just heartbreaking when you think about the number of people impacted by what's happened today. You're taking a live look near the area where you can see just a number of people now leaving the school, heartbroken, leaving the school without answers. Some of them not knowing if their friends, their loved ones, their classmates were impacted by this.
Yeah, we're going to go live now to our Molly Oak, who is out there on the ground. She's been out there for some time speaking with family members. And Molly, this is really just a difficult situation for anyone showing up there with their heart in their throat, wondering what is going on and why.
No sound.
First time that I checked in with you all, the only thing that rivals the amount of law enforcement here on scene is just the amount of loved ones that are trying to get there. I want to step aside so you can see a helicopter air evacuation life team, it looks like it says on the side, is lifting off here from the scene again as we work to figure out more details of all that's happening here. The GBI has told us that this is not only a local investigation, but also a federal and state investigation. I want to go back to what I was saying earlier, though, just the amount of parents we've seen. We've had people, neighbors, friends of family members tell us that they parked their car, had to walk 2 miles, 3 miles just to get to the school, just to try to lay some eyes on their loved ones, to know that they're okay. I mean, just off camera, I can't tell you the amount of hugs I've shared with people when they've told me that they found out that their child is okay, that their grandchild is okay, that their neighbor's child is okay. So when you talk about the impact that this type of event has on not only a school, but also just the community. We've seen neighbors stepping in because they may be 30 minutes closer than a parent to come and rush over here just to make sure that their friend's child is okay. And again, when we talk about the kids, they are on the football field right now. That's what parents are telling me, that the kids were moved over to the football field for safety and also just to be spoken to. One parent tells me that one of the kids, he was a senior, said he was in the 10th grade hallway, though that's where his classroom happened to be, said his classroom was across the hall from a classroom where the shooting happened. She says that while she was able to see him and talk with him for a little bit, make sure he was okay physically, she said mentally he's pretty shaken up, but she did say that he heard that gunfire. And she said now the GBI is interviewing students, so it may be a couple of hours before parents can physically take those students and then bring them home to safety, which is a different level of safety than being at a school where something like this just happened. It's to have that kid home with you and in your arms. That's a sentiment that we're hearing over.
Okay, guys. The coach is a fatality. we're going to do a moment of silence for all involved. Lord, we ask that you be with that family and all the students that are connected with this coach and all the victims. We ask that you wrap your loving arms of mercy around the coach's family, his friends, the students, Brandy, her friend's son, the whole community. There are no words to explain what's happening. But Lord, we know in the end you are in control. We just ask for your mercies. Just mercy. Amen. Anybody viewing this right now, I'm going to ask that you do not call the media. Don't contact anybody. Let the media, they already let all of that happen from their end. Please, from this channel, do not share this information. Do not get on the phone and start calling. This is not our place. All we can do is pray. If you pray, whatever you do, I got a hair on my face. Yes, I will, Robin. We need to help. Anything that comes in today as far as super chats, I will find a way it will be donated to their GoFundMe. So any and all super chats from today will go to the GoFundMe for these victims. That I can do. That I will do. Exactly. I am. Yes. Exactly. What? Exactly. So, like I've already got a super chat, so that's going to go to them. But anything anything we can do for the community. First of all, number one, we need to do is pray.
Over and over again, not just to hear.
If you pray. Now, I understand there's some people who don't pray. I understand there are people who have different beliefs. That's fine. But I pray, and that's how I handle this. That's how I do it. And I don't know why this
Going to middle school, high school, even as Cheryl pointed out sometimes earlier, even elementary and even preschool, you prepare for these types of drills. But you hope that you never have to live this out. You never have to be in these situations. And so for many of the students, we saw them living this out today, running from gunfire, hearing gunfire. And this is what we saw today at the school for these 1,900 students in the middle. Everyone described as a chaotic scene.
And this story having far-reaching effects beyond just this Barrow County community, beyond just Metro Atlanta, beyond the state of Georgia. We have heard that Joe Biden has breakdown on the situation, and we're hearing now from U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland. Let's listen to some of what he had to say.
But before we begin, I want to address the tragic shooting that occurred this morning at a high school in Winder, Georgia.
I can get shut down for that.
We are still gathering information, but the FBI and ATF are on the scene, working with state, local, and federal partners. I'm devastated for the families who have been affected by this terrible tragedy. The Justice Department stands ready to provide any resources or support that the Winder community needs in the days ahead.
And that was U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland offering some remarks following this deadly shooting at Apalachee High School. Again, this information coming from CNN at this hour that 4 people have been killed or 4 people are dead, and that about 30 have been injured as a result of whatever unfolded out here at Apalachee High School. We have heard from Grady Hospital earlier, at least, that one person was being treated there with a gunshot wound. But again, we have not received many details from the sheriff's office regarding exactly what happened and how.
Yeah, and if there is any positive news at this hour, it is that the suspect is now in custody, and police have said, and they have reiterated, that the situation is now contained. We do know still a number of schools in the area, including the elementary school and middle school, are on lockdown at last check. We are awaiting an update from police. They did say, at least the sheriff said, that they would be working to get those schools off lockdown and those parents allowed to come pick up their students. We are expecting another update, an official update from the sheriff around 4 o'clock this afternoon. But as of last check, there are still a number of schools on lockdown as they continue investigating and continue to have this large police presence around the high school there.
So as this investigation is in very early stages for law enforcement out there in Barrow County, we also know that a big undertaking underway right now is reuniting parents and students. And as Jonathan just mentioned, this isn't just at Apalachee High School. This is at other surrounding schools in Barrow County as well, also placed on lockdown. Parents working to get to those students as well at this hour. And so that is something that we are working to get more details on. As soon as we have more information, we'll of course continue to pass that information along to you. Any updates about this process that we learn, we will be sharing with you guys on air and online. You can also find more details always as we are continuing to follow this on our website, 11alive.com, and inside our 11 Alive News app, because this is an ongoing situation and we're continuing to get new information in moment by moment.
That's right. And we expect, again, more information to come shortly. You're looking right now at some video that we shot earlier, and you can really just see the large, incredible police presence that was there. As I mentioned earlier, we started to see more and more law enforcement, more and more medical staff, ambulances, even some medical helicopters showing up on the scene, giving us a sense of just how serious the situation was. And as we have learned within the last 20 minutes or so, it appears the number of those who have died and the number of those injured has gone up significantly from just what we knew earlier this morning.
And you talked about that.
Okay, Brandy, I did post it, but Brandy Churchwell says, Winterboro High School. Thank you, Robin Jones. Right down this road has a SWAT team and police are there clearing all the schools, but rumor about being a shooter there is also false. So there's no shooters at any other school. They're just protecting at this time. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Robin, so much.
Medical helicopter. We even saw one live when Molly was reporting just a short time ago, still arriving out there at Apalachee High School. And so this is a situation that, while police say it's contained, it is still ongoing, still taking place. We know law enforcement are still out there on the ground going through this situation and this investigation piece by piece, because this is something that everyone in that community will no doubt want to be done precisely. You don't want any mistakes. And so we know that they will be going through this high school and whatever other outside and surrounding information they need to, with meticulous care, to make sure that this situation is something that they can answer questions for so many families really wondering why and what happened and what can be done to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
And a lot of those answers will, of course, come from students in terms of what happened, where it happened, and perhaps even why, if there was some sort of a fight or motive or something that may have led to the gunfire today. We did hear from our Molly Oak, according to a neighbor of one of those students that she spoke to, who was in the 10th grade hallway, at least in one of the classrooms along that hallway, who heard the gunfire. And that person, that student, is now being interviewed by the GBI, perhaps the closest eyes and ears to what unfolded today.
And that is a process that is still ongoing. We've talked about some of the reunification that has been going on out there on campus with family and students. But again, we are hearing from some parents and family members and loved ones out there on the ground that some of these students are indeed being held back in order to speak with law enforcement investigators, including members from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, to share their accounts of what they saw and what they heard today as this situation unfolded at Apalachee High School. So that is just one piece of the investigation that will help law enforcement as they move forward.
Again, just to reiterate, if you are joining us within a short time ago, we are looking at this scene from Apalachee High School in Barrow County, which is a school right here, this high school of about 1,900 students, about an hour or so outside of Atlanta. But as I mentioned, you have seen law enforcement come from all over, really not just Atlanta area, but beyond, law enforcement and state officials. As the governor mentioned earlier, he is directing all necessary and available state resources to the school to respond, especially considering how serious of a situation we know this has grown to be. So you no doubt are seeing a lot of law enforcement there from all across our state.
And Jonathan, you mentioned that this is about an hour or so away from Atlanta, yet and still we are learning that Atlanta public schools are adding extra security, doing extra work to make sure that their families have a little bit of peace of mind as this situation unfolds in our metro Atlanta community. And so that's something that we are likely seeing across the state as this unfolds. And we know so many things that happen to one of us happen to all of us. And so we are certain that these other school districts are keeping Barrow County schools in their thoughts and prayers and reaching out to assist in whatever manners they can as well with this process that's going to be ongoing for the district handling this situation in the days, weeks, and months ahead.
And when you hear about these types of calls, and we do often sometimes in our business, and you all do as viewers, you hear about active shooters, you hear about lockdowns, and you just hope and you pray that this is not the case. Unfortunately, today, when we heard from law enforcement after they got to the school around 10 o'clock this morning, they realized this was a very serious situation. This was an active shooter. And as we're learning within the last 30 minutes or so, this was perhaps bigger and more dire of a situation than any of us thought, just looking at this earlier.
And I think from the coverage that we had earlier in the afternoon or earlier in the morning, I think there were signals that this could potentially be even worse than people would hope or imagine, just by the sheer volume of law enforcement response that we saw out there on the ground. And when you hear the words hard lockdown, we hear different levels of lockdowns with schools, whether it is police activity nearby, schools may go on lockdown just for safety. But when you hear a hard lockdown, that is something that automatically triggers something in you that, you know, this is a very serious situation. Earlier in the day, NBC News reported that 2 people were dead and 4 injured. But again, now at this hour, CNN News is reporting 4 dead and about 30 injured. So this information is continuing to develop and update. We did hear from the sheriff not too long ago. The sheriff keeping a lot of information close to the vest at this point, not sharing many details, including information about those who may have died and those who were injured. Again, we are hoping and expecting to hear from the sheriff once again, maybe around 4 o'clock. And he said that he hopes that he may be able to share more concrete information at that point.
Our Molly Oak is still there at the school. She's been there for hours now. Molly, we know when this all started to unfold this afternoon, there was a heavy police presence. A lot of those students were still on campus waiting to be reunited with their parents. Can you describe where things are right now? Are we still seeing the large presence in terms of students and law enforcement?
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm actually going to stay off camera while I speak with you all, just so you see this scene. We are directly across the street from the school, and typically when we have breaking news like this, we see a really heavy police presence when we first get here, and we arrived hours ago, and then that starts to dwindle. It has not dwindled a bit. If anything, we've seen more law enforcement show up. Even when the photographer and I were driving here, we passed probably about a dozen police officers, law enforcement passed us on their way to the school. That has continued to happen. The only thing that we've seen maybe moving in and out fluidly, we've seen a couple of helicopters since we first got here, but we are talking about multiple agencies. The GBI telling us that this is local, state, and federal, all part of this investigation. I have seen police and sheriff's offices from multiple counties here, along with GBI and FBI as well. So we know this is a mass investigation. And we've said this before, I'm going to say it again. Not only do we have a ton of law enforcement here, but the one thing that is competing with that right now, with the amount, is the amount of loved ones that are showing up on scene. Now, we have seen significantly less since we've been here, probably in the past 30 minutes or so. When we first arrived here, we saw people basically just parking their cars wherever they could find a spot, grabbing their stuff and just walking. I talked with one woman who said she parked and walked 2.5 miles just to try to lay some eyes on her neighbor's child, because that neighbor was about an hour away. We've talked with grandparents, parents, loved ones, again, neighbors. So this is really impacting the entire community out here, Jonathan.
Our Molly Oak live for us. Thank you so much for giving us an update. As Molly said, this is really what it has looked like for the last 3 or 4 hours, as police have again reiterated that this is still very much early. In fact, the sheriff said it may take several days for them to really get to the bottom of the initial answers as to what happened here.
That's right. And in our speaking with Molly, we have been hearing different stories from family members and loved ones out there on campus. That neighbor that you heard Molly speak of, saying that the student she was there to just check on, to lay eyes on, being interviewed along with so many others right now by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And that is just a piece of this investigation that will take days or weeks or months for law enforcement to shore everything together, to answer all of these questions, to dot all these I's and cross all these T's, to get answers for the community about what took place here today.
And again, the priority right now, according to the sheriff, of course, getting some of these parents who are at these schools waiting in traffic perhaps to get reunited with their students, getting them reunited. That, I mean, as a parent, you just obviously know that is priority. You want to make sure that your child is okay. But as we're hearing, some 30 injured, you would assume that a good number of those are students. We don't know the breakdown of students, staff, teachers, but again, everyone in that school perhaps knows someone who might have been affected by this. This is not a huge school, 1,900 students, which is of course a big high school, but you would imagine that everyone perhaps knows someone who might have been affected by this.
Yeah, and when we talk about checking on your loved one, hearing from a text message or getting a phone call certainly doesn't feel like enough in a situation like this. People want to see and hug and hold their loved ones following something like this. And unfortunately, according to reporting that we are learning today, some people will not be able to do that tonight. CNN reporting 4 dead, about 30 injured. And again, these are numbers that we're continuing to watch because they have shifted some during the day. And we are working to get more concrete information, more details for you. But again, we are thinking that we may not get any information from the sheriff's office again until the 4 o'clock hour. That's about 3 hours from now as we're approaching, well, maybe two hours from now as we're approaching 2 o'clock here. And so again, we will be following that. We have several crews on the ground across Metro Atlanta working this story to get you answers, because so many people are really just asking so many questions, why and how. And those are the things that law enforcement are working together. You see right here images from earlier in the day, the students that were out there on that football field, such a stark contrast from what they were likely seeing and experiencing not too long ago. The school year just starting, just finishing up the Labor Day holiday, football back in action. And this is such a stark contrast from what these students were probably so excited about on campus, living their lives. And now this has happened, and it's really an event that really truly changes you and shakes you.
Yeah, it really does. And you're right. I mean, you look at the football field students, they should be getting ready for a Friday night football game. They should be getting ready for a test perhaps, but they are in the middle of just a chaotic emergent situation that has really dealt a huge blow, not only to this school, but this entire community. As we know, every school in the district, at least at some point today, was on lockdown because of this. We heard from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens not too long ago in a statement saying that he has bolstered security at a number of Atlanta public schools and also offering to send any of Atlanta's resources that way as well, knowing that when something like this happens, it no doubt affects the school and the surrounding community. But as a parent, as a student anywhere, you are affected by this, especially when it happens within your metro area in particular.
And we talked so much about the injuries and how it's impossible at this point to know without concrete information.
Just because
the road. And so that is why he didn't answer any media questions after this brief news conference today. There was even one reporter who shouted out a question, were there any casualties here at Apalachee High School? Because that is what's being reported. He would only say he's not going to answer that question, but there were a lot of injuries is how he phrased it. Yeah. So he's not even touching on what is being reported out there that there are casualties, even though in a press conference earlier today, they did say casualties are reported. They did not
this
specify,
person is either a very
many,
tall
but there,
student
of course, are
or
multiple
an
injuries
adult.
as well. Just want to emphasize from the law enforcement standpoint, the importance of them to get this information right the first time.
And so much of it coming from seemingly every direction. Want to get out to Fox 5's Kevin Stewart, who's live on that road where so many parents have been streaming in.
It's unimaginable, as you mentioned, that so many people there will have some sort of connection.
Sorry.
Or staff members, teachers, students. We don't know the ratios of who may have been impacted here. So again, hopefully that is information that we will be able to bring to you in the next 2 hours or so when we hear from the sheriff's office once again. But again, as we talk about this situation, we know that this investigation is going to take quite some time. This isn't something that we're going to get all of the answers that we are looking for today or even tomorrow, as we know that the Barrow County Sheriff's Office is being joined by other local, state, and federal partners to investigate and try to piece together what happened.
And that next update, Jennifer, as we've been telling people, in case you were just joining us, according to the sheriff, he says we are going to try to get you another update at 4 o'clock. He didn't promise that would happen, but that's when they're hoping to get another update. He knows that you all want answers. And of course, media, we have our newscast at 4 o'clock. And so hoping to get the information out to you. But what we know so far, again, in case you were just tuning in, it's all started around 9.
Sorry, I've got an interview. We're going to hop over here.
Field, and then I see my daughter waving at me from up there.
She said they've only gone through one drill that she can recall, and this was an opportunity to put that into action. Take a listen.
First, they said it was a drill. Then they ended up saying it wasn't a drill no more, and that it was for real. Next thing you know it, we heard people were sending messages to each other saying it's not a drill. It's actual shooting. Be careful and, stay safe. And then when I figured it out, I texted my mom. My mom had told me I love you, and I was scared because I was like, what if I never see my parents again? So I was crying, trying to make sure I was like, to stay safe. Like, I was scared, frightened.
Yeah, it's a scary situation. We never know what we wake up to in the morning, and no telling what will happen during the course of the day. And that was one of those things that you take for granted, that you send your child off to school, they're coming back. From the
9:30 this morning.
I'll see you later, Mom.
That's when
Dad. And that family clearly was going through their mind, trying to figure out, what's next. I didn't expect this, and that is a story that we expect to hear from a lot of people. And like I told you, I talked to that 17-year-old. Hopefully, we're going to be able to get that sound to you shortly, because that was truly, really brought it really home to heart. And I hope that young man does find his good friend shortly. Back to you guys.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. And looking at Barrow County School District policy, I was wondering if there was a cell phone policy in place. We've been reporting on stories with schools issuing a ban, in the sense that kids would have to put their cell phones away in a secured packet so they wouldn't have it during the school day. There does not appear to be that type of cell phone policy in place in Barrow County schools. So it's no surprise that students were immediately able to text their parents, text each other when this was all going down, as to what was happening in that moment. Because as
so then she took a peek outside, and then we heard repeatedly the banging again, and that's when we could identify it was the gun. It was just like a loud.
When the first calls, according to police, came, they arrived on the scene shortly thereafter, realizing that this was an active shooter situation. And we saw police surrounding the school and agencies showing up from around the school. We do know one suspect now in custody, and according to CNN, they are now reporting 4 dead and approximately 30 injured. We know at least one of those injured was taken by medical helicopter or life flight to Grady Hospital, which is a level 1 trauma center. So that would lead you to believe that this was a serious injury, obviously. But we again don't know the extent of that injury.
All right, we want to get back out to some sound that our Doug Richards has been gathering, speaking with family members and students out there on the ground. And we understand this information comes from a 10th grader who heard what went on today. Let's take a listen.
It was just like a loud boom as if a locker had slammed. So my teacher thought it was just like some kid acting foolish. So then she took a peek outside, and then we heard repeatedly the banging again, and that's when we could identify it was a gun. And then the hard lockdown was placed, and then we ran to the back of the classroom, turned off the lights. I was shaking, scared, and I didn't have my phone on me, and I couldn't communicate with my mom for half an hour. And I didn't know what was going to happen because you could hear the gunfires right down the hall. So I don't know if it was like the last chance I had to talk with her, but luckily I'm here.
And you were just listening to a 10th grader at Apalachee High School speaking about his experience today when that gunfire rang out in the school, saying it sounded like a locker being banged shut, and they thought it was a one-off initially until the sound continued, and then they immediately went into those procedures that they practice about how to respond if a shooting happened, running to the back of the classroom, turning off the lights. Poor student saying he didn't even have a cell phone on him, so he couldn't reach his mother. And if you were looking at that screen, you could just tell the anguish that mother had, even despite the joy of seeing her son right now and holding him. They were just holding on to each other, even as he spoke about what happened.
You could really feel it through the screen just looking at that image. And he told his story, again, turning off the lights, sort of hiding in place, waiting for this to all be over. We also heard from other students that they ran. They heard.
And maybe 3 minutes later, we heard police running in. And then we should.
First of all, thank you.
Just trying to get you the interviews, guys.
Here.
Well, I was sitting in my classroom, and he came up to my door, or the door to our classroom. Classmate got up. She went to open the door, but she didn't. Because she saw that he had a gun, she announced it. As soon as she announced it, he started firing. We all went into the corner. Yeah, we just kind of heard a lot of gunshots. Then we heard a lot of, and then maybe 3 minutes later, we heard police running in. And then as soon as we went out, it was flooded with police officers and a lot of deputies.
So I want to be clear. You saw the gunman come to your classroom door?
Yes, sir. He was my classmate.
What is going through your mind? This isn't every ordinary day. You're seeing the gun. Just walk us through that, because to a lot of people watching, you're young.
Yeah.
You should not have to deal with that. Walk us through this if you can.
I mean, I just kind of got up, was getting ready. I mean, I never, a lot of people say that it's something that you never really think is going to happen. It's not something that goes through your mind in the morning, and it's really not something that goes through your mind in the morning. As soon as I got to school, I was excited. I really wanted to be at school that day. And it was just complete bust, because I was hoping for a good day, and it just turned into a terrible one for families and everyone.
Don't have
how
to
many
say
gunshots
anything,
do you
Andrea.
remember hearing? If
Right.
you can even remember how many?
At our door, I'm gonna say 4. I remember hearing 4. And then he went to the other classroom next to ours, and I'm pretty sure I heard 6, 8 gunshots. And then I'm pretty sure he moved on to another hall because I heard more gunshots.
Have you processed this? I don't know if you have. This has just happened. How are you even processing this?
I don't know. I'm kind of in shock. I was in a lot of shock because I never really thought it would just happen to my school. I know it happens to others, but it just kind of was I didn't really think it was going to happen to my school. It's definitely something hard to process, especially if you know some of those kids. And I mean, it's only the second month of school, so it's really very shocking.
if you can, through from a parent's perspective, getting all of this, what is even going through your mind as you're processing this?
My wife's a teacher. She was teaching at the elementary school next door, and I got a text that we had an active shooter situation. And of course, your first thought is my life, and then you're thinking about the other students and other parents, and are they safe? So at that point in time, I just was praying that God would protect my child and the other children. It's just a sad day, but it's a parent's worst nightmare. And again, you hear the cliches about you never thought it would happen in your area, and that's true. But it is a sad day, and we want to make sure that we're praying and supporting those families that have had tragedy into their homes today.
I know you.
Okay, guys. I understand I'm leaving this chat open for people to express how they feel. No, please, no speculation about the coach. And it was a classmate of the girl. She did not give the name. I'm going to delete any and all comments concerning the coach unless it's a prayer. I don't feel it's appropriate to speculate on anything. Brandy Churchwell, the alternate juror, 13th juror, is friends with the student that was at the school. She was kind enough to give us the information she had, but I will not. It was a coach that taught there, and that's all. Brandy, I apologize if anyone's saying anything, but the coach was a teacher at this facility, at this school. But that's it. That's one of the deceased victims. If you're going to do anything, please pray. If you pray, whatever you do. I don't like speculation at this point, guys. If I'm coming across strong, this is my first responder chaplain hat coming on. We deal with the facts, not with speculation. Lead shooter is in custody. He has not been, all we know is he is in custody. Lead shooters in custody. There are 4 deceased, up to 30 plus injured in one capacity or another. We don't know the extent of all of their injuries. Okay.
You guys have been out here all throughout the morning. You've had a very rough morning. As we leave, describe this school and describe this community. I mean, this does not even come front of mind to a lot of people that are happening here. Describe this community for us.
Yes, Haley Mouse. They can.
I have a lot of really nice. I love all of my teachers. They're definitely someone I could go to if I needed to talk. My coaches are like that too. I mean, it's small. It's not, everyone kind of sometimes gets along with everybody. Everyone has fights, sometimes. But I feel like the school is a good place to go, and I feel like just that happening kind of separates everybody, and everybody wants to be isolated and not really talk about it. So I feel like this is going to be kind of a hard thing to get through for the whole school.
Absolutely. Camille, thank you so much. You've had a very long morning, and we're praying for you, and we're praying for you as well, okay? Thank you, guys. So you guys, that was a live interview that you were listening to with Camille. She says that the gunman came to her door. They did not let that gunman in. She describes hearing 4 to 5 shots. Outside of that, the magnitude of what you just listened to. She is 15, 16 years old, inside, knew that person, said he was a classmate, saw the gun, heard the gunshots, did not let them inside of that particular classroom. Imagine these people first thing in the morning, they are huddled up. I'm just getting chills, just re-describing what you heard just there. And then they heard her go to a classroom next door where they heard even more gunshots, and then coming to find out all of this tragedy that happened here. So there's still a lot of activity and a lot of emotions. Again, this is someone who is young. This is our next generation. And this is something that they are dealing with. Christine, Tom, tossing it back to you guys right now.
Wow, some graphic accounts. Eric, as we get new information, thank you so much. We have breaking news to report right now from the GBI.
Yeah, they are reporting now that 4 people are dead. 9 others are hospitalized. This is coming from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Katina, are you kidding me?
What we were hearing earlier, we were reporting casualties were reported by the sheriff's office. The GBI now confirming 4 total are dead and 9 are hospitalized.
So this story takes a brand new and very tragic turn right now. We're told that the victims are being treated not only at Grady.
I want to say this, and this is what concerns me. Usually when you have one activity like this, if someone is on the edge of doing the same thing, sometimes they will act because it's a psyche thing. But yes, that's why a lot of schools are on high alert, because it can feed others who are in the same mental state that this person was to go ahead and act out on their thoughts.
Memorial Hospital, where that life flight victim was taken, but at Northeast Georgia Medical, Gainesville, and Barrow, where they have received patients as well. But now confirmed reports of at least 4 fatalities, with 9 at the hospital.
And really incredible to listen to that student's take on what went down at her school today. You think about it, the school has been in session for 23 days.
Yeah.
23 days. Barrow County Schools started school August 1st, and something like this takes place. But what she describes is consistent with what we hear is protocol for school shootings, for students to hunker down in their classroom and lock the doors and get away from the doors and windows. So if there is a shooter outside the building or outside in the hallway, that they do not have access to them. And just incredible to hear her say that this gunman was her classmate. She knew this person.
Sorry, guys, I'm bouncing back and forth.
To hear now that 4 people tragically lost their lives today on the 23rd day of the school year, it's really hard to put your head around. As much as we report on this happening across the United States, sadly, this has happened in our backyard.
Well, and in light of that breaking news, it's just remarkable when we hear these eyewitness accounts from the text messages that went from students to parents, from a student that Eric Perry just interviewed out there on campus. The composure with which they're reporting details of what happened. And now we're sort of being given a picture of what unfolded inside the hallways of Apalachee High School exactly 4 hours ago. And there will be no doubt accounts of heroic actions taken not only by the faculty members there who might have confronted this gunman, but the students who were inside those classrooms.
And incredible just to see how immediate the response was, not only from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office, but surrounding agencies swarming to the campus of Apalachee High School to try to get a handle on what happened here. Of course, we talked about how much they have trained for this, and it just seems like the response was just so immediate to get the students safe and out of the building. A lot of them gathered out on the football field as they waited for their parents to come get them. Curious to know how that process went down, because things happened so fast. How organized was it to get students to their parents? Of course, there is a process to make sure.
This incident that the multiple law enforcement agencies responded, they worked together seamlessly to go into the school, and we see that at least one suspect was arrested immediately or very short.
Not normal. This is not.
In any sort of information.
And again, the White House.
Horrific shooting. Now, as a parent myself, I know the anxiety that comes with sending your kid out into the world every day, living with the real fear of the worst can happen. So please know that our hearts are with those families in Winder, Georgia, who are forced to face this act of senseless violence. I want to let you know that the president and the vice president have both been briefed, and his administration will continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials as we receive more information. We're grateful for the brave first responders who are on the scene, and we stand ready to provide support as needed. As the president has said time and time again, this is not normal. This is not normal. Students and teachers deserve to know that their schools are safe. They should focus on learning, not lockdowns. While the president and vice president have taken historic action to reduce gun violence, more must be done to keep our schools and communities safe. We continue to call on Congress to do something, We need universal background checks. We need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, require safe storage of firearms, invest in violence prevention programs, and pass a national red flag law. Enough is enough. And I cannot say this enough, which is enough.
Guys, no offense, but why do I keep saying that? This is my channel. I do not want to hear politicking about what we should allow people to own, what we should allow people to own. I'm not going to listen to it from her. I'm not going to listen to it from anybody. I'm just going to show or air what is being done right now on scene. I'm not trying to disrespect the governing bodies, the woman who is to represent the president as a national press conference. But this is not a time for politics. So let's go to another stream.
Instead of how to read and write.
Yeah.
We cannot continue to accept this as normal. We are closely coordinating with officials at the federal, state, and local level and are grateful for the first responders who brought the suspect into custody and prevented further loss of life. He goes on to say, ending this gun violence epidemic is personal to me. It is why I signed into law the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most meaningful gun safety bill in decades, and have announced dozens of safety executive actions. I also established the first ever White House Office of...
This is not a time for us to sit here and listen to what the president
lock the
has
door,
done.
get the kids to hunker down. Once again, this is part of their everyday life now. It's all these active shooter drills that the students have to go through. And certainly for that student and so many others and faculty members, you know, we're worried about, are their classmates okay? Are there other teachers okay? Are there faculty members okay?
We want to hear what you're going to do for that community,
no doubt
not what you want to do
to
elsewhere.
Intervene and make
House
sure
Press Secretary speaking about this unfolding shooting at Apalachee High School. Right now, we have confirmed with the GBI that 4 people are dead and 9 hospitalized. And the White House Press Secretary saying that their hearts are with families. That President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris have been briefed on the situation. She called this a senseless act of violence, saying that she is grateful for first responders, but also saying that this is not normal and that more must be done. She said enough is enough and called on Congress, saying they need to act, and also mentioned some specific things like universal background checks and violence prevention programs that do need to happen. But again, that's what we are just hearing from the White House Press Secretary in response to the shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County, Georgia.
And just as the press secretary was speaking, President Biden and the White House also releasing a statement reiterating some of the same things that he said, really saying that what should have been a joyous back to school season in Winder has now turned into another horrific reminder of how gun violence continues to tear our communities apart. The president going on to say in part with this statement, students across the country are learning how to duck and cover instead of how to read and write. We cannot continue to accept this as normal. And that is what we heard from Karine Jean-Pierre saying twice, reiterating this is not normal. But sadly, this has become something that some of us have become all too familiar with seeing, as we have seen yet another school shooting happen, this time right here in our community.
And again, we do want to reiterate that we are just confirming within the last 30 minutes or so with the GBI that 4 people have lost their lives today at Apalachee High School as a result of this. 9 people hospitalized.
Each one of these streams has a different volume setting, and it's really hard. I got 6 streams up on my screens right now.
We are working to gather more information.
Can you hear me better
heard
now?
from the sheriff earlier today. Not many details
Jerez,
given there,
I may be saying it wrong. I apologize. If you do have a name of the victim, please send it to us.
Of course, bring you that briefing as soon as it begins, just as we did with that briefing from the White House.
And Jennifer, you mentioned earlier, a lot of people who've been watching our coverage and who were tuning in just a few hours ago, you could see just how serious this was. It seemed, sort of every 15 minutes we would see, another sort of group of law enforcement show up, more ambulances. We saw the medical helicopters, leading us to believe that this was a lot more serious than the initial call perhaps suggested. And again, these numbers really underscoring that 4 dead, 9 hospitalized, perhaps more than that even injured, according to some other reporting we've heard. But this time, 2:25, this has been unfolding since about 9:30 this morning, and there's still a lot of answers we don't have, and we may not have those answers today, and maybe not even by the end of this week. The sheriff suggesting that this is still very early, still very fluid, and he said that he may be able to give some additional information when they talk to us around 4 o'clock. But at this point, we're just going to have to wait and see what else we learn today.
We have learned from the sheriff's office that one suspect
I apologize.
is in custody.
Thank you for
we do know
clarifying.
that. However, we have not received any information from the sheriff's office about who that suspect might be. We don't have any concrete information, at least not from the sheriff's office.
Let me take a little breather here. Okay. I literally have 6 streams up on 3 screens, monitors. And as I bounce from one to another, there's going to be a quick echo and there may be a volume adjustment. So please be patient with me. I wish I had my big boy set up, but not yet. It's not there yet, but it's okay. We are doing this. What? That is highly unusual. The shooter is a female? Oh my gosh, y'all. Are you kidding me? That is very unusual. Usually oh no, that's very unusual. Wow. Just so you can see my setup. Yes, it is chaotic. But that's right. So we'll see. Usually, statistically, it's male, but doesn't mean. She did say who. Okay. We'll see. We will see. That's all we can do. So thank you for your patience as I bounce from scene to scene and from feed to feed. As you can see in this picture here above my head, I'm going to put it below me. I've got 2 here. I got this behind the big one in the middle. There are 2 more feeds, and then I got these 2. So this is a lot of bouncing. Yeah, I understand, Robin, and I thank you for that. But please understand that there will be transitions between. If the echo is consistent, let me know. Okay? Let's hop over to this one. He seems to be doing a lot of talking.
To be right.
We've been sort of holding back on reporting.
I wish they quit showing the helicopter scene.
Yeah, but I imagine some of those folks have told you that they knew about the fatalities, and I'm wondering about their reactions as they made their way toward campus.
Yeah, the one young man, he was the one person that I did talk to who did say, as I said a moment ago, that he did see one of the bodies in the building as he exited the school, and they're standard drill with the hands
yes,
up. One
correct.
thing, and this is, I can't emphasize this enough, how important it is to be right, not first, accurate in a situation like this. But the young man did say he saw the suspect taken into custody and did describe him. He says that he didn't know him, but he said that he did have a friend who was familiar
so it
with
is
him.
a male. It is not a female.
He believes, according to him, that this is someone who no longer goes to this school.
No longer went to the school.
Interesting. We'll be certain to, when officials get back to the microphone, try to nail that down if that is in fact the case, that this potentially was someone who no longer is an active student at the school who was able to get onto campus.
Right. It's important.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and it is important because we want to be able to, he did describe even more, but I'm comfortable saying at least that much to kind of put a little bit of context in there. But that is something that I think is going to be really important and something that we will be looking forward to hearing from law enforcement and authorities coming up at that 4 o'clock news conference.
Does it appear to you, Kevin, that, I don't know from your vantage point if you can even see where the students are at the football stadium, but does it appear to you that most of the students have been accounted for with their parents? I know some don't have the ability to have their parents come get them, but do you see that there are less students out there?
Here's what I can tell you, Christine. Here's what I can tell you, and this is what I gleaned from the big sister of the young man that I just recently talked to. She says that what's happening is that you have a lot of people back on the football field as they exited the building. What you have is kind of like a gathering spot. The students, staffers, teachers, they are giving interviews to the GBI. And once that happens, then they are allowed to exit. And that is one of the reasons why maybe some of the confusion as to the process of how kids were exiting and what was done next, because they did have to sit tight for a little bit. And I'd say in the last hour, maybe, that's why we've seen the stream of families walking down from the school, because they were in a safe space on that school talking to authorities and waiting for parents to orderly pick them up so that there is making a chaotic situation less chaotic.
Yeah, I imagine authorities, it's very important for authorities to get their eyewitness accounts before they go home, that it's fresh on their minds and they can give them a fresh account before they leave the campus as to what they witnessed. Kevin, thank you so much.
All right, and as Kevin is gathering information from parents and students walking along that 1.5 mile trek onto campus, Eric Perry made his way right in front of the school. Eric, you've been talking to students. We referenced something that one of the students told you earlier, just about the tight-knit community there and some of the heroic actions that might have unfolded inside the building there when this gunman opened fire this morning. Talk to us a little bit more about what these students and parents are telling you about the campus community there at Apalachee.
Yeah, Tom, Christine, all of the parents here, they're rallying together. The students are rallying together. But what I've noticed is just with anything tragic happening, I don't think a lot of these students and a lot of the parents have not really grasped what happened. I talked to 3 more students there. They described hearing the gunshots. They described seeing the commotion and everything that happened afterwards. But I don't think that they really grasped exactly what happened. Here's what we're seeing now here at the scene. This is the media staging area. That's where we saw that news conference earlier, that press conference earlier. We're expecting another one at 4 o'clock. They just put up more tape. And then if you go to the right there, you can see more parents coming out. I just talked to another parent. She says she had been there on the football field since about 11:45 this morning, and she's just now leaving with her student. We've heard a lot of parents saying this has been the longest morning ever. A lot of them dropped what they were doing. They ran over here to that school, and many of them have been sitting there on the football field with their child, not able to get out. They tell me that each and every law enforcement officer examining each student before they're allowed to be checked out. So we're just now seeing more and more people leaving with their kids. But a lot of people describing this small, tight-knit community here. You've seen it before. You've seen it again. You've seen the parents going over. But Michael Moore, if you could just keep going. This is just how many schools here. This is the high school. That's a middle school up there. To the right is an elementary school. And then there's a daycare as well. So there are thousands of students impacted in this, not just at the high school, but at the middle school. We're talking the elementary school, and then we're talking those infants we've seen being walked out of that daycare center that's just over there on the other side here as well. So the cars that you're seeing coming down, a lot of these are parents. We've also seen what looks like maybe high schoolers that have been able to drive to school. They've been able to leave with a parent or a guardian inside, but they're starting to trickle out as well. But again, earlier we talked to Caitlin She was there with that gunman. She said he was her classmate. She came and knocked on the door there. They didn't let him inside. And then they heard gunshots. And then afterwards, they also said she heard more gunshots from the classroom next door. But a lot of parents and a lot of the students here, they're grateful to be together. But again, they're also shocked when they hear that 4 people at the school are dead and then 9 others are injured. We also saw what looked like a medevac helicopter that was parked right outside of the school probably about 30, 40 minutes ago. It took off. Not sure if there was anybody inside of that as well there, but a lot of people just now coming out from being on that football field where the parents have been reunited with their children since about 11:30 or just right after this happened early this morning, and they're just now being able to come out. So they've been sitting out there in the hot, in the heat with the sun, but they're with their children. So that is the main thing when it comes to that. Tom, Christine?
Eric, what are some of the
So they've
people that
only
you've
been
been
in
able
a
to
few
talk to
days,
telling you now that we have this information confirmed
Not long.
about 4 fatalities? I mean, these are likely people, we don't know if they're students or if they're teachers, but these are people these students know. These are people these students have interacted with in the short 23 days that school has been in session. What are they saying to you about this idea that one of the people in their school community has died?
Yeah, many of the students say they know those people, right? We haven't confirmed teacher, student, faculty exactly who just yet, but many of them say, you know, I've seen so-and-so around, or I saw blood, or I saw paramedics rushing in. That's the type of thing that we're hearing at this time there.
Some of the students have been active, like band, football, all of those students have been inactive for usually a month prior to the actual first day of school. So that may be what they're thinking. I wouldn't take a whole lot of note. The school officially has been open for 23 days. So, and they're in shock.
But a lot of them, they're just still trying to comprehend. The one person I talked to knew the suspect, not necessarily the victims there. A lot of them have said that when they walked out, they had to walk out with their hands up like this as they made their way to the football field, because at the time they didn't know who was a suspect and who was a victim or who was innocent and all of that. But they described walking out with their hands raised to that safe location there. I think it's starting to trickle in, but not just yet with the people I talked with, just who exactly the victims are in this case. We've heard different rumblings, not reportable at this time, but many of them just still trying to process this. But I did talk to someone who knew the suspect in this, and they said that they were classmates and really just didn't expect any of this really to happen.
Nobody expects it.
It's just, you know, so shocking on so many levels, not only for folks who are watching the coverage of all this, but certainly the students who are in that campus community and the parents in the surrounding community who just want to know if their child is okay. Eric, thanks for that reporting. And then sort of enter into this area only to be blocked over a mile away from the school trying to get to your son or daughter.
And we're getting more information trickling in on our end that one patient has also been taken to Eggleston Children's Hospital for evaluation and treatment. We do not know their condition, but if they've been taken to Eggleston, we can confirm likely that they were a student injured in all of this. So we know one person has been taken to Grady, one to Northeast Georgia Medical Center,
Eva,
the Barrow
for joining
location,
us.
and also one
Thank
to
you
the
so much,
Gainesville
love.
location of Northeast
Everybody,
Georgia
thank
Medical
you for
Center,
joining.
and one person at Eggleston.
And
once again, y'all, please note that any and all chats for today, for sure, probably in the next week, I will be donating to the divided up amongst the deceased GoFundMes. So it may not be much, but that's okay. I will be donating all chats to the GoFundMe for the decedent. Question. These contacts are supposed to be clear. Why do my eyes look blue? I have green eyes, but they look blue. Do they look blue to you guys? I know that's vain. It just caught me off guard.
But we do learn lessons. What could have been done differently to prevent fatalities or injuries from happening? And so this becomes a crime scene.
Yes, thank you, Eva.
This will take days, if not weeks, to gather evidence and information. This will become a memorial site for those who lost their lives. And so it's anyone's guess. This school that is relatively young in its existence, it only opened back in 2000. What will become of this structure and this building and this site where at least 4 people lost their lives today?
And you really see humanity come into play when incidents like this happen. I would not be surprised if there is some sort of community gathering, whether it's tonight or in the coming days, to help this small rural community process what happened. As you said, their classrooms and their hallways are now crime scenes, and will be so as they piece together the timeline and what happened inside the high school in the next coming days. So I'm sure we.
Okay, I'll pause it. I want to talk over it. I need bifocal contacts, and these are not my actual prescription, but they're a little stronger, and they have some. My distance is good. My medium and close up, medium's close up's not good. My medium is better than what it was, but they're weighted at the bottom, so I have the bifocal, and so we're trying them. It's a 30-day trial, the 30-day kind, and I'm seeing if I can wear them because I hate that glare on my lenses. And believe it or not, the glare can give me a headache. Now, this doesn't seem to be bothering me as much when I don't have my glasses on. So we'll see. They're not perfect right now because they're not an exact prescription, but I am, now that I have them in, I feel good. It's just things are still a little blurry, but I can see that the color is blue and my eyes are green. Okay, guys, we're going to hop on over to another live just to get their perspective. As soon as it pops up, it's doing the rethink thing. So I'll go ahead and stay here.
We'll be hearing from those in the community, maybe even those in the church communities to help victims really process and gather what happened. And I imagine the school district when.
See, I would be, if this happened here, I'd be on scene as chaplain.
Very relieved that this is over, and very traumatic experience. And that there was, as some of them said, hard to know initially what was going on. When they heard the initial gunshots, it was hard to know exactly that's what that was. But then we talked to some students who were in a classroom adjacent to where at least some of the shooting took place, and they had very traumatic experiences. Hearing the gunshots, not really knowing whether the gunshots were going to get closer to them, but recognizing that it was gunfire, seeing signs on the displays that are in each classroom that said that they were on a hard lockdown and indicating that there was a genuine emergency taking place. The teachers putting them into the lockdown protocol where they piled into corners of classrooms in order to sort of minimize the possible exposure as targets. We talked with one young lady by the name of Zoe Gray, who described what she went through in her classroom. Was there ever any moment when you thought you were in danger?
Oh yeah, I thought I was gonna die. It was like, it sounded so close. I'm sure it was because it was right near. I don't know exactly which door, but you hear bang, bang, like they're kind of like they're trying to get in a door. It wasn't our door, but I'm sitting right by the door. And so it sounds like they're trying to get in, but I don't know if it's shots or they're just trying to get in. We were just having a normal day. It wasn't anything different than what we were used to. They usually make you put up your phone, but I was charging mine today. So I luckily had it and it was just normal. And then bang, bang, bang. Hard lockdown, and the teachers were phenomenal. We have a special teacher for the blind kid, and then we have our normal teacher, and they were very good at doing their job of keeping us calm.
I talked with probably a half dozen students as they were leaving here. Many of them were with their parents, and the parents gave their blessings for us to talk to them. Almost all of them said that they were convinced that there was more than one gunman. One student told us that they heard shots from different locations within the school. One student told us that when they exited out the hall, actually a couple of students told us when they exited out the hallway, they saw the body of somebody in the hallway who they believed to be one of the student gunmen. So we know that the GBI is telling us that one gunman is in custody. The students at least left here convinced that there was more than one gunman, and that there was and that one of them was killed by police in the course of the investigation. The authorities have not confirmed that.
Whoa! Say that again.
That one gunman is in custody. The students at least left here convinced that there was more than one gunman, and that there was and that one of them was killed by police in the course of the investigation. The authorities have not confirmed that.
Then you
and
shouldn't be
the students are saying
it.
it just based on their observations. Student told us that the one
I'm not
from over. In
him.
fact, it's just starting, according to the sheriff, and that is why you are still seeing a ton of police presence at this.
I don't
all
like
put
that.
their hands up. They were organized, structured situation.
I'm going to go back to this lovely lady.
To hear the composure that they have in recounting exactly what went down.
And that may be true,
I imagine
Brandy.
over time, it
and
hasn't
I'm
quite sunk in for them
willing
yet.
that, but I just
imagine over
really
time what they witnessed
try
is
not to have
something,
speculation,
like
but
you
I will
said,
take
will
anything
stick
from
to
you
them
as
likely
true.
for a lifetime.
Yeah, our Brittany
They're thinking there's more
is
than one,
live on
possibly.
the scene. Brittany, you've been able to so skillfully sort of contextualize what has happened for us today based on the eyewitness accounts that you've been getting and your conversations with parents. What more?
And guys, you also might want to try to understand that those hallways in most of the schools have a concrete, they're tile floor, metal lockers, the walls. Sound can echo. Right. There you go, Ronnie. You were going to say what I was going to say. Lead shooters echo. Like you bang a locker shut really hard, you can hear it echoing. So, and in situations like that, depending on where you are. So, Brandy, if you have any information, I will count that as fact until I hear otherwise. But we will probably learn a whole lot more in another hour when they do their 4 o'clock sit rep. Oh, my bad. Sit rep means where they, get together and discuss everything. So, and then they'll come do a live.
Or can you tell us?
Newscast.
Well, Tom, I've spoken to more students who are able to confirm what that student who we spoke with earlier said regarding the math teacher. One student told me that when this lockdown happened, they heard about 12 to 15 gunshots. And then I was told that shortly after they received communication through their school website, whatever this app is that these kids use to get those notifications from the school system. They received a notification to go into lockdown, and that from there, everyone in the classroom huddled down. They secured the classroom. And then after that, he says, some time went by. And then that's when law enforcement officers started making their way through the school. And when they did that, he says law enforcement had a key. And they came to the classroom, which again was secure, used that key, and then law enforcement moved in. He says that they were told to all put their hands up. They were organized, structured rather, and then led out of the school and to a separate area on campus. So we're kind of hearing a little bit more about this lockdown protocol and what students experienced once they heard the gunshots and once the school realized that this really was an active shooter situation. A sophomore that I spoke to just moments ago, he told me that when he was leaving the hallway, when he was being led out of one of those classrooms, he said he did see a math teacher. We're assuming it's the same math teacher that we heard from the freshman earlier. He said that the math teacher was laying there on the hallway floor in blood. And he also said there was a lot of dust around as well, a lot of blood throughout the hallway. I was also told, and again, this is not actually confirmed by law enforcement. I want to preface this by saying, as I say this, but I was told by 2 students that there was an AK weapon on the ground in the hallway. Again, very important in these types of situations as information is coming in. We're hearing different accounts that we don't take it, we take it with a grain of salt. However, I did hear it from at least 2 separate students, still waiting on law enforcement confirmation, but there was an automatic weapon there on the hallway. And that's kind of their account of what happened as they were being led through by law enforcement once that response happened. Tom?
Brittany Edney live for us outside right behind you where that campus shooting happened. As you look at pictures from earlier, Brittany, thanks, of the response and the aftermath of the shooting. The fire rescue vehicles that were there, the life flight helicopter that was
not
there,
going to ask, but it
that
very well could have
transported
been.
the victim here to Grady Memorial Hospital, where we've seen the presence of the GBI as they begin to gather information. We're hearing a lot of corroborated accounts of what happened inside the building this morning, just after 10 o'clock when this shooting first unfolded. We're going to get some more concrete information from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office coming up at 4 o'clock in a news conference, which of course we'll carry live. The Barrow County Sheriff speaking out earlier, saying that what happened is an evil thing and just confirming those injuries and that they have a suspect in custody.
Yeah, and I've been looking at their social media timeline as well. They said they would try to update some information there, not seeing anything quite yet. Again, officials holding information kind of close to their vest right now. So the details that they do end up releasing are in fact factual and correct, but just such a massive presence when we just show you these videos, show you how students were calmly walking out to the football field, just shows you how rehearsed this is and how important those elements are when they practice this, when they sadly have to practice these active shooter drills in school. It looked like from the outside looking in that much of what they practice was very helpful and was a reason why people were in such an orderly fashion able to expedite getting the students out quickly and away from danger.
Why do I not have sound on her? Do y'all hear sound on her? Nope. Okay. We'll go back to this one.
It's kind of sad on the one hand that the shock value of this has been taken away because it's happened so many times in our culture and our
shock
society.
value is not decreased.
But on the other hand, it's something that these students, every student really now that attends school has in the back of their head that something like this might happen. And here's how I respond in a calm, cool, and composed manner to get out of this building as quickly as I can. So that happened today.
As President Biden said in his statement, students shouldn't be learning to duck and cover. They should be learning to read and write.
When they happen. For now,
when they're in school.
Good thing they know how to do it at this point.
Let's go to Kevin Stewart, I believe, is on the ground for us there outside the school. I'm curious, Kevin, now that we're a few hours.
Okay, let's watch
and
this.
State authorities, not to mention the federal authorities that are assisting, trying to manage the situation.
Today had no more information than that. He couldn't provide. Right, Jonathan, if you take a look right behind me, we're in front of Northeast Georgia Medical Center's Barrow location. This is where Northeast Georgia Health System spokesperson confirms that one gunshot victim from today's school shooting was transported. Another gunshot victim, he says, was transported to Northeast Georgia Medical Center's Gainesville location. That spokesperson tells us that Gainesville location is a level 1 trauma center. For those of you who might not know, I know you've unfortunately today hearing that phrase a lot. Level 1 trauma centers are the highest prepared, most ready to handle serious trauma, injuries, and incidents hospitals across the state. This spokesperson we talked to today had no more information than that. He couldn't provide the names, the ages, the male or female, the gender, the sex of those who are injured, or importantly, their condition. But we do know that, again, 2 people are being transported and are actually being treated right now at Northeast Georgia Health System hospitals. Importantly, as we talk about this community here in Barrow, it's a small community. A lot of people know folks who were involved, who were affected by what happened today. We told you we're right in front of the Northeast Georgia Medical Center. Well, the parking lot we are in, we spoke with 2 18-year-old men. They say they both just graduated from Winder-Barrow High School just in the spring. They say, as you'd expect, they say they are afraid that some people who they may know may have been affected by the shooting at Apalachee High School today. They say they're watching closely to see, as we learn names and identities of those who were injured, those who were hurt, and those who were tragically killed. They're watching closely, afraid that some of those names they'll recognize. They say they went to Winder-Barrow, but they've been to Apalachee many times for high school football games and other events. Talk about how close this community is, how many connections there are. One of the men we spoke to, his name is Christian Kinna. He says earlier today, his younger sister, who is still a high school student at Winder-Barrow, he says she was placed on lockdown at Winder-Barrow. We want to be really clear. There was no active threat at Winder-Barrow, authorities confirmed to us, but Winder police, along with a slew of other law enforcement agencies who've been in the region here, placed Winder-Barrow High School on a hard lockdown out of a abundance of caution and to make sure that all school locations in the county were secured. This gentleman we talked to today, Christian Kinna, he says his sister was there during lockdown, a frightening experience. He says, thankfully, she is okay, but he is worried, he's fearful, he's heartbroken, he says, as he worries and is paying attention to see who all may have been affected at Apalachee High School. We have an interview with those 2 gentlemen, those 2 recent Winder-Barrow High School students. We're going to work to get that back to the station and bring that to you in just a little bit. For now, we are live outside Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Barrow.
All right, our Zach Merchant live for us. Thanks so much. And Zach, again, telling us that we know at least a gunshot wound victim taken where he is in the Barrow, another in Gainesville. We do know, again, another gunshot wound victim we've learned is at Grady Hospital, another level 1 trauma center, and then CNN reporting a victim in the Athens area at Piedmont Athens Regional. So again, these victims taken to a number of hospitals across North Georgia.
All right, we want to get you back live now to the scene at Apalachee High School. That is where our Molly Oak is. So Molly, have you had a chance to speak with any other students or family members out there on campus?
Well, guys, we just want to talk about just how heavy it is right now. We're not seeing as many parents and students come through. For a while there, we just saw dozens coming out of the school, parents finally getting to reunite with their kids, loved ones getting to find either their kids or their friends' kids. I want you to hear from one student I just spoke with. He told me that he thought he was going to die when he heard the gunshots.
I heard gunshots, and then my teacher told us to get in the corner. And then they were clearing this. I heard like screaming and police officers like, get down, put your hands on your head. It was crazy. And then when they were clearing their building, like the rooms, because, sometimes the shooters hide amongst the kids, they were clearing our room and they busted the door. And they had an AK at us. They telling us to put your hands in the air. It was really crazy. You just never know what's going to happen.
What was going through your head when all that happened?
I thought I was going to die. And I was going to go to the bathroom right before it happened. And I'm so glad I didn't, because I would probably be dead right now if I did.
You know, we've talked with other students who heard the gunshots as well. One told me that she didn't feel like it was real until officers kept telling them, unlock the door, we need to get you out. And she said when those officers got in, they told them to run outside. She said that's when it hit her that something was seriously wrong at the school. And I want to step aside so you can see what that school looks like now. Still a very heavy police presence, and not just from here in the local county, but the GBI telling us is not only local, but also state and federal. We have seen GBI, we have seen FBI as well, and we have seen sheriffs and police from counties all across Georgia. Now, we have a ton of law enforcement, but even more parents and loved ones waiting to reunite with their students. We can see them coming out of the school still. Now, for some perspective on that, a lot of the students were taken out to the football field. One neighbor told me she was helping out her friend trying to get to their child faster, and said that that child was in the classroom across from where one of the classrooms a shooting happened. She said that child was actually kept on the football field by the GBI for a couple of hours as they were waiting to get questioned as the investigation continues. So that's why even hours after all this has happened, we're still seeing students kind of slowly but surely coming out here again. This is still a very active scene at the high school as we are watching some of these parents finally reunite with their loved ones after a very, very heavy day here in the county. Guys.
Our Molly Oak live for us as she continues to speak with students out there. Just heartbreaking hearing from some of those students. That one young man saying, I thought I was going to die. And I think, you know, that's what you hear when you hear gunshots. You wonder how serious this is. You wonder if that person is going to come to your classroom. It is very real. It is very raw. And just glad that some of these students are able to tell that story. I know they certainly are.
Especially to hear that.
We're going to come back to this tab.
We know.
Okay, there we go.
That's the unfortunate thing, is the images that these students have had to see are unfortunately going to stay with them. We hear from that student now, only 14 years old.
I was in class and we heard shots. The teacher ran, slammed the door, made us all go in the corner. We heard like the teachers and everything in the hallways, the police. We heard like the shooting, and then we heard that they ran away. And then after a while, they came and took us out to the football field.
Y'all have been out there since?
Yeah, we've been out there for like 3 hours.
What went through your mind waiting out there, not knowing what was going on?
I was like a little scared. I was trying to make sure all my friends were okay because I heard like they got shot. But I mean,
we just learned from the sheriff's office that 2 people died in this and that several others were injured. When you heard that, what went through your mind?
It was sad because I know I go to school here. That could have been one of my friends I don't know of and stuff. It sucked really bad.
And Tracy, of course, we are learning this information in real time. Of course, that soundbite was from earlier this afternoon. We have now confirmed, unfortunately, those fatalities have increased. We know that 4 people have died as a result of this shooting incident. And I know that Blair spoke about.
I'm sorry, we've got this gentleman.
I think it's important that the chief of police or the director of the FBI in that area get in front of some microphones, tell them exactly what's going on. We're hearing at this time that the subject is in custody, but we still need a lot more information. And once again, in fairness to them, there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. But the important thing is, what are you doing to de-escalate the situation to the surrounding residents that are inside of that community?
Very true.
Considering the suspect and the interview with the suspect will be crucial in understanding a motive, so too will it be important to speak to other students and witnesses and teachers from the school. At this moment, everyone is kind of just trying to get safe. Parents we saw abandoning their cars near the school so they can run to campus and just wrap their arms.
This is a long interview. I want to hop over here. Let's see what she has to say about the shooter.
Is just traumatic.
Tracy, it is, and a very difficult interview to do. You could just see on his face how devastated he was by what he says he witnessed. And he also told me, he said, this just continues to replay in his mind over and over again. He's only 14 years old. He says he was in class when he saw a person with a gun poke his head into the classroom. And the next thing you know, he started to hear gunshots. And those moments, of course, pure chaos and panic
for not only this student, but all of the students in that classroom.
correct,
and also
Jedi Jess.
the teacher in that classroom. This 14-year-old student says that he saw some of his some of his classmates, laying on the ground after this happened. He describes hearing the gunshots and the ringing in his ears and seeing smoke in the classroom after those gunshots were fired. He even told us that his backpack was grazed by a bullet. We spoke with this teenager along with his parents. His mom and dad were there as well. They gave us permission to ask him about what he experienced. And, he even called his dad while he was in the classroom while this was going on. And he wasn't able to say a lot, but his dad said he could hear all of the sounds, the chaos in the background, and of course could hear how terrified his son was while he was experiencing what was going on in that classroom. And, this 14-year-old student says you hear about stuff like this happening, but you don't expect for it to happen in your classroom, in your school. This family says they're, of course, praying for all of, the victims, anyone who was impacted by this. They're praying for this community. The parents also saying that they really hope to see changes after this, wanting to see more security at the school in hopes of this not happening again.
Or how to share information about what was happening.
Well,
But in a situation like this, it's so difficult to keep track of everything.
Okay, let's come on over to this one.
There, I know you have water in your hand, but are you just handing out water to people?
Yeah, I live really close
Kind
by.
soul.
I wasn't called into work. I work at Northside Gwinnett, so I wanted to do something to be able to help in any way means.
And I've seen so many people coming through. Is that just kind of a testament of this community and neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, we're in Georgia. You want to help out. You want to be able to do something. This is big. This is serious, and hopefully be able to do the God's work.
Smith, it is very fluid.
All right, thank you so much. I know you have 2 cases of water. Thank you so much. But that's just a testament. We've been seeing that all throughout. People riding by on their trucks with water, handing out water. First responders to us, journalists here on the scene, to the parents, because many of them are walking up to 2 miles, someone told me. They're parking their cars and running over here as well. So many of these people we've talked to, these families, all impacted by this, and they are emotionally exhausted from all of this, from getting the news to experiencing this. I've been talking with different students as they've come by. One girl told me that they actually had to run. So yes, they do practice situations like this, but she said that the police told them when they got to the back of the school, run with your hands up to that football field, which was a safe area. So they ran from that location of the back of the school, she said, to the football field with the police, with their hands raised as well. We talked to other people earlier. Camille, probably about an hour ago, the gunman, she says, came to her, was one of her classmates. She said they knocked on the door there. You see Gwinnett County Police coming in here as well. We hear sirens off in the district, Georgia State Patrol here. But she's talked a little bit about that gunman coming, knocking on their door, them hiding inside. Another person said they hid inside of a bathroom. They hid inside of a closet for about 15, 20 minutes until the police came to relieve them and to give them some sort of relief as well there. But a lot of parents here, you can tell on their faces, you can tell that they're still trying to figure out everything that is going on here. Off in the distance, that is where we believe that the press conference is going to be at 4 p.m. With the sheriff's office and some other top officials here as well. But just a sea of people starting to come out of that football field with their parents. You've seen tears, you've seen hugs, but a very emotional and tragic day that will stay with them for the rest of their lives here, Christine, Tom.
And seeing complete strangers like that man with 2 cases of water.
All right, I'm going to play this as long as it doesn't get political.
It's senseless. It is. We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. So we will continue, of course, to send our prayers and our thoughts to the families and all those who were affected, including, I'm going off script right now, but listen, at the last year, I started a college tour. And I traveled our country meeting with our young leaders, right? And so it was college-age young leaders. So I did trade schools, colleges, universities, community colleges. By the way, I love Gen Z. I just
If
love
she goes
Gen
there,
Z.
I'm turning it off. This is not about. Okay, if you want to hear the political stuff, you can go watch that. But for me, I'm only interested in what is going on now. Them talking about how they're going to support this community, what they're going to do for this community. If it goes on a political rant, I'm changing.
But I'll tell you, one of the things that I asked every time I went to the auditorium, and it would be filled with these young leaders, students, and I'd ask them, raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade, you had to endure an active shooter drill. And for the young leaders who are here who are raising their hand, I'm telling you, every time the auditorium was packed and almost every hand went up. You know, a lot of us, I'll speak about myself, you know, we had, well, I grew up in California, earthquake drills, we had fire drills, but our kids are sitting in a classroom where they should be fulfilling their God-given potential, and some part of their big, beautiful brain is concerned about a shooter busting through the door of the classroom. It does not have to be this way. It does not have to be this way.
I got my cursor on that pause.
You know, this is one of the many issues that's at stake in this election. So New Hampshire, look, we have 62 days to go.
All right, that's it. Like I said, if you go political election on me, we're off. I'm not promoting anybody who uses this as a political forum for the election. Not going to do it.
Who are the people among the dead and injured here, and yet another mass shooting in our community?
No
so
political.
We know the gunman is in custody this afternoon, and we've heard from President Biden. You just heard from Vice President Harris and Governor Brian Kemp expressing his thoughts and prayers out to the victims of this tragedy, and Congressman Mike Collins, who represents the district up there, expressing his gratitude to law enforcement for quickly responding to this situation and expediting their investigation as to what happened here. The GBI now in control of what's happening on.
By the way, I want to hear congratulations, job well done to the teachers who saved what kids. I want to hear about supporting the families who lost loved ones. I want to hear about that stuff. Not political rants.
That campus, as we get new live pictures from Skyfox 5 after having been kept away from the overhead skies of the school, understandably, as investigators sort of worked through the aftermath of what happened. Enrollment there, almost 2,000 students, the Apalachee Wildcats, as we've seen there on the football field. This has been a line that's been assembling over the past like half hour or so that we've seen students filing out. Not sure if they're being sort of interviewed on their way out but they seem to be going through some kind of checkpoint as they leave the campus grounds there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see dozens of students, probably these same students, were sitting in the stands there for a while. Those were some of the pictures that we had from earlier today. And now that we're able to get some more of these live pictures up for you, they're very different scenario, seeing the stands empty and now this single file of students making their way to one of the exits there of the football field and going through those couple tents in order to exit. We know dozens of kids have been able to be picked up by their parents, parents who've been able to make their way to the campus. And we know there are dozens of other students whose parents are not able to do that. They're going to have to be bused home. So maybe this is a situation where they're trying to process that part of this and get the kids who aren't able to get picked up by their parents home safely via the school bus. There is still a huge police presence here on campus. We heard from our reporters on the ground.
She used to live
that
there.
really hasn't changed since this incident happened during.
She used to live in that area. She has a friend that's there. Her friend's child was there. The football coach, apparently the child I don't know if he witnessed it or what, but apparently the football coach was one of the victims who is now deceased. There was a math teacher that was shot in the hip and foot, is in surgery. There should physically survive, although complications can arise. You're right, Robin. Football field should be a place for laughter and fun and competitive team spirit, not a place of fear and terror where the students are going to escape being shot or killed. Yep, but it's the only place they have. We are praying for all involved. No, none ya bits. It apparently there's a rumor, but the 99% of the people that have said they knew or saw, it's a boy, supposedly. Okay, let's continue.
The 10 a.m. hour this morning. And as we have been saying to you, Apalachee High School, now a crime scene where
on one hand, you want to, in a way, know that these schools are prepared, that they're running these sorts of exercises and drills for, God forbid, a situation just like this. But on the other hand, you say it's so sad.
There is going to be an echo when I switch feeds.
Reporter Andy Parati was out here earlier talking about how these schools have to run drills just like this every year, almost like a fire drill like you would at school. It has come to that point where it is mandated that these schools have a policy and a procedure in place and that they follow and execute it as a result. And as you mentioned, it sounds like right away, those policies, those things that they train for year after year went into place. Of course, we are still waiting to hear more from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, from law enforcement to figure out the exact details of how all of this played out.
Could be both.
Earlier today. What we do know is that 4 have died, 9 are hospitalized as a result. A shooter.
It may be this feed. Let me switch over here.
They know close to their vest until they get all the facts straight to make sure that no misinformation gets out to the public. And you can respect and understand that they want to do their level of investigation needed before they get any details out to the public.
You know, these pictures of what we're seeing of students filing through these tents.
I'll be right back.
That we don't know if they're sort of grief counseling tents or information gathering situations that students are being asked to pass through. We saw the live pictures from Sky Fox 5 of the football field and the police presence there as these students stream out. There was video of an ambulance and an empty stretcher. We know there are 4 fatalities, and we don't know how quickly crime scene investigators will extract those victims from the building before their investigation is done. We have Fox 5's Eric Perry, who's standing by in front of the school. Eric, you're out in front. These live pictures from Sky Fox 5 in the back where these makeshift tents have been put up. And I don't know if you can sort of give us any more information as to what these students are doing as they pass through.
Yeah, Tom. So I talked with parents earlier who were out there at the football field. They say that they do have to pass through several different checkpoints. So they say there are grief counselors out there. Understandably, many of these students that were inside of this school, they heard the gunshots. Some of them we talked with saw the gunmen. They saw all of this activity. There are people there. There are counselors there. They can talk to people in that perspective. I've also been told that some of those tents belong to law enforcement as they scan through the belongings of those students, as they make sure that that they have everything under control before they're releasing the students to their parents. Of course, we do know that the suspect is in custody, but again, at the moment, the parents said they just didn't know who was who, and law enforcement wanted to make sure that they didn't let someone who might be affiliated with the school or with this incident be let loose. Let's take you where we're seeing now. We're seeing more active police cars that are going through here. And again, we're seeing a lot of people from a lot of different places. Keep in mind, we have the high school right here, but we also have a middle school that's next door. We have an elementary school that's next door. We also have a daycare that is right across the street. So we've seen parents walking with students all the way ages from infants, babies, toddlers, all the way up to high school seniors. Michael Moore, can you show that over there? This is one of the other schools. I believe that might be the middle school. You can see some buses that just pulled in. And in the distance, I know it is a little far, but I want to just show you everything that we're seeing from our advantage out here. We saw those buses pull up. We're seeing some more buses pull up there as well. And we see just kind of groups of people walking. So these parents have had to make a very emotional, a very long walk. They parked some 2-3 miles away, walking just any spot that they could see. You started seeing cars just kind of parked when I got up here a little earlier. They're just getting out and they're running down to be with their kids. Other parents say they've been out here since about 11 o'clock this morning, 11:30, sitting on that football field with their kids, and they're just now able to leave here. So they've had incredibly long and emotional days as they walk as well. We'll bring you back around here. We've seen some more ambulances coming in. We've seen some ambulances going up to the other schools. Not sure if they're just there as a precaution or anybody might have had a medical emergency.
And Blair Miller out there, they are with, who are you with right now, Sean and Blair?
We're with
Yeah, and she's a 10th grader here at Apalachee High School. And thank you so much for talking with us. Some of these students have been just coming back and meeting with their parents, and you're here because your mom let us talk with you, and we really appreciate it. And we're so sorry everything you had to go through today. First and foremost, how are you doing?
Congratulations.
I don't know, it just happened so random. Like everything happened so fast.
So take us back to when you first heard that there was a lot of commotion. What did it sound like? What did you hear? And at what point did you realize this is getting scary?
Well, we were just talking. My teacher was telling us to go telling us to go back to our seat because we were just reviewing and stuff. And then out of nowhere, we heard banging. My teacher heard banging. She was like, she made a face. She was like, oh, it's nothing. It's just lockers banging. But then we heard da 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 like so many times, and then that's when my teacher got so scared. She turned off the lights quickly, and then the doors were already locked because all of the doors in the school, like, they're already locked.
They have a security measure to protect students. So when you heard that rapid banging, was that gunfire or was that students rushing and just dodging under chairs?
It was gunfires.
How many gunshots did you think that you heard?
They were just rapid. They were like da 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 da. So probably like, I don't know, like 6 or so maybe.
And this was in the classroom right next to where you were, right?
Yeah.
So what happened then? I mean, did you take cover, or what happened at that point?
Our teacher told us to immediately go on the corner of the room, and then we were just hiding there in a corner. She was trying to like protect us.
It seems like the teacher really went into action really fast. Do you see her acts as being heroic and making sure that the students that were in your classroom were kept safe?
She's not going to say no.
I know this is all unfolding in a way that is really hard to try to understand. I know it's hard for all of us to understand right now. As you walked out of that classroom, what went through your mind?
Well, they told us to put our hands up, so like we were like hands up, and then we had our hands up, and then like in the side, I don't know what I saw, but I probably saw like, I don't know, probably like a body or something. I don't know, because there was like a SWAT person like covering something, and then as we were walking to our right, that's when like I saw like 2 girls. They were like injured. One of them had like blood in her arms, and then one of them was like in one of the beds for like to take you to the hospital.
What was going through your mind when you saw your classmates, the students you go to school with every day? This isn't a video game. This isn't a TV show. This is real.
I don't know. I was just like shocked. I just like it's just crazy how like you have a regular day and then all this happens so like fast, and it's like.
Okay, guys, I want to address something. Robin, you're right. Many people smile when processing emotion. Went through something terrible. It's a way of coping. And she's nervous. She's in shock. That's what I see this as. I see it all the time when I'm on scene, when I'm talking to people, and I can't believe this is happening. and I'm upset, but I still it's a nervous thing. And she knows she's on national TV, and that's very nerve-wracking. And she's not even begun to process what's happened. None of them have. And one thing I really appreciate about communities and schools, and when such like this happened, like it did in Texas and Uvalde, a lot of us chaplains went down there. We spoke a lot with families, visited houses with the students involved. Um, there was a form they could fill out. Some people through their churches or other community organizations to request a visitation from a chaplain or somebody who's got PTSD knowledge and training. And so the community will get a lot of support through all this, both on the city, the county, the state, and national level. Yeah. The schools will bring extra counselors in from all over the place. You'll have retired counselors coming in to help. You'll have regular school counselors. They will get as many people in there as possible to help these students. They will definitely be provided well for. My biggest concern right now is the poor families that have lost loved ones. And I know some of them, or some of y'all may not like what I'm going to say, but the parents of the victim, as it stands right now, are victims too. I mean, the parents of the shooters are victims too. They didn't hand, as far as we know, but as of now, it's not like they handed the weapon to the kid and say, all right, we want you to go do this. This is an act that most children do not inform anybody about before doing. So because of that, I count the parents and the family of the shooter as victims as well. It will be guilt by association. You can bet your bottom dollar that they're hysterical, crying, upset, angry, hurt, just like everybody else is, but even to a deeper level because it's their child who did it. So I will not tolerate any disrespect. And I really want to say thank you to all you fabulous people who have been very respectful. We will be sending any of the super chats that come in. If you can't do super chat, I do have a Venmo. We'll be sending that in as a donation to assist. Welcome everybody, yes, to the community. Basically, if you're just joining us, there are 4 deceased, 9 hospitalized, and possible up to 30 plus wounded. One of the deceased is a coach who, Brandy, with the 13th juror, is connected with the student that knows this particular coach. She's been so kind to be giving us updates when she gets them. So we appreciate that very much, Brandy. This is a difficult thing for her, and she knows this community. She I think grew up in or around this community. So we want to keep her in our prayers as well. But I want to thank y'all for keeping this a very safe place to talk about it and respectful. So let's continue with whom. I'm going to go back over here.
For answers from the upcoming press conference with the sheriff's office at 4 in just a little bit. Another thing that you heard that student talk about was everyone kind of coming together, getting down. I do also want to describe to you what his friend talked to me about, which was the act of getting out of the classrooms. You know, they described how when law enforcement came in, they were all told to have their hands up. They were all led, as quickly as possible outside of that classroom, and law enforcement gained access to that particular classroom, he says, with a key. And this is after that hard lockdown had gone in place and that notification had gone out to students through Smartboard, which is their communication system here at this school. He also described just how emotional it was going past those victims' bodies as they had to go down the hallway. Again, we are choosing not to show you some of the graphic video of where at least one of the victims' body was that was covered with a sheet and blood was coming through it. But in that video, we could see students having to pass it. There was no choice. You had to go past that body in order to get led to safety. So a very traumatic day. And students here are not only experiencing and feeling a lot, but they've seen a lot as well. Tom, Christine?
Just a couple real quick questions for you, Brittany. Number one, we don't know where on campus this shooting happened. In other words, in what building and what section of the school yet, do we?
I do not have exact locations, no. All that we have gotten from, and this is again through students, their firsthand accounts, which they have been bravely and calmly explaining to us through all of this graphic scene today. They have been calmly explaining their accounts. They have said that they were in a hallway, not exactly what building location, but in hallways. I've also spoken to a student in a teacher's classroom who was in the math teacher's classroom, and their parent, and that parent told me,
yes, none your business. I just want to make it clear that you can be the most perfect parent and your child chooses to do this. And there's nothing you could potentially know or do. Now, there are a few, like, oh my gosh, why can't I remember his name? The one whose parents were convicted of involuntary manslaughter. That was a different situation. Now, this may be one similar to that, but in normal conversation, parents do not know or suspect that their child is capable of it until it happens. I'm trying to get comfortable, y'all. Oh, there we go. I have a little footrest under here. So I've seen a couple of comments pop up and I deleted them quickly pertaining to the family of the shooter or shooters. And I just want to say, you know what? This is horrible for them too. So let's be respectful of everybody. I want to see what he's saying. Okay, I guess they stopped. My bad. Let's go back over here.
that their daughter contacted them and said, hey, there is an active shooting going on. Someone left our classroom, went out for a few minutes, and then came back in with a gun. Now, we don't know exactly what transpired either beforehand. Was there some type of situation between a teacher and a student? Was there something unfolding between two fellow students that a teacher tried to break up? We don't know what really led up to that moment, only that a student left, came back, and then there was a shooting. And that is from a parent who talked to their child as they were picking her up, a freshman. He came out here to pick her up. So the specifics as far as like where everything was located in the building, we're not getting yet. But one thing that I am seeing, a common thread, is that a lot of students had to pass the hallway of at least one of the deceased victims. Again, 4 dead, 9 at area hospitals. So a lot of students are having to walk by, and that's something that's definitely going to, stick with them. Think about it, whether it's a teacher or a student, these are folks that you pass in the hallway every day. Maybe you have class with, you share lunch, you share your lives, and they had to exit through that hallway and see those graphic scenes in order to get to safety. Tom?
And we just can't say it enough that our thoughts and prayers go out to the campus community there. Certainly all of the families who were impacted. Brittany, thanks. Just coming out of Brittany's piece and talking about, while we have gone to school in different generations and might have had different relationships with our teachers, I get the sense as a parent, and I'm sure you do too, that children have different and closer relationships with their teachers and the faculty, whether it's through sports or just involvement in students' lives. And so that makes a situation like this where Brittany's talking about, you know, what they're seeing in front of them, so much more difficult.
When you think about, you know, some of the younger kids, you've got ninth graders who made this transition from middle to high school.
Yeah, which is a big deal.
Which is a huge deal.
Yeah.
And within a month of starting their high school career,
they're traumatized by
this happens. So you certainly, when you see communities coming together, praying for each other, the grief counselors that are already on campus there at the football stadium for some of those students.
They're saying that the call this morning said that they were going to shoot multiple schools in the area. Well, that makes sense. That's why they locked down everybody. And I'm glad they did. There is, I think that the second shooter scenario right now, they say they have the shooter in custody alive. So I don't know if there's a second shooter. It is possible that second shooter may have been the one that was going to go to a different location. We will just have to wait and see how all of this transpires.
Were you one of them?
Yeah, I was one of them. I was crying. I didn't want to die that way.
You heard her say, I didn't want to die that way. I also talked with a student who was in 10th grade who said, I thought I was going to die. I was about to walk out of my classroom just moments before to go to the bathroom. It's that scary thought that's starting to set in with students now, hours later. One girl said she heard the gunshots, but it didn't even.
Sorry, I am bouncing because we have different news media, different information
Not
popping
seen
in.
any Barrow County tags, but we continue to look for that, as well as other law enforcement officials. That is the very latest for you at Grady Memorial Hospital. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Angelique, thanks so much. You've been on the scene all morning.
I want to show you right now. I have a couple of pieces of footage. One showing law enforcement officers running into classrooms and down hallways in the school building. They were armed in tactical gear just to make sure that everyone was safe and accounted for. There's also a little piece of video we hope to share with you that shows what appears to be an assault rifle that was found, or a video of one that was found on the ground in the hallway of the school. Now, it's unclear whether that was the weapon that was used to harm many of the faculty and staff and students that were in the school, but we wanted to share this video. This is the first time many of you have seen any footage from within the school building at the time of the incident. Very chaotic and frantic moments for everyone involved. We are hoping to gather new details, as I mentioned, coming up here shortly in the next 20 to 25 minutes at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sheriff Judd Smith will come back with other law enforcement officials and hopefully answer some questions and provide some new details, guys.
Adam, thank you so much. And, you know, when something like this happens, you know, this is a small community, about 20,000 people or so live here in Winder.
It's the same size where I live.
And about 1,900 students go to this school. And so you have people here wondering, how did this happen here? But the national question becomes, how did this happen again?
And, you know, it's interesting you mentioned that, because you don't want to insert politics into this, but obviously whenever you have a school shooting, gun control issues are one of the major platforms as we enter into election 2024 in November. We just got a statement from the Reverend Raphael Warnock, who's a senator here in Georgia, and his exact quote is, "At least 4 dead, 30 injured, only weeks into the new school year. My heart breaks for the families of the victims. Apalachee High School and every student, the entire Winder community is in my prayers." But we can't pray only with our lips. We must pray by taking action.
Adam was talking about those reunifications happening here at the school, but they're also happening all around us. In fact, there's a preschool right across the street from where we are. And I was seeing a dad just pick up his 2 kids. And I can't think what's going through his mind to think that his 2 little kids were this close to violence and who knows what happened.
Well, we
today.
just spoke with an eyewitness, a 10th grader who attends Apalachee High School. She was in the classroom directly next to where the shooting happened.
That is the
she
police
was able to
department
speak because her mother
name.
allowed us to speak. She was too nervous to talk. But the
Okay, GBI is basically the local departments, investigators, I guess. I don't know what their acronym is, but they're the local PD. Okay, none of your business. I'm not going to agree or disagree because everybody knows where I stand. But let's try to keep right now out of the conversation. I'm not upset at anybody who does talk about it, but that's why I stopped. I am not getting into politics. This is strictly about the school and the students, not about politics.
Like this. They've been going in and out.
Members only live.
We've been seeing Barrow County buses
going
going in and out probably the last 30 minutes. I've seen them coming here to the high school. But there's really a big line up there. I believe that's the middle school. That is in the back part, and that line has grown since we've talked last. There were just maybe 3 buses at the last point, but now there are more buses. To your point about this community, everyone knowing each other. People on my Facebook page seeing that we're covering this said that they grew up here. They don't live here anymore, but they know the principal. They know they have family members who go here. They know different people who are impacted directly by this. It's one of those places where you know everybody, from what I've been told. It's a tight-knit community. You might see people in the grocery store, and even if you move away, you still know everybody that is still here. You can still see a trickle of parents and their families coming out from behind, not being able to see, and you guys will have a better perspective if there's still a large group on that football field, but it doesn't seem as many parents and family members are coming out as we once saw at one point. We've seen more cars coming in and more first responders. And then, of course, we're getting ready to hopefully hear from the sheriff's office here and other top officials. That is set up right on the other side here as well. Again, we have seen a lot of different parents coming here, from elementary to middle to daycare. And then, of course, you have the parents here at the high school as well that is coming out as well. So we're hearing different things, but we're also talking to students. One lady earlier, we talked to her live on the air. You heard her name was Camille. She said the gunman was in her classroom. It was her classmate, tried to get inside of that classroom, but they would not let him in. She heard about 4 shots outside of that. Then he said further down, she heard it maybe next door, maybe heard about another couple of gunshots happening there, and then said going to different hallways. We've talked to different students. They said they had to walk out with their hands raised like this with law enforcement, and they said they ran from that back part to that safe space, which was the football field. And many people thought it was a drill. They practiced for this, so they didn't know if it was a drill or if this was something that was for real in this incident. And unfortunately, this was there, but they do train for certain things like that. But one person said they just never know. And this is an ambulance that is going there with its siren, Northeast Georgia Medical Center. They are not sure if there is anyone in the back, but he is rushing off down the street there. And then we've also seen parents. Are you guys just now coming from the football field? Are you guys coming from the football field? How long have you guys been out there? How long were you guys out there? Do you mind if we just ask just a quick question? So you guys were out there for 4 hours?
Are we on the news?
We are on the news. This is live. How long have you guys been out there? I know you guys have had a long day.
I got out to school at like 11-ish because it happened during second period, so it was like 10:30, 10:20-ish.
We've seen tents back there. What are the different? Are there grief counselors?
Yes, there's grief counselors, and they're interrogating students that might have heard or seen something.
How are you processing all of this, family? This is a lot to go through. How are you processing this?
I'm trying to process it. It hasn't clicked yet. But I don't wish this on any parent in any country, anywhere. I felt my life flash before my eyes. Literally.
Did you hear the gunshots at all?
Yeah, I was in the hallway, so you could hear them like bang on the lockers and stuff, and then My teacher, she unfortunately, she like left the classroom but came back. But she had like fallen, something happened, and she screamed at us. And we were in a science classroom, so there's lab tables. So we all like book it for the lab tables. She closed the door, turns off the lights, and you could hear them rattle the door. And then a couple.
Them as in the gunmen or
I
police?
assume so. Well, it had just police. I didn't hear police shouting until like 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, because we heard the sirens first, and then like a couple moments later, you heard like police, police, sheriff, and then you could hear like before the police arrived, it was like it didn't sound like a gun, but it sounded like I was saying like a metal trash can, like going, and you could hear the kids screaming down my hallway, and then you heard more like of like hitting the lockers and stuff. And then eventually the police came, and walking out, you could see like what had happened. And then they took us all to a football field.
What grade are you in?
I'm in 10th grade.
Alrighty. Thank you guys so much. I know it has been a very, very long day for you guys. You guys have been listening to people who've been out on the football field for about 4 hours, Tom, Christine. They're still trying to process it. I think it's still haven't really sunken in what it is, but there are a lot of grateful parents, but they're also thinking about those 4 people who did not survive this. I'll toss it back to you guys.
Just remarkable, Eric. Thanks for that live report, how composed these kids.
Here's another interview.
Report. We are have a special guest with us. This is Isabella. She is a 7th grader at the middle school that there was a complete lockdown once the shooting happened. And Isabella, you've been in your first period classroom from this morning until now?
Yeah.
And what were you guys doing in the classroom?
Well, when the lockdown started, we just had to sit in the corner for like a really long time. And we had to wait till officers came to escort us to the bathroom.
We can't hear her. I apologize, guys.
Did you know what was happening, or?
No, my friends were freaking out thinking that there was a shooter in our school, but we didn't hear anything. My friends could hear helicopters, so they're like, "Oh my God, there's helicopters." I was just telling them it could be just like a bomb threat or some other type of threat. Until like our teacher said that she didn't know what's going on, and they were like, "Oh my God." Everyone was scared, but I was trying to calm everyone down.
So when you say everyone was scared, what were they doing?
So at first they were just like, thinking it was fake. And then they were just, after everyone knew that it wasn't fake, they were just like, some people were like breathing heavily, and then a bunch of people were like panicking and saying, be quiet, because a bunch of people were talking and laughing.
How scared was everyone? I mean, I have a middle schooler at home, and I'm thinking, I don't know how he'd be able to handle something like that, but how scared was everyone?
They weren't that scared. They were just like, because we did a bunch of practices last year where, they wouldn't tell us it was a drill. So we had a bunch of practices last year about it. So they weren't that scared. They just knew what to do after they figured out. But they were still a little scared and panicked.
So Isabella, when you saw your dad and you were reunited, what was the first thing you told him?
What was that in his hands? Because he had like wires in his hands.
Were you glad to see him and know you're okay?
Yeah. My mom, my sisters,
Yeah,
and
me
one of my
too.
friends that didn't go to school today.
I'm going
When
to
I
pause
looked at-
this. I think that the parents have to give consent. So they're getting consent from the parents. I think a 7th grader is a little young. I would not be interviewing her, but I was just thinking the same thing. I'm not too comfortable. I would not let my child to be interviewed, especially since this is something that's going to go to court. Yeah. So we're going to hop on over to another interview.
Are you able to hear us?
All right. Dr. Alexander, thank you so much for your time and reaching out and speaking with us today on what is really a terrible day for the community in Barrow County. What kind of insight can you give us and share with us as local law enforcement there and partners around the Metro Atlanta area are working to begin this investigation?
Well, yes, this is still at the beginning of this investigation, and hopefully we'll learn more here pretty soon when they do a press conference and give us more information around maybe as much as they're able to share around what occurred and the number of people that were injured, and sadly, the number of people that lost their lives as well. You know, here we are again at another school shooting here at a public school, a private school, or any institution in this country, and we seem to just cannot figure out what is it that we need to do to reduce the likelihood of these types of events. So I think what you're going to hear is what took place, and hopefully they give us some timelines around some of this. But this is going to be an ongoing investigation that involves local agencies there in Barrow County and, of course, throughout the state and from our federal partners as well. So I think here shortly we may learn more, but this is a sad day for that community, for the state of Georgia, and for this entire country. And we're all upset and sick by hearing these ongoing types of school violence where you have a shooter that do so much harm to so many people across this country and in that community as well. We all are traumatized by it, to be honest with you.
And we know a lot of times when shootings like this happen, in particular, where you have a lot of people impacted, police don't tend to release a lot of information early on. We know we're going on 5 hours into until this happened or from this happening, and we still don't know a lot. Explain the process of an investigation like this and why it may be a little slower to get some of that information out.
Well, certainly what you want to do when you have this type of a horrible event that take place. And I myself, some years ago, when I was chief of police there in DeKalb County, Georgia, we had a school shooting. And even though no one was severely injured or killed, the impact was the same. So when a chief or a sheriff or someone in leadership position has to step out to the public and be able to share as much information as they can, because number one, the public needs to know as much as we're able to share, as long as it does not compromise the integrity of the investigation itself.
That's the point.
But certainly, we may give limited information initially because everything is so fluid. We know as much as we can. We still could have a bad guy on the scene. We still could have casualties. We just don't know. Or we could be fully engaged in a firefight. So we just have to be able to be cautious so that we don't overstate what is taking place. But as we learn more and more, it becomes very important for law enforcement to share that with the community. And communities understand that. But you're not going to get away with not saying anything at all. You have to be able to share some skeletal information, and there's more
yes, Brandy,
information
please do
is
so.
gleaned here again.
And once again, we are so sorry, and we are praying for all involved and for
they are
you
able
as
to
well.
give the community
Take
one,
care of
hopefully
yourself.
by 4 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern Standard
I'm probably going to
Time,
cut it off
we'll
after
know a
we
little bit
have the
more than
interview.
what we knew this morning.
Yeah, that is what we're looking forward to. And when we're
I was supposed
talking
to be-
about what we know so far, we know that it isn't just.
I had a little medical thing happen last night, and I'm not honestly doing well. I came in because I have a crap ton of college homework to do. And was coming in to do that when this hit the fan. I am deadly allergic to citrus, and a restaurant I go to all the time, the first cup of tea, ice water I had, I always look for lemon. I always smell it before, because they'll put the lemon on and pull it off, and then I'm in the hospital. And she refilled my glass, and I didn't notice it, and I took a sip, and there was a lemon seed in the glass. So I had to do the unwantables medication wise, and I am honestly not feeling that great. Luckily, I took care of myself medically, did what I had to do. I'm very unhappy about it, but at the same time grateful that I'm alive. Decided from now on, I don't care what restaurant I go to, I'm bringing my own. I don't trust them anymore. And so, I'm struggling, I'll be honest with you, but nowhere like this family is. So these families are. Um, but we're here. And yeah, I don't know what action I'm going to take, if any, in this situation, because they know very well of my allergies because I've eaten there hundreds of time over. I mean, since they opened. 12 years ago, I don't know, at least 10 years they've been here. And the manager and everybody knows me, so I'm going to be careful with what I say because I don't know what I'm going to do. But I'll just say it was a crappy evening and a crappy night. And my head and my body is still not fully recovered. That said, I thank everybody for being respectful. I don't want to come across as disrespectful to anyone, but please do not bring up politics. Please. This is not the time. We may choose to talk about, we'll probably talk about this again in a members only live or whatever. That's fine. We can share it there. Okay. Brandy is going to take a mental health break, as she very well should. And let's get back to this.
Barrow County Sheriff Office. We know that there are also state, other municipalities and the federal government, law enforcement arms that are also working to help in this investigation. What can you say about how these partnerships come together? Because they're not the same, but they're all working toward that same common goal. They're all responding to the same situation, sometimes at various times. How does that kind of come together?
Well, if it happens in any jurisdiction, certainly that local agency has control or command of that incident and that scene. Subsequent help that comes from the state and the federal government is very important help, and particularly from neighboring agencies as well too. You may need more police officers in order to set up a perimeter, or you may have to join your SWAT teams together, depending on what the mission may be at that particular time. You may have to have additional EMS units available. So if there are casualties or injuries, you're able to extract them and get them the medical attention they need as quickly as possible. But all these agencies serve a very important role in supporting each other. And of course, federal partners, whether the ATF, the FBI, whomever, play a significant role with these resources that they have available to them, that they make available to all local agencies across the country when they're involved in these type of incidents.
Dr. Alexander, we appreciate your time. I'm going to let you go, but one final question. Is there anything that you think families and members of this Barrow County community should keep in mind or remember tonight?
Well, let's all keep each other in our prayers, and certainly keep that community in our prayers. It's going to be a long recovery for that community, as it will be for the rest of us. But let's keep them all in our prayers. Let's move forward, and let's also make sure, and I would encourage them to make sure to reach out to their elected officials, because more needs to be done around the accessibility of weapons in our communities across this country. Thank you for having me.
Dr. Cedric Alexander, thank you so much for your perspective and your time today. Thank you. As well as from our crews here in the newsroom who are working sources, making contacts and trying to get that information confirmed for you tonight. The news continues right here on 11 Alive and on our 11 Alive news app and on 11alive.com.
Okay. I don't know if they're going to a commercial, if they're going off screen, so I went ahead and switched. We are awaiting the 4 o'clock, which is 1 minute away. You see everybody gathering for the news conference. We are going to be donating all super chats to the probably for the week to the victims. I know it won't be much, but every little bit helps. So Let me turn the sound on here.
And preface that press conference by saying he's not going to give out a lot of information at that moment. That was a few hours ago at this point, maybe around the 1 o'clock hour, saying that they still want to do their investigative process, take the necessary steps to make sure the next time they come to the microphone, which again, as Tom said, is not going to be happening at 4:30, they're going to be able to give you, the public, the media, details about what happened here. Since that time, at that point, we only knew of casualties. They had only reported that casualties did happen here at the high school. And we have since learned more specifics that 4 total were killed today, 9 others taken to the hospital.
Well, our team of reporters are fanned out across campus there.
4:30?
We're going to hit Kevin Stewart in just a second, who's been talking to students and parents as they've been making their way onto campus. But we want to sort of set the table as to the events that transpired today. They're up at Apalachee High School in Barrow County at 10:23. Gunfire rang out. Multi-agency police forces responded,
but it's true,
up to and including the GBI, when a gunman was taken into custody after fatally shooting at least 4 people there on the campus and injuring 9 others who were taken to area hospitals, including Northeast Georgia Medical in Gainesville and Barrow, for both traumatic injuries and anxiety as well. This campus was sent into chaos as students evacuated both out onto the football field and in front of campus. And then you can see there toward the top of your screen that roadway, which also passes a junior high school and an elementary school, which were also put on temporary lockdown before they captured the suspect that entered the grounds of Apalachee High and fatally inflicted those gunshot wounds on those 4 victims and 9 others. The roadway was shut down, and parents were forced to walk over a mile to retrieve their students who they were getting text messages from as to exactly what was unfolding on campus there.
And picking up their students was a process. Many of the students we saw gathered at the stadium, the football stadium there, sitting in the bleachers. And it was a process.
I think
it wasn't
they feel
like
that
the
the
parents
threat
could
is
just
over.
come up, say, I'm here for Jimmy, and they can just go. They had to question the student as they're continuing to try to get more information about this investigation. Make sure the student who was being released wasn't involved in any way. And they had to make sure they identified and can prove who they say they were, and to make sure that the parent was the proper parent or guardian who was able to take that student from campus. So imagine walking that distance, that 1+ mile distance for these parents, then to get to the stadium and continue to have to go through, understandably, a more detailed process to make sure the students go home with the proper person. Then you have those students who didn't have the luxury of having a parent who can come pick them up. They had to be taken home by bus. We did see a couple buses here in the last 30 minutes or so exit the campus, presumably making their way to some of these students to get them home safely.
Just wanting to hug your kid after hearing something like this. A lot of those parents, since it happened late in the morning, were already at work, unable to, quickly respond and get over there. Let's get out to Fox 5's Eric Perry, who encountered, Kevin Stewart, who encountered a lot of those students and parents. Kevin, we talked about the relationships that these students have with the faculty. It's certainly different, I believe, in today's day and age than when Christine and I went to high school.
Georgia,
the closeness they have sometimes, especially.
Guys, a lot of students are starting to be interviewed by multiple agencies. And so I think from here on out, I don't think I'm going to show much more. I think we've got enough. And I think that if the student is like 17, 18, a little older, I don't have a problem with it. I do have a problem with middle schoolers and younger students being interviewed. But I think at this point we're going to try and just shy away from some of that, unless I hear that they have new information. That we've not heard. the kids to be left alone. Well, yeah, I hear you. I do. And they can't go home like the other kids can.
You heard as well. As we pointed out, there are some folks who were injured. Right now, we're going to go to Erica Murphy. She's live right now at Grady Hospital, where one person has been taken there. Erica.
That's right, Ron. As the afternoon wears on, we're learning more and more details about the shooting at Apalachee High School. I'm here at Grady Hospital, where we know at least one of the victims from this high school shooting has been brought. Now, we do not know the condition or the extent of the injuries of the person who was brought here, but around 1:30, I did see more medevacs that landed here at Grady. Earlier, I saw 2 GBI agents pull up in gray Chevy Tahoes. I went over and I spoke with one of those agents who confirmed that they were there to see the victim who'd been brought here. Now, just before we went live, I would say maybe about 20 minutes before we went live, those 2 GBI agents that I spoke of earlier, they did leave the hospital, so I think they got what they needed from that victim. I did reach out to hospital officials to confirm if those 2 additional medevacs that I saw were bringing more victims from that shooting to the hospital. As soon as I get a response from them, of course, I will share that information with you. Back to you, Ron. They're not going to give it to you.
All right, Erica, thanks a lot. By the way, Zach Merchant right now, he's at Northeast Georgia Medical Center, where another victim has been taken there. Zach, what can you tell us?
Well, Ron, you're right. We are in the Winder location of the Northeast Georgia Medical Center. You can see it behind us. And just in the last roughly 45 minutes, we got an update from a hospital system spokesperson. This is what he tells us. There are now 2 gunshot victims from today's Apalachee High School shooting being treated here at the Northeast Georgia Medical Center Barrow location. That's up from 1 victim just a little while earlier today. The spokesperson says an additional 3rd victim is being treated at the Northeast Georgia Medical Center's Gainesville location. That location is a level 1 trauma center. Good news here, though. The spokesperson says all 3 of the victims being treated within the Northeast Georgia hospital system have non-life-threatening injuries. Now, right across from the hospital, in the parking lot where we are standing, is an auto shop. And in that auto shop are 2 young men. They just turned 18. Ashton Hopkins and Christian Kinna, both of them just graduated from Winder Barrow High School, which is another local Barrow County high school. They were also, that high school, on lockdown earlier today as a precaution. There was no active threat there, but both Hopkins and Kinna say they know plenty of people in the Appalachia high school community. Here is a little bit of what they told us this afternoon.
I hope I don't see anybody's names that I know were recognized on that list, and I'm hoping, the people's families, and just because whenever stuff like this happens, there's a domino effect. You know what I mean? Like, it's just more bad.
Because me personally, when stuff like this happens, it makes me scared for my own security, knowing that this could happen to just anybody at any time, no matter what. This just makes me scared for, number 1, America's future. Number 2, the general public at the moment.
And you talk about just what a close-knit, small community this is. Christian says he's got a younger sister who is still at Winder Barrow High School. She was on lockdown herself today. Christian says she's all right, but it's hard to imagine just how scary, how terrible that situation would have been for her. And the hospital spokesperson, he says they're seeing the impacts of that as well. In addition to the 3 gunshot victims they're treating, he says the Northeast Georgia hospital system has seen 5 patients check themselves in with what he says are anxiety or panic attack related symptoms related to today's high school shooting. For now, we are live in Winder. Zach Merchant, 11 Alive News.
All right, Zach, thanks a lot for the update there. I can't imagine going from 0 to 100, that stress level there, especially these young kids as well. So stand by, everyone. Our team is going to be standing by here. We're going to have an update from GBI at 4:30. They're going to have a press conference because we want to know who's behind the shooting, what is the motive for that shooting, and we'll bring you the very latest coming up here as soon as we can. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, yes, you're right. But FYI, the people they reach out to are actually PR staff. Sensei, down. The people are a PR staff, so they're not harassing anybody at the hospital that's not meant to be harassed. They have people whose job is to be the liaison to the media in case something like this happens or any major mass event. It is not really, I know y'all are thinking it's disrespectful. They're just trying to get the information to share it. But the hospital has a PR person, and that's who they contact. They're not contacting nurses and doctors and patients. They just made a request through the PR contact people, and then those people will either get back and say, yes, we can share that, or no, we can't. That is typical. Now, going up to the GBIs, that is not I mean, they didn't give them anything. I didn't like that part, but it's a part of journalism, y'all. And I am actually, well, I'm talking this woman. She was on the outside. She wasn't inside. You're right, Cindy. They can go in and bombard, but I'm surprised the hospital hadn't put their PR person right outside that front door. I've seen that happen where they set up a little booth outside the main entrance for news media to come to get whatever information, and they print out the information and just hand it. You worked level 1 for years. They mob the doors when you open them. Possibly yes, that can happen. You are right. But what I'm saying is they're not going up onto the floor where the doctors and nurses are. They may bombard the office staff. Oh, excuse me, my head feels weird. Yeah, I don't know why they haven't placed their media person, their PR person out there. I've been to a lot of incidents where the hospital just prints out a fact sheet and they said, here you go. This is what we're giving you. Yeah. You're right, Eddie. Yeah, news media can be a pain in the butt. I get it. They want the scoop. They want the story. And I understand it. But yep. Families are still picking up children. We're going to keep on with Yep. I'm going to hop over. Oh, no, we're not going to watch her again. Why don't we hop over
We'll
to
send it
this
back to you in the studio.
And Doug, it's interesting you brought up the point. Doug, it's interesting that you brought up the point. How do we prevent this from happening again? We have spoken to eyewitnesses who were inside Apalachee High
correct
School
about
when the
that,
shooting
Cindy.
took place
Your
in the
hospital
classroom
doesn't just shut
directly
down to
next
one
to the
person.
shooting. And we were told
the hospital care continues for all persons. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, you're so right about that. What I was referring to is, they shouldn't be able to get up on the floors, should they? Isn't ICU and all that locked down? Don't you have to buzz to get in?
and that some of the procedures that the teachers went through
And
were
wouldn't the
drills
victims
that they
normally
had
have a
done
police
before
officer standing
this
outside the
incident
door
even
anyway?
happened. And that we heard was that the doors automatically locked. The teachers quickly went into action, turned off the lights, and huddled students away from the gunfire into a corner. But the question now, is that enough?
We spoke with a 10th grader who told us at first they thought it was some books that had fallen down. And she said as it went on, they realized it was gunfire. They all huddled in the classroom. People started pulling out their phones. She texted her mother saying, I text her saying, I don't know if I'm going to see
insane,
you again,
Cindy.
but that I love you. And when you hear students describe has been their reality today, it's truly so imaginable what they've been through and what this community is now going through. We were talking about the news conference that was set to begin at 4 o'clock to get an update from law enforcement. That has now been pushed back to 4:30.
Let's go to Adam Murphy. Adam, you're outside of that press conference, so waiting for it to start. And there's a lot of unanswered questions, primarily who were the 4 victims that lost their lives today and the injured. More details about them. There's so much to learn.
So much to learn. We have to gather a little bit of new information for you in the next 15 minutes. The GBI pushing out an alert telling us that that news briefing has now been scheduled for 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are ready for that. We hope to learn new information, as you mentioned, about those who lost their lives, those that were injured, and also the shooter. Now, at this point in time, I can tell you, I spoke with many students and their parents. They talked about the terrifying moments in the classroom while they were in school and they heard gunfire in the hallways. Many of the students were immediately rushed or evacuated out of the building back to the stadium, and they said that they were told to get out so quickly that a lot of them left their phones behind and had no way to communicate with their parents to let them know that they were okay. But I do want to share one piece of video with you. After speaking with a student that heard the gunfire, we have permission from her mother to show this video. She got out her cell phone and shot some footage as law enforcement officers rushed into the classroom. They were wearing tactical gear. They were armed.
I'm surprised
they came in to make sure that all the students were accounted for. Also, you will probably...
I would not be surprised if this does not get subpoenaed into evidence and that this video is removed from this child's phone at some point.
We see with this footage, they go out into the hallway
I'm
as they're
concerned about
escorting
them showing
some of
this
these students
footage.
out and trying to evacuate them out of the building. There were several law enforcement officers armed in the hallway as well. It was very chaotic and very terrifying.
I'm surprised.
One can only imagine, what this might
If I was a
do to a
parent,
child to witness and experience.
if I was a parent of a child that had that kind of information on their phone, I'd be saying, "Let me phone, baby," and then I would go over to anybody in uniform and say, "We have some video footage you need to have," and then get it off my child's phone. I would not be sharing it with media.
Something so traumatic.
I think it's what we've already
but we
seen.
hope to gain some new information about what led to all of this. I've reported now several times, based on some students' testimony to me, is that there were no metal detectors. So that's something I'm sure that might come up. We also want to know about the school resource officers. Were they on duty? Were they here at the school at the time of this? What was their response? Did they see this happening? So a lot of questions still remain.
I assume it was pretty
but a
dang
very
quick.
Difficult day for so many in this community, and any parent, for that matter, that has to hear about something like this happen, especially when it happens in their school to their child. We will have new information for you, hopefully here within the next 15 to 20 minutes, guys.
And Adam, before we let you go, I just want to ask you this question. CNN is reporting this now, and it is drawing a lot of ire from parents in this community. And according to law enforcement, there was a phone call that was made to Apalachee High School early this morning, alerting the school staff that there would be 5 school shootings, and Apalachee High School would be one of the first. There's still no determination who made that phone call, who accepted the phone call, and if the school took any proactive steps. I know that you'll be asking those questions too.
Well, certainly, and if that really happened, then one would think immediately you would place all of the schools that were mentioned on lockdown until that could be vetted and cleared. We don't know if that happened here. We know just after 9:30, that's when reports came in to law enforcement about an active shooter in the school here at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. We don't know, though, exactly when that lockdown was activated. Was it activated immediately after receiving that call, or was it activated once the shooter had access to the building? That's a very important question. We need to know that timeline as well. To that point, I will say I spoke with a parent of a child that attended the elementary school, which is nearby. He was in the area because they were on lockdown as well when all of this took place. And he was waiting to reunite with his child. And he mentioned the same thing. He mentioned that he had heard reports that there might be shootings involving multiple schools in the area. So that is certainly something that will be brought up during this news briefing, and we hope to get some new information and some answers for you as soon as authorities address the podium.
Adam Murphy with us live here in Winder in Barrow County. Thank you so much, Adam, and we'll come back to you as that news conference gets started. But where we are outside the high school, it is still very much an active scene. You see the police tape about 30 yards from where we're standing, a number of law enforcement agencies.
Eddie, I think though that with the fluid situation where it is right now, that this stuff should be vetted because number one, you could potentially have a victim laying there and their family may not know that that person's a victim yet. It it's different once it's been vetted, but the concern is for me, and as a first responder and chaplain, my concern is always protecting the the victim and their families. And sometimes they may not realize that when they're leaving, they may have captured the victim laying there deceased or deceasing. And so I just think it should be vetted before the child hands it over to news media because I have seen it happen time and time again where family members find out their loved one's deceased because of a video that the news media has showed and they have seen their loved one on the ground. So that's just my personal opinion, humble and my in my humble opinion, that's where I stand.
All the students' vehicles are still in these parking lots as investigators now look and comb the scene.
We also have a lot of choppers above, including our own. Let's take the vantage point of the First Alert chopper that is honing in on some images in the parking lot. I want to preface this. We don't know what type of white vans these are. Typically, when we see a crime scene and we see white vans, it sometimes is the medical examiner's office. We are trying to determine what those vans are.
There were 4 deceased, 9 hospitalized, 30 plus possibly injured. Now, when we mean injured, we're not talking necessarily bullet. Okay. They could have hurt themselves getting out. They could have been grazed. They could have fallen and tripped. And until I hear otherwise, that's where we're going to leave it. But I think what they're referring to is people that the medics have actually saw, like kids in the football or teachers or other people's that while leaving or maybe during the shooting, something happened and they were mildly injured. But we have a confirmed hospitalized are 9 and we have 4 that are deceased. Okay. So that is confirmed.
Why are they here? Is it just law enforcement collecting evidence? This is a massive crime scene with a lot of evidence that has to be collected. And it's just gut-wrenching because there's so many unknowns and you know your mind can take you to places that you don't need it to go right now. We are out here, we're asking questions, waiting for this press conference to give you brand new information.
And it could stay a crime scene for a while. I remember being in Uvalde, Texas. It was closed off to the public a very long time. So investigators could go in there and go from classroom to classroom. We don't know the layout. We don't know what kind of crime scene we're looking at. This is a big school.
Exactly.
1,900 kids go here. So this is a big school. Even though we're in one of our smaller counties, it is still a big school with a lot of kids who are going here.
And we're asking questions also from school administrators in the district because of the fact that this is a crime scene and we don't know when students will be allowed to return to campus. Where will they go to school? I mean, unfortunately, when incidents happen like this, the education has to continue. Where will they go? Will neighboring schools allow the students to come and attend school with them? Will they go to what we saw during COVID, at-home learning? Those questions we hope to get answered tonight before families try to determine what they're going to do. They have jobs, they have to go to work. What do we do with our kids tomorrow? Those answers we don't have yet, but we are certainly asking them.
Sean, the reality is that this community is suffering in a major way because there are a number of loved ones who will not be coming home tonight to their families. And you think back to the start of this day, it is a beautiful day here in the Atlanta area, a nice breeze. It couldn't be more picturesque, more of a beautiful day here in our city and in our community. And to know that it's been tarnished by what we know right now and the information that is still yet to come, that could break all of our hearts.
And what we do know so far, if you're just joining our coverage, is that 4 people have been shot dead at Apalachee High School. We are awaiting a press conference to find out exactly who those individuals are. We also know that 9 people are injured in local hospitals. I know Savannah Louie, you were at the breaking news desk. You've just learned brand new information. What have you learned?
Well, we are now hearing from leaders across the country, including Vice President Kamala Harris. She spoke at a campaign event earlier today in New Hampshire, where she called for an end to the epidemic of gun violence. Take a listen.
But this is just a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. And it's just outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive. It's senseless. It is, we've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all.
And Harris ended by saying, quote, "It doesn't have to be this way, guys."
Savannah, thanks so much. And the word senseless comes to mind for so many people when they talk about this. And this community, we were talking earlier how it will be some time so this community can get past this. Right now, they're still very much trying to digest it. As you and I both arrived here, you couldn't help but see students
And they're still walking.
Yeah, walk right off camera there. And you see them, and I can't imagine what's going through their minds. And I know we both have kids, and when you think about something like this, we all worry about getting that call.
Well, we spoke with an eyewitness earlier today, a 10th grader, and I almost broke down. It's so hard when you hear these stories and you see that there are so many school districts that are trying to make children focus on their classroom studies, and they're taking away their cell phones. But what we heard today was the cell phone was a lifeline for a 10th grader who texted her mother and said, "I don't know if I'm going to make it out here alive. I am scared, but I want you to know that I love you." She made it out okay. But there are other students, there's other people that we don't know if they did. We do know that 4 people have died. The community has rallied around the community of Apalachee High School, and also this is impacting not just the high school, but the middle school, the elementary school, and Winder Methodist Church is going to hold a prayer vigil and just a gathering for families to come together, vet this out. Express your emotions, because this is a senseless tragedy.
Sure, and you have to think, how do parents here in this community talk with their kids about what's happened here at the neighboring middle school, even the preschool across the street? But how do parents talk to their kids across this country about what has happened, and then send, so many schools just getting started here in Atlanta. We've been in school for about 3 or 4 weeks now, but how do you have that conversation with their kids and send them off to school tomorrow and say, "Have a great day. We know you're going to be okay"?
The first thing I did when I even heard that this had happened, I text my husband, because we can't text our daughter because she's at a school that doesn't allow them to have cell phones. But immediately I said, somehow, some way, check, make sure everything is okay. And our school wasn't even impacted by this. But this has a trickle down effect, because the question that every parent is going to be asking tonight is my child safe in school?
Sure. I didn't even know. Walking out the door, my 3 boys were there, and they said, "Why are you leaving work early today?" I said, "There's been an incident at the school." And how do you explain that to young kids who will pick up this information? They will hear about it from their friends. And how do you have that conversation? It is a national conversation. The conversation today here, unfortunately, in Barrow County, as a wait for answers. We're expecting law enforcement to come to the microphones here. Maybe in 5 minutes, the update we were getting is at 4:30. But the latest information we are getting is that and this was as of a couple hours ago, 4 people killed, 9 others ending up in the hospital. The suspect is in custody. Suspect is alive. There were some inaccurate reports earlier. The suspect may not have been alive, but the latest information we are getting is that the suspect is in custody. As to who that is, we hope to get that here in this 4:30 news conference.
And hopefully we can take the vantage point from the first alert chopper above
the scene here at Apalachee High School. There are multiple big, huge white vans that are in the parking lot of Apalachee High School. We have not been able to determine what those vans are doing, but we are making the assumption that they are collecting evidence. There are long lines still. This is now 4:26 in the afternoon. School had been let out almost an hour ago. The lockdown was lifted, and there are still mounds and mounds of cars lined up. There are still parents that are pulling up to the elementary school, the middle school, the high school to reunite with their student.
And parents were having a tough time getting this close. The closer you got to the school, as you can imagine, the roads were closed off, law enforcement closing off those roads. And so what you have is parents, community members parking on the sides of roads, making the roads so tight and narrow to get through because they were ditching their cars and getting out, coming to the school, walking in, no matter how long it took. They just wanted to make sure the kids are okay and that they're safe.
And again, I just want to reiterate that if you are in Barrow County, if you are in the Winder community, Winder Methodist Church is holding a prayer vigil.
Yeah, they've opened up their church all day long and into the evening, knowing this community is hurting. And the Winder United Methodist Church will be there for people.
Is it them? Because my mic was muted.
We are awaiting a press conference that is scheduled to start in less than 3 minutes. Our Adam Murphy is in the position where the press conference will be held by law enforcement. We are expecting to hear details more about the 4 victims who lost their lives today. We're also expecting to hear about the 9 who are injured.
If you saw the news conference earlier around 2 or 2:30, they were giving basic information. I think at that point they were still trying to gather the information and also trying to notify families of those who may have lost ones. They want the families to hear it first rather than explaining to the media.
Well, let's go. We have a reporter on location. I believe that this is Chelsea Beinford. Chelsea, tell us where you are and what have you learned so far?
Well, we're still on Tom Miller Road. This is about a mile from the school. This is where we've been positioned today. And this is where a lot of parents were being asked to park their cars and then walk about a mile to the high school back here behind us. So traffic is moving freely on this road once again. So it has been reopened up to cars. But I want to take you to some video of those parents that we talked to as they were literally walking as fast as they could this mile to the high school. We spoke with parents and grandparents. Some knew that their children were okay. They had been texting with them. They were saying, we're out on the football field, please come pick us up. But we also spoke to parents who had not been able to get in touch with their son or their daughter. A high school student, Melanie Alvarez, says she texted her mom as soon as the lockdown started and said, I love you. I hope I see you again. Her mom tells us that she raced to the school and was eventually reunited with Melanie out on the football field. We spoke with both of them as they were leaving the high school today.
I was scared. I was like, oh my God, like, are we seriously going through a lockdown? I started crying.
The Barrow County Sheriff's Office received alerts about reports of an active shooter and radio traffic from school resource officers concerning the same concern or having the same concern. Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school who immediately encountered the subject within just minutes of this report going out. Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers and he was taken into custody. Additionally, what I want you to know as of now, there are 4 individuals who are deceased from this incident, 9 that have been taken to local hospitals with various injuries. Of those that are deceased, 2 were students, 2 were teachers here at the school. The priority right now for us within this investigation is to gather all the facts, to make sure that we're accurate with it, because this is a murder investigation. As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody. His name is Colt, that's Colt Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the school, Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult. We're coordinating these charges and obviously this investigation with District Attorney Brad Smith who is the district attorney for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit here. Since early this morning we talked with you, and since the incident occurred, numerous interviews have been taking place through our investigation with students, faculty, as well as any other witnesses that we could identify. Law enforcement had a very, very swift response to this incident once the incident was determined that there was a concern here. Those resources, whether it was in that response or throughout this investigation to assist, came obviously from the sheriff's office here, from other local law enforcement agencies, state law enforcement agencies, and federal law enforcement agencies as well. To include, not to be left out, multiple EMS personnel, multiple fire personnel, and agencies. Those agencies responded here as well today, and I am extremely grateful, as I know the sheriff is, for that quick response and the partnerships of working here together with what all has gone on. Currently, from the investigative perspective, we have crime scene agents and other special agents from the GBI, from close to a dozen of our different work units from across the state that have responded here today to work on this investigation.
Kimberly,
again,
when he's
collecting
charged
evidence,
as an
conducting
adult.
interviews, and so forth. I do want to pass this along, that if anyone has any information that wants to be passed on concerning this investigation, that they can do that anonymously at our tip line at 1-800-597-TIPS or 1-800-597-8477. They can also report this on by downloading the See Something, Send Something app. That can be done by Android or Apple phones, either one. If they need to report any tips concerning this investigation. Let me close out before I turn this over to the sheriff and let you just remind you that this is still a very active investigation. There is still a lot that is very fluid. There's still a lot of interviews to be conducted that will continue on into the night, as well as crime scene work and collecting and gathering evidence. But what is more important for me to mention here to you is my heartfelt sympathy to parents, the students that were here today. Regardless of where they were in the school, this has got a great impact on them as well as on this community. My thoughts and prayers, along with everybody standing behind me and every law enforcement agency in this state, and many I will tell you around this country, they are in our thoughts and prayers. And we will continue with that. We ask for your patience as we continue through this, and we'll continue to try to give you as many updates with information as we can to keep you informed. But thank you for being here. I'm now going to turn it over to Barrow County Sheriff Judge Smith. Thank you.
Director, would you spell your name, please?
H-O-S-E-Y.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Sheriff Judge Smith of the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. I never imagined
It's okay.
I never imagined that I would be speaking to the media in my career over something that happened today, the pure evil that happened today. I cannot thank the people behind me for the support they give me today, to give this office and give this staff. This hits home for me. I was born and raised here. I went to school in this school system. My kids go to this school system. I'm proud of this school system. My heart hurts for these kids. My heart hurts for our community. But I want to make it very clear that hate will not prevail in this county. I want that to be very clear and known. Love will prevail over what happened today. I assure you of that. It is very early as to what happened. Governor Kemp reached out to me and has provided me every single resource that he has to make sure justice prevails. I don't know why it happened. I may not ever know. We may not ever know. But I ask that you and our community lift up our schools, lift up our public safety, and that, again, we do not let this hateful event prevail as to what happened today. I want to thank the surrounding agencies and counties and cities and state and federal authorities that have come and provided us, because they prevented a lot of more tragic events from happening. Continue to lift up these families, continue to lift up our students and our kids, and know that love will prevail. At this time, I'm going to ask Dr. LaDuff, our school superintendent, to come and speak on behalf of the school.
Wow.
Good afternoon.
Ronnie?
I'm Dallas LaDuff. I'm the superintendent of Bear County School System.
Real quick, Ronnie, I would like for you to possibly follow this case for me. Thank you.
I want to thank the Bear County Sheriff's
If you're
Office and all of our
okay
law
with it.
enforcement partners for their swift response today, along with that of our staff. I'd also like to thank our community for their response and patience as we work to reunify the students with their families here today and secure the rest of our
Figured
school
you would
campuses.
be.
Our schools will be closed for the remainder of this week as we cooperate fully with law enforcement to get answers to the many questions that we all have about this incident here today. But as we are closed, our central offices will remain open, where we will have grief counseling available for our community every day this week and thereafter as we support each other through this terrible event. In closing, I just want to say to our community, as a school system, we are here for you, we support you, and we are ready to get you any support that you may need as we grieve through this together. Thank you.
Sheriff, if you're saying hate will not prevail in this community, are you investigating this as some sort of hate crime?
Well, shortly, if someone decides to take a firearm into a school where kids are given an education or entitled to an education and want to harm others, to me, it's hateful.
Sheriff, can you talk about the initial interaction between whoever was able to stop the shooter? Can you describe that to us? How did it go down? What exactly happened?
Obviously, the shooter was armed, and our school resource officer engaged him. And the shooter quickly realized that if he did not give up, that it would end with an OIS, or an officer-involved shooting. He gave up, got on the ground, and the deputy took him into custody.
Sheriff, any idea how the weapon got inside the school? And was there any warning that this was going to happen?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, very early, and we're still looking into that, whether or not, or how he obtained it.
So
and how he
no
got it into
warning
school.
at this time. That's known.
Parents or his family to learn more about what led up to these moments?
We have.
Any information you can share?
No.
What kind of weapon was
It seems like you have a large Hispanic population. Have you been able to communicate with the people in their language to make sure that everybody knows what's happening?
Oh, really?
Yes, sir, I have. The school and our office has people that speak in Spanish, and they have spoke to those folks as well. Yes.
Sheriff, is the shooter speaking with law enforcement now?
Sorry.
Is the shooter talking, and is he saying why?
The shooter was interviewed, and he was speaking with our investigators earlier, along with the GBI.
Until his parents lawyered up.
It is helping our investigation.
Sheriff, is this
None that I'm aware of.
Were all 9 injured victims shot?
In some capacity, yes.
Sheriff, can you tell us about the 2 individuals deceased and was one targeted?
We don't know of any targets at this point.
Sheriff, what kind of weapon was used? Have you identified the weapon?
We have not identified that at this point. No.
Sheriff, is there a connection?
This is the last question I'm going to take.
Sheriff, is there a connection between the shooter and the victims?
None that I'm aware of.
I know that you have a lot of questions about the student and that we mentioned that we identified earlier. Keep in mind that that's part of our investigation, that we're looking into every aspect of that individual his connection here at the school. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, he was a student here. So as part of our investigation, we're looking into all aspects, current and prior, involving that individual.
Can you tell us how many rounds were fired? Can you tell us how many rounds were fired?
Do what?
The shooter is a student. Yes.
When can we expect
We do not know how many rounds.
Director, has that shooter had any past history with law enforcement?
For now, this is the
Karate
information
Mom.
that we have. It is an active investigation. I assure you, we do plan to come back out here in a couple of hours. Please make sure you're following the GBIX page. That's where we're going to be putting the updates. If there's anything that's new, we'll make sure that we share that information. It's still very early. Investigators have a lot of work to do. We
Lois
appreciate
Cox.
your patience. Do expect another in-person news conference out here in the next few hours. Monitor the X page, and we will be sure to update you accordingly. Thank you.
And that's the on x.com. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Also sharing in that grief.
Okay, guys. So they named the shooter. Gray. The thing is if you are being tried as an adult, even though you're a minor, they may have different rules. I'm not a lawyer. I can't say that for sure. The only other thing I can think of is maybe the parents gave permission. I don't know. But the name was released. And some agree with it, some disagree with it. I get it. But yeah, I would like to have more information, but of course, so would everybody else. So what we're going to do is we're going to rely on their investigation. We're going to give them time to do their investigation. It frustrates me when people don't. I know everybody wants information and wants it now. I would assume they are at the jail. Usually when something like this happens, there is a warrant that is issued for the home, the locker, anything that pertains to the victim. The parents will be questioned as well, and they will. I understand. I'm not saying he answered that question correctly, but I think that some things they do need to keep close to themselves. We will find it out soon enough. It was apparently not a handgun, from what was told by other students. We can infer what it was, but what's important is we got 4 deceased and 9 in the hospital, and others that were injured due to the aftermath of the shooting. It is sad that you have 2 teachers and 2 students who were deceased. And this is horrible. And they are doing what they have to do. As someone who's been on that side, not necessarily in police, but as a chaplain, I hate it when I know when I go to tell somebody, call somebody and say, "Hey, your spouse was in a car accident. I need you to get to the hospital as soon as possible." And I already know they're deceased. I mean, that's why I'm calling. But I can't tell them that over the phone. So I tell them, they ask, "Is he deceased?" And I'll have to say, "I'm not with the doctors right now. I can't give you that information. Get here ASAP. It is critical." I've had people get mad at me, but it's to protect them, and it's not to be mean or deceitful. So I'm binging. What do you mean? Yeah, okay. Well, what's name? Who knows? But just understand that as much as we want them to give us what we want, they have to protect the investigation because if they don't, this kid could go free. Right now, it's now turned to criminal investing protecting the investigation in hopes of bringing justice to the victims. That's what it is. So it is different to a point. Um, he should have just set doorbell. Oh, that was my son's. He got the shop. Yeah, we have a little doorbell. Um, I'm not saying he handled it perfectly, but under his amount of stress, I'm not going to complain about it. Crumbly. Once again, Crumbly's was a unique situation. They knew he had mental illness. They knew he struggled. They lied about giving him the weapon. They lied about securing the weapon. So there was a lot of issues there. But we will see with this situation. Um, you know, his father may had it in a gun safe and the kid broke into it, picked the lock, took it. I'm just saying hypothetically. Um, you don't know. You don't know what the Crumbly situation is compared to this one. The other situation was that the parents were fleeing. Parents knew, and the fact that they knew that he was having delusional thoughts and they didn't do anything. The other thing is that when he drew on that math paper what he drew, and they did not take him out of school, it's their responsibility. And if they weren't taking him out of the school thought, well, let's keep him here to protect him from himself. They weren't thinking at the moment that he was going to harm somebody else. They were more self-inflictive. Um, oh, the parents will be investigated. They're probably, even as we speak, getting questioned or detained. So it's unfortunate that we are having to deal with this today. But I think at this point, I physically and emotionally need to wrap this up. I've got a ton of homework and I was supposed to be working on it all day, but I will keep an ear out. Funny for a deaf person. I'll keep an eye out on any more new information and I will keep y'all updated. Yeah, there are mixed feelings about the Crumbly case, but at some point, first of all, part of the problem with the Crumblies is that they bought him lead shooters and gave it to him. They bragged on social media about giving him the lead shooters. Oh, and the school's being sued because they knew that there was issues and didn't take precautions as some felt. But when you, as a parent, own a weapon and you give it to your child that's underage, you are responsible. And that's what they did. That to me is where the responsibility lied. It was just clear cut for me. If you hand a minor who has emotional problems a weapon, you take responsibility. If you have a child that's 18 and you give them a 22 little rifle or whatever, they're responsible for their behavior with it. But when you give a child 16, 15, 17, 13, 12, whatever, a weapon, and it's okay if you give it to them for hunting or whatever, but you as the parent must secure that weapon. They had a lock they didn't have on it. They had a case that was not properly secured, and they did not have the case in a secured location. And they had the ammunition with the case, even though the ammunition, they stated wasn't with the case. Well, the photos on the Crumbly case showed that the the ammo and the weapons were stored together. They broke every single rule of what you're supposed to do under the eyes of the law. Now, had they done everything correctly and he found a way to break in and get it, then that responsibility shifts. As long as they didn't give it to him. Say if it was his father's and he broke in and he broke the locks and he without permission took it. There's your difference. Instead, they gave it to him as a Christmas gift, so to speak. So, and they didn't lock it, secure it, store it appropriately. So there's the responsibility loophole there. So nobody knows. We will be following this. We will give you as much information as comes available. But I think right now, it is now 4:00 my time. I'm going to say thank you very much for joining. I appreciate all of you. And remember, if you're watching this as a replay, thank you so much. Please leave comments. We really appreciate it. Oh, I did have somebody ask me a question about my setup. Hey, here's my setup. Yep. Well, let me do this. Get this a little more. There we go. Stream Deck, Roadcaster, iPad, iPhone when it's on, and then the monitors. So, yes, I take this seriously. Just got the extra monitor, so I'm kind of learning to bounce around. We'll be setting up the ATM shortly. Thank you so much, and thank you all for being kind. Keep everybody in your prayers, but also keep Brandy in your prayers, y'all. Miss Brandy is got a connection to this situation, and we need to. I don't know why my camera stopped. Oh well, and we need to keep her in prayer as well as everybody else. Oops, this is what I want. In the meantime, also keep your first responders in prayer. Keep the fire, EMS, even the local organizations like Red Cross and other organizations that will be there supporting. The Red Cross supports the police and EMS. And oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Something just popped up. Got to show you. Oh, Lord of mercy. Didn't know this was happening. Okay, let's turn sound on. Play.
2 teachers and 2 students were class, and at that time, the county says to various students at the school regarding the locations of the shooting. If you take a look at that map in your bottom left-hand corner, that's where you're going to see the large gymnasium. And then if you look towards the right top part of your screen, you're going to see several different hallways kind of branching out. You want to look for J hallway. That is where we have been told from several students that the shooting, at least one part of the shooting took place, and that's where a lot of the 9th graders congregate. The youngest classmates of this school is in that J hallway area. The other thing, of course, that we have been learning is 2 teachers and 2 students were killed. We have heard from students who described, witnessing a math teacher getting shot, seeing his body or him lay on the hallway floor, laying in a pile of blood. It was very traumatic for them. It was a lot for them to see and experience. So we're getting more confirmation, at least at this point, from officials that's starting to kind of line up with this testimony that we've been receiving from the past few hours from students themselves. Now, one thing we did hear from 2 students, I believe they were both sophomores, is that when they were exiting the hallway, they not only saw a body, of course, and blood throughout that area, but also a weapon. Now, if you listen to the sheriff, Sheriff Judge Smith just said when he was addressing the press that they do not yet know what the weapon is. So there's no confirmation or denial about if there was an AK.
Okay, I'm going to say this. I'm going to go ahead and cut this feed. I got a screenshot of that, Ronnie. So we're good. I got a screenshot for records for future. 2 things. One, It is possible. My homework. It is plausible and possible that the weapon that they saw could have been one of the SWAT teams or police who may have stopped and started rendering aid. Okay. We don't know that for sure. Could have been the students, but I I I could see, I've seen it happen where they kneel down and set it down and they're taking care of the victim. So if that's what was happening, then that may not have been the shooters. Okay. And so if the shooter had it on him, they would have confiscated that weapon. Um, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to assume there's lying at this point. The sheriff himself at that moment, because he's not at the station with the um, shooter or the family and that are there and doing that part of the investigation. And they're also maybe waiting to make sure that there was not multiple. Sometimes they have a hand and more of a rifle type weapon. So, rather than speaking out of turn and giving the wrong information, I can under him saying, I don't know for sure right now. Just saying, my humble opinion. All right, guys. What a day. What a day. So we're going to leave this here. Just know for the rest of this coming week, I would appreciate all those who can make donations and wish to do so here. It will be sent. What was the name of the town? Winton, something like that. If you would like to make a donation and do so in a super chat, if you want a Venmo, I'll give it to you. And then I will immediately send it on as soon as there are some fun GoFundMe's, or what I will do is send it to the organizations that are supporting the funeral costs. But anyway, we'll figure it out. Thank you again. Y'all be blessed. Y'all have a great evening. Hug your family and loved ones and say a prayer. Say a prayer, because Lord knows they're going to need it. I appreciate you. And remember, be kind to somebody who's not having a good day. And we'll see you tomorrow for, oh my God, who's motion hearing? Is it the Reed? We have a hearing tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Bye-bye. Winder.